Chapter 1. John Barrett heard God speak when he was 10 years old. Years later, all he would clearly remember about that Sunday night meeting at the Rainier Gospel Tabernacle was that it was close and sweaty, in the dead center of summer's heat. Noisy, too. It was altar time at the front of the church. The saints were praying and praising, and it was not the quiet, introspective kind of worship but the hollering kind, the throw back your head and cry to heaven kind as the women wept, the men shouted, and the piano kept playing over and over the strains of I Surrender All, I Surrender All. Pastor Thompson, young and fiery, had preached a sermon that caught John by the heart. And when the altar call came and Pastor Thompson said, "If this word is for you, if God is speaking to your heart, I want you to come forward, lay your all on the altar." John knew God was speaking to him, and he went forward, almost running, to kneel at that long mahogany prayer rail, his face flushed and his eyes streaming tears. "Behold the Lamb of God, who taketh away the sin of the world." Single quote. Pastor Thompson quoted the scripture. Will you receive that Lamb tonight? Will you find Jesus? John was ready to receive the Lamb, he was ready to find Jesus, and as he called on the name of the Lord, he could even see a lamb, small, gentle, spotless, and white, right there in front of him, right on the other side of the prayer rail, so close he could have reached out and touched its nose. He was later told he'd had a vision, but at that moment he thought there really was a lamb in the church, as real as anything. The Lamb of God, like Pastor Thompson said. It was so real then, so long ago. It was a moment that truly stirred his soul. But that moment, with all its feelings, its meanings, its transcendent, eternal words, even its little vision, would fade with time, and John would eventually tuck it away in a lost and forgotten corner of his memory. He would not remember that he had done business with God, that he had made a covenant with the Creator when only a young boy. Jesus, come into my heart and take away my sins. God, I give you my life. Use me, Lord. I'm yours. The memory of his father's hand on his shoulder would fade with time. And adult ambitions, as would his father's words, spoken loudly and prophetically in the child's ear, as if from God himself. Ye are called, my son, ye are called. Before I formed thee in the womb, I knew thee, and before thou wert born I consecrated thee to my service. Walk in my word, listen for my voice, for I will speak to thee and guide thee in all the paths you may take. Behold, I am with thee always. He would choose not to remember, in all thy ways acknowledge me, and I shall direct thy paths. Good words, useful words. Forgotten words. And lo, I am with thee always, even unto. Chapter 2. Governor, I plead with you, search your heart and change your course, for if you do not, God will change it for you. Though you have said to yourself, no one sees, and no one hears, surely, the Lord sees, and he hears all that you think in your heart, all that you whisper, all that you speak in your private chambers. There is nothing hidden from the eyes of him with whom we have to do. It was the Friday after Labor Day, still sunny, still summer, the early evening shadows just beginning to stretch. Crowds of giddy party supporters were coming from their homes, jobs, early dinners, and schools to converge on the city's flag plaza for Governor Hiram Slater's big campaign kickoff rally. The hi-yo, Hiram, straw hats were already blooming in profusion and floating along on hundreds of heads like leaves on a river. Before the backdrop of the plaza's 50 state flags, a platform had been set up, draped in blue, festooned with red, white, and blue balloons and American flags, neatly arranged with rows of folding chairs and garnished with a full nursery's worth of potted chrysanthemums. Soon the rally would begin, and Governor Slater would make his campaign kickoff speech. But as people entered the plaza, a stocky, gray-haired man in blue warehouse coveralls was already making a speech, standing on the edge of a concrete planter box, primroses at his feet, his head well above the crowd. The governor may or may not have been within earshot, but this man was going to shout to the governor anyway, his voice tinged with pain, with desperation. Like Nebuchadnezzar of old, you have set up an image of yourself for all men to follow, a towering image, a mighty image, an image far greater than yourself. But please take heed, the Lord would remind you, you are not that image. Though you may say, I am strong and invincible, I tower over the masses, I cannot be touched or harmed, why don't you just shut up, big mouth, yelled a beer-bellied contractor passing by. The truth must be heard though the lie be a tumult, the man replied. Not him again, griped a mother with 4 children in tow. Get off that planter, ordered a realtor in a business suit. You don't belong up there. A radical feminist publisher responded with the slogan Hi-yo, Hiram. Those nearby picked up the slogan, louder and louder, and threw it at the man for pure spite. Hi-yo, Hiram. Hi-yo, Hiram. Hi-yo, Hiram. They had stung him. He looked into their faces as pain filled his eyes. Then pleaded, the Lord is in his holy temple. Let all the earth be silent before him. Through the chanting a few voices could be heard responding in mock horror. Ooh! Our God is there, ever present, and touched with our infirmities. He is speaking. We must be silent and listen. Hi-yo, Hiram. Hi-yo, Hiram. Behind the platform, screened from visibility by blue curtains, Governor Slater, small, balding, with an unimpressively high-pitched voice, went over final details with the rally's organizers. 30 minutes, he said. I want 30 minutes even if you have to cut something. Wilma Benthoff, the governor's campaign manager, and presently his harried rally organizer, pushed her wildly curled blonde hair away from her face so she could see her clipboard. Okay, we'll do the national anthem, then Marv will introduce the dignitaries. Marv didn't hear her. He was busy directing photographer traffic while tying balloons to the platform stairs. Marv. He looked up. The governor wants more time, so keep the introductions brief. He nodded and said something they couldn't hear. I'll tell her. The governor felt a hand on his shoulder. It was Martin Devon, one of the governor's staff members and would-be chief of staff. The tall, former college linebacker had an amused sneer on his face. Our old friend the prophet is here. The governor chuckled and shook his head. As sure as the sun rises. He sneaked a peek through the curtain and could just see the old man's head above the crowd. I wonder what his son must be thinking right now. Especially when he sees the ruckus on his own newscast. I called a friend at Channel 6 and they're moving their camera. They want it. The governor's face brightened. Always thinking, Martin, always thinking. Devon nodded, acknowledging the compliment. So we just might have an opportunity coming up here. Leslie Albright, Channel 6 news reporter, carefully placed a molded earpiece in her ear and then found 1 square foot of ground to call her own as Mel the long-haired cameraman brought her face into clear focus. There were better places to shoot this story, better views of the plaza, better backgrounds, but orders were orders. Someday she was going to shoot Tina Lewis. John, this is where it all begins for Governor Hiram Slater, she rehearsed in her professional news voice. Undaunted by challenger Bob Wilson's showing in the polls. With one hand she held her News 6 microphone and with the other, her quickly jotted notes, which were trying to elude the grasp of the 3 fingers holding them. She tried to straighten her breeze-tousled blonde hair as she examined her reflection in the camera's lens. Gawkers were already waving to Mum behind Leslie's back. Undaunted by how well his challenger is doing in the polls. Even though the polls show Bob Wilson coming on strong, show Bob Wilson gaining support. We've got about 10 minutes, her earpiece crackled. Proven he has supporters too, as you can see by the vast crowd behind me. And then she waxed sarcastic just to vent herself. Which you could have seen better if we'd stayed up on the stairs instead of moving down here. She adjusted her red suit jacket and tried to think her report through. Again, that guy standing on the planter behind her wasn't helping much. The Word of God says, "Before you were formed in the womb, I knew you," he cried. Oh brother, now he's going to bring up that subject. I like it, said Tina Lewis, executive news producer. She was in the Channel 6 control room for this one. She knew it was going to be interesting. Above the console where the show producer, director, and video switcher sat, the monitors on the wall flickered a visual three-ring circus with different things happening everywhere all at once so fast you could hardly keep up with it. Monitors 1, 2, and 3 showed the views from the 3 studio cameras on the news set below. The preview monitor framed whatever view would be next. The on-air monitor showed what people at home were seeing. The news anchors were still in the middle of News 6 at 5:30, pushing news stories through like cars on a speeding train. Camera 3, head on to John, said Susan the director. Camera 3 moved in. Monitor 3 and the preview monitor showed a tight head and shoulders shot of handsome, 40-ish anchorman John Barrett looking into the camera. Pan for box. The camera moved to the right. Box. The video switcher hit a button, and a nicely drawn beer can in a frame appeared in the upper right corner of the screen. More trouble brewing for Bailey's beer, said John Barrett. Ever since the Bailey Brewery in Tobias contracted its aluminium can recycling to Northwest Materials. Storm. Roll cassette 2. Button pressed. Cassette 2 began to roll. That could be coming to a head. Cassette 2 counted down. 3, 2, 1. Ken Davenport has the story. On air, Cassette 2, a shot of the brewery. Bailey Brewery title. Across bottom of screen. Ken Davenport's voice over the picture. Board members of the Bailey Brewery met today in a closed meeting to determine what action, if any, they will take. Stand by camera 2, head on to Allie. In monitor 2, Allie Downs, co-anchor, a former model with jet black hair and almond eyes, sat ready to begin the next story. In a black and white monitor near the ceiling, Leslie Albright stood before the remote camera, microphone, earpiece, and hair in place, waiting her turn to report. Behind her a fracas was growing. Look at that, said Tina Lewis, almost awestruck. Will you look at that? You have turned your eyes from the slaughter you have championed. You have robbed the innocent of their lives, said the man on the planter. The Lord formed our inward parts. He wove us in our mother's womb, and we are fearfully and wonderfully made. That was all some of the crowd needed to hear. Hiram Slater was a pro-choice governor, and this was a pro-choice crowd. Things started getting quite vocal. You're at the wrong rally, bub. Keep your bigoted views away from my body. Would somebody pull him down from there? And through all the shouts and threats, hi-yo, Hiram, never missed a beat. Leslie thought she heard a question through her earpiece. She held her hand over her other ear. Say again please. It was Rush Torrance, producer of the 5:30 newscast. John still needs a scripted question to close your package. Leslie looked behind her at the crowd coming to a rapid boil. Things are changing kind of fast around here. He might want to ask me about the abortion issue, you know, how that might be affecting the climate of the rally. So, how do you want it phrased? You want him to. The man on the planter was shouting something, the crowd was hollering louder than he was, and all of them were louder than Rush's voice in the earpiece. I'm sorry, I can't hear you. I'll have him ask you about the hot issues, all right. He'll ask you how it looks from where you stand. What's your outcue? I'll end with, this campaign could be an exciting roller coaster ride for both candidates, and the whole thing begins in just a few minutes. Single quote. All right. Got it. Leslie was getting nervous, anticipating an elbow in her ribs or a projectile on her head any moment. She asked Mel the cameraman, "You think we ought to move back a bit?" "No," said Tina Lewis. In the studio they could hear everything Leslie was saying. "Stay right there. We're seeing everything. It looks great." Rush Torrance passed the message along through his headset. In the monitor Leslie cringed a little but stayed where she was while the crowd behind her became more dense and noisy. Fists were waving in the air. The man on the planter was clearly visible above the crowd, gesturing and shouting, "Hear me." Volume and chanting and numbers and repetition and television coverage will not make a lie true. Then some coat hangers appeared, waving in the air above the crowd. Tina chuckled. "They know they're on camera." Rush informed Leslie, "You're on after the break. Stand by. On television, see it." Two-shot. John Barrett and Allie Downs seated at the expansive, blackened chrome news desk. In the upper background News 6 in large blue letters. Center background. False TV monitor screens with faces, places, titles frozen in photographs. In the left background, through a false window, a false city skyline. John Barrett started the tease. Coming up next, Governor Hiram. Slater's campaign for re-election starts with a citywide rally tonight. We'll go to the Flag Plaza Live for an update. Allie finished the tease. And iguana lizards running for your health. See it for yourself. The screen cut to the teaser video, lizards pawing and licking at the camera lens. Commercials. "All right, Leslie," said Rush. "We're coming to you in 2 minutes." The governor scanned his notes. If things kept going the way they were, he might have to change his text a little. "Sounds like things are heating up out there," he hinted to Martin Devon. Devon had just returned from a reconnaissance peak. "Mr. Governor, you've got the crowd, you've got the camera. I think we ought to take advantage. You have something in mind." Devon lowered his voice. "I think we can get things a little rowdier. It could stir up some emotions, really get the crowd on your side, and it'll get the attention of the TV viewers." The governor looked at his watch. "It's close to 6. When is Channel 6 going to carry us?" Devon looked at his own watch. "Any minute. I think they want to close the 5:30 show with a live teaser and then come back at 7 to pick us up again." The governor mulled it over, then smiled. "Okay, I'll be ready." Devon smiled and hurried away. In a tight little area behind some trees, out of sight, he dialed a number on his cellular phone. "Yeah, watch. Keep your eye on that blonde reporter down there. Go when she goes." 15 seconds, said Mardell, the attractive, black floor director standing behind the cameras. "Leslie will be to your right." John Barrett looked to the right unconsciously. At home viewers would see the anchors looking at a large screen with Leslie Albright on it. In the studio John and Allie would be looking at blank space, pretending a screen was there. Mardell counted down with her fingers silently. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. In the control room Leslie had jumped from the black and white monitor to the large, color preview monitor, and the picture was impressive. There she was, her tension showing and her hair tousled despite her best efforts, holding her ground as a sea of enraged humanity boiled and bubbled behind her and one lone man continued his struggle to be heard above the tumult. On air, John Barrett introed the story, looking into camera 3 and reading the teleprompter script mirrored on the glass over the camera's lens. "Well, today is day 1 of Governor Hiram Slater's campaign for re-election, and Leslie Albright is at the Flag Plaza right now for the big kickoff rally." Both he and Allie Downs turned and looked toward the wall. Leslie. On televisions at home, there she was on what looked like a 3x4-foot screen propped on the end of the news desk. Leslie looked right into the camera and started her report as rehearsed. "John, this is where it all begins for Governor Hiram Slater. Even though the polls show Bob Wilson gaining support, the governor has proven he has supporters too, as you can see by the vast crowd behind me. As viewers at home saw the shot of Leslie jump from the screen that wasn't there to the full television screen, it wasn't clear just what that vast crowd was indicating, other than an impending riot. But as John glanced sideways at his own monitor hidden in the top of the news desk, his attention was drawn to that one lone character sticking up above the crowd, his mouth moving, his hands gesturing. It seemed he was leading this mob. "Roll cassette 1, said Susan the director, and Leslie's prepared. Video report began to play on the screen with Leslie's pre-recorded voice narrating. Video, the governor meeting folks, shaking hands, waving to the crowds. Leslie's voice. Governor Slater admits it will be a tough campaign, but insists he is ready for the battle and will pull no punches. Video of the governor being interviewed. Sound up. The governor. I think we have a head start, really. The past 4 years are a clear record of our accomplishments, and I stand on that record. We've moved ahead on education, employment opportunities, and women's rights, and we're going to keep after those issues." John's face was getting redder, and it showed, even through the makeup. As he watched the live camera monitor showing what Mel's camera was seeing at that very moment, he could still see that rabble-rouser standing above the crowd. The monitor had no sound, but he could easily imagine what the old man was shouting. He dared not curse. He might be on the air. At least Leslie's video was still running on the air and people weren't seeing what he was seeing right now. Leslie was ducking her head and looking behind her, at least. While the video report was run, the crowd was starting to chant, "Pro-life, that's a lie, you don't care if women die." John grabbed his desk phone to talk to Rush Torrance. "Can't we get that kook off the screen? Rush, you there?" No answer. Leslie was coming back on. Mel the cameraman nodded furiously. "Yes. You're on." Leslie straightened, held the mic in a trembling hand, and almost shouted her cue line. "So, John and Allie, this campaign could be an exciting roller coaster ride for both candidates, and the whole thing." Someone screamed. "The whole thing begins in just a few minutes." The old man on the planter couldn't believe it. Suddenly two characters he'd never seen before, one with stringy hair and a bald spot on the back of his head, the other black-haired, hulking and tattooed, came from nowhere and started throwing punches at his audience, hitting men, women, anybody, on his behalf. "Dirty baby killers," shouted one. "Hallelujah," shouted the other. No, don't do that. Too late." Some of the audience were switching from shouting to slugging. "No, this won't solve anything. Oof. Something." It sounded like a can bounced off the man's head. Hands were grabbing at his legs. He started pulling away, dancing on the planter. His mind went blank. He searched his script and found the question he was supposed to ask, scribbled in at the last minute. Leslie, this campaign seems to be loaded with a lot of hot issues. How does it look from where you stand?" Leslie just about said, "How do you think it looks?" but simply replied, "I guess you can see for yourself, John and Allie. And if you don't mind, I think we'll move a little further away so we can keep covering it from a safe distance." "No," shouted Tina Lewis. "Don't lose it. Stay on it," Rush instructed through his headset. Leslie ducked sideways out of the picture. If she heard the instruction, she wasn't indicating so. The picture wiggled, tilted, jostled. Mel was moving the camera. "Stay on it," Tina ordered. "Mel, stay there." The camera came down solid again. Mel had planted the tripod. No Leslie on camera, only the crowd, the scuffle. Producer Rush Torrance barked the order into his headset as he yanked pages from the show's script and dropped them on the floor. were bumping 480, Boy Pilot, and 490, The Running Lizards. We'll stay with this. Oh terrific. John moaned. From beside the planter a big black man, his eyes full of fire, leaped into the crowd. You wanna fight? I'll teach you to fight. He was after those two intruders who'd started the fight in the first place. He found the first, the jaw. The big guy with the tattooed arms was a little more of a match, and they both went down to the pavement, taking several other bodies with them. 3 big college jocks finally got their paws on the old man and wrestled him from the planter, locking him in a painful hold with his arms behind his back. Come on, old man. Party's over. His face was etched with pain and fear as they began forcing him along, almost carrying him from the plaza, 2 holding him from behind, 1 pulling him by his hair. The prophet's body bent forward, off balance, tripping, stumbling. He cried out. Suddenly, it looked like a violent, tumbling play from a football game. The black man burst through the crowd, pushing bodies aside until he could reach the old man. With his tremendous weight and powerful arms he grabbed the first 2 men by their necks and smacked their heads together like melons. They went limp, falling backward, releasing their hold. The third let go of the old man's hair right away and only wanted to defend himself, holding his arms in front of him. No, Max, don't, cried the old man. But Max did, grabbing the young man by his hair. See how it feels. Sucker. He flung him into the crowd, where several people fell like bowling pins. Mel kept his camera on the whole scene, capturing the grappling bodies, the flying keep abortion legal signs, and the whipping American flags. There was no telling who was on which side or who was winning, but it was exciting footage, no question about that. John couldn't say a word, so Ali jumped in. Leslie. Leslie, you still with us? Leslie's voice came from off-camera somewhere as the camera captured the first police arriving on the scene. Yes, Ali and John, we're a safe distance away now and as you can see, the police are intervening, so this should clear up quite soon. Do you have any idea what started this? Ali asked. John knew. He never would have asked that question. Leslie answered, well, you may have seen that man in the background, the one yelling at the crowd. Yes, and I think our viewers did. Well, he was obviously anti-abortion, and as we all know, that's one of the hot issues in this campaign, and I think there was a pretty strong disagreement back there. 30 seconds. Close it, came Rush's voice in their earpieces. Ali closed with, well, hang in there, Leslie, and we'll get more from you tonight at 7. Be careful. Oh, I'll be here, on the scene. John was happy enough to tell Camera 2, and that's News 6 at 5:30. Stay tuned for the CBS Evening News, and we'll see you again at 7 o'clock. Good night, said Ali. Theme music. Wide shot of studio. Credits. The anchors engage in unheard small talk with the weather and sports announcers, gathering and shuffling their scripts. Commercials. Mel, said Tina Lewis, you hear me? Yeah, you're still coming in, Mel's voice came back. It sounded a little high with excitement. Keep the picture steady now. Keep rolling. We'll use some of this at 7. Okay. Tina and Rush watched the live camera monitor as Mel zoomed in on the police grabbing the old man and his black friend and muscling them out of the crowd. The old man's feet weren't even touching the ground. The old man was scolding his friend even as the police dragged them along. Max, you shouldn't have done. Old man, cursed the crowd, struggle against the 4 cops it took to contain him. All right, take it easy, said a cop, brandishing his nightstick. The old man chided his friend. Max, now you cooperate. You can't afford to make things worse. Max came to his senses and calmed down with unnatural quickness. Sorry, officer. Didn't mean no trouble. You're gonna clear out of here now or we'll haul you in, got it? "Oh, we'll leave, right away," said the old man. "Yeah, we outta here." On the outskirts of the plaza the police let them go, and they hurried away, thankful for freedom. As for the two strangers who'd thrown those first punches, they were nowhere to be seen. Martin Devon was all smiles when he reported back to the governor. "You should have seen it. Did it get on the air? We'll know in a minute." But that cameraman was really scrambling to cover it. "Okay, we'll play on that." The studio cameras were off, the show was over. Ali and John removed their earpieces and lapel mics. The news set was cut off from the outside now, a small, empty, plywood box of a place. "Poor Leslie," said Ali. "That was supposed to be an easy assignment." John didn't even hear her as he grabbed the desk phone. "Rush. Rush. Could you get me Rush please?" He slammed the phone down. Apparently Rush wasn't available. Ali looked him over for just a moment. "What's the matter?" John glared at her, not meaning to. But right now glaring was all he could. "The things we could have put on the air we had to put that on, and now we're gonna see it over and over, till they wear it out." John circled behind the stud and plywood backdrop of the news set and immediately into the newsroom, a large, grey-carpeted, open floor partitioned into small cubicles, each with a desk, a telephone, and a computer monitor, where reporters, producers, editors, and anchors worked at gathering, sifting, condensing, cutting, and pasting together each day's news. So where was Rush? Where was anybody responsible for this? The room was relatively quiet at just a little after 6 o'clock. The 5:30 was finished, and half the personnel had gone home. The 7 o'clock producer, Pete Woodman, had already chosen the material that would run, and now his 5 people, sitting here and there around the room, were putting the finishing touches on the show, updating the script, tailoring the videos, reslotting and prioritizing the stories. Oh, there was Rush, at his desk in the corner, having a hurried, impromptu script conference with Pete Woodman. It had to be about this latest development. Brother, this thing had so much momentum it was going to be unstoppable. "Leslie's there right now," Rush was saying, "and Mel got footage of the scuffle if you want it. It's great stuff, looks really good." Pete was perusing his script for the 7 o'clock, scanning it with the point of his pen. "Now I take it she's getting the governor's speech. I've got that slotted near the top." Rush checked his watch. He was scheduled to start about a quarter after. He wanted to get on the 7 o'clock, I know that. He looked up. "Hi, John. Good show." "Hello." Rush went right back to his discussion with Pete. "So Leslie ought to be feeding that in any minute." "Good. Bill's expecting it." So the 7 o'clock would feature highlights from the governor's speech. No doubt Leslie and Mel were feeding it back via microwave to Bill in the editing room. Bill, the fastest editor around, was recording it on tape this very moment and would then work with one of the newswriters to find the most poignant eye and ear-catching clips to paste together for a feature on the 7 o'clock. And if he really wanted to catch the eyes and ears of the footage then, so let Bill have that scuffle footage, Pete said. That would really give a sense of the, yeah, Rush completed the thought, the heat of the issues, the festiness of the campaign. That'll fit right in with the governor's kickoff. And that's what I'd like to talk to you about, John cut in. Yeah. That footage, Rush. I just don't know about that. Rush, not much more than a kid with a floppy blonde forelock, had great strengths as a producer. He could put together a tight, gripping newscast, he could draw a story out of a vacuum, he could inventively defy time in making deadlines. But one thing he could not do was fathom, much less endure, the petty misgivings and foot-draggings of the station's talent. What's the problem with it? Rush was being polite, not interested. John stumbled trying to come up with an answer. Well, it is violent. It is, well, I think it is tasteless. I think it happened, Rush answered curtly. It happened, and we were there, and that makes it news. You tell me any other station in this market that had an opportunity like that fall right into its lap. Okay, John thought. My spine's as stiff as the next guy's. I would say the brawl was an opportunity, yes. But that religious nut in the background, you went after him, didn't you? You wanted him in the background. Rush threw up his barrier right then and there, his hands raised. Okay. Discussion ended. No comment. If you have a problem with it, talk to Tina. I took my orders from her. I liked the whole idea, I still do, and I'd do it again, but for this one, talk to Tina. Your problems with her. And with that, Rush went back to consulting with Pete as if John weren't even standing there. Tina Lewis, a sharply dressed professional, removed her designer glasses as her gold bracelets jingled, then gawked at John with incredulous eyes. John, come on, we've got 40 minutes until the 7 o'clock and you're telling me you want the lead story changed. Had degraded his original concerns from possibly legitimate to silly and outlandish. I had no idea what Leslie was going to be shooting. Had I known I would have said something earlier, and now, of course, it is too late and my concerns no longer have merit. And he threw up his hands in surrender and turned to leave her office. I've got a promo to do. John. She sank into her chair and leaned her elbows on her desk. I'm sorry if the situation is awkward for you. But when news happens, it is our job to report it. You know that. John turned toward her and took a purposeful breath to control himself. He spoke slowly and carefully. Tina, I have worked in the news business for 24 years. Please don't use that line with me. I've used it all too often myself. I know that line. Now came the contest to see which of them could remain a collected and controlled professional the longest. Lewis spoke slowly, in carefully measured tones. I wouldn't think of using a line with you, Mr. Barrett. And I'm a little disappointed that someone with 24 years' experience still can't separate his profession from his personal concerns. You chose to put him in the background, John said flatly. You could have shot the platform, the banners, the flags on the plaza, any number of backgrounds, but you chose to show him. Isn't that right? She grimaced and wagged her head as if she'd never before encountered such idiocy. John, I wasn't there, and as far as I'm aware, he never called us and said, hey, I'm going to be preaching to the crowds over by the 4th Street entrance, come and get me on television. Single quote. John pointed his finger at her, a sign he was losing his temper. You were in the control room. You were calling the shots. You made the decision. She let out a disgusted sigh and said, okay. You're embarrassed. Is that my problem? Is that even any concern of the business we're in? John saw the clock on the wall. Time, the boss of all bosses, was ordering him out of the room. I've got to do that promo. The last word was hers. I'm sorry we can't resolve. He went into the makeup room to check his face in the big illuminated mirror. The makeup was still good from the 5:30. It was the expression on his face that needed some work. Come on, guy, loosen up. Nobody wants to look at that. Back in the newsroom he took off his suit jacket and hung it on a hook. Just as Pete Woodman handed him the script for the promo. He glanced over it as he sat in the stool in front of the flashcam, a small television camera set up just behind the rear wall of the news set. This was where all the live from the newsroom shots were done. It was a handy arrangement, almost a one-man television studio, a remote-controlled camera, some lights, a remote-controlled teleprompter. John checked the monitor and tilted the camera up slightly with the remote control. Now he was centered in the screen. The teleprompter in front of the camera was cued and ready. He planted the flashcam earpiece in his ear so he could hear his cue from the control room. Okay. An on-the-air monitor showed the CBS Evening News just Ending. Then 2 CBS News promos. 5 seconds, came Pete Woodman's voice. Network identification. This is CBS. 2. 1. Theme music. John appeared on the city's television screens in shirt sleeves and loosened tie, looking like he'd been hard at work in the newsroom visible behind him. Title across the bottom of the screen. John Barrett, News 6. John went right into it, his eyes smoothly scanning the teleprompter. Script. This is John Barrett. Coming up in a half hour on News 6 at 7, Governor Slater's campaign kickoff rally. Video rolled. A jerky, groping camera scene of grappling bodies. The old man fighting off his assailants and then being yanked off the planter and into the crowd. The governor came out fighting, and some fights broke out. We'll have a live update at 7. John on the screen again. We'll also have more on those two high, on News 6 at 7 tonight. Commercial. Well, that was that. 25 seconds. Now to proofread the script. For the 7 o'clock and hope the governor had something interesting to say, something that would draw attention back to him and his campaign. The governor came out fighting, and some fights broke out, John repeated mockingly, settling at his desk and calling up the script on the computer. Chapter 3. The rally was over. The plaza was now empty except for small clusters of party boosters who still wanted to talk politics with their fellow diehards. Cleanup crews worked around them, sweeping up the paper cups, candy wrappers, and fallen placards. The big blue platform was coming down piece by piece, and the chrysanthemums had been adopted by whoever grabbed them first. The governor had left the moment the rally ended, rushing away in his limousine and heading back to his mansion. He'd left everything in good hands. Martin Devon's hands. Chief of Staff Martin Devon. Yes, the governor had finally made up his mind which man would get that distinguished job description, and Devon was floating, buoyant with joy, satisfaction, and in a way vindication. So the Gov finally saw the light. Yeah, results, the kind Devon could provide, were effective persuaders. The rally could have gone well, but it went great. The news coverage could have been matter-of-fact and routine, but now it was sensational. It got noticed. The governor could have just spoken on the issues from his prepared speech, but instead, spurred on by certain unexpected conditions, he verbally fought, clawed, and snapped for his views on the issues to a crowd fired, inspired, and ready. Devon had to laugh in delight. By the time that crowd went home, they would have thought it was the end of the world if Hiram Slater failed to be re-elected. Devon made the rounds quickly, slapping backs, congratulating the hard-working volunteers and the once harried, now relieved Wilma Benthoff, still carrying that clipboard. Special thanks from the governor went through him to all of them. There was one item left on his list, and then he'd be out of there as well. Ed Lake. Now where was he? Ah, there he was, walking across the almost empty plaza, carrying 4 helium-filled Hiram balloons and looking like a convalescent, celebrating his 90th birthday. Well, looking at his rival, Devon had to admit to himself that the governor's choice had been all too easy to make. Ed. The old man looked his way and smiled broadly, quickening his step. How old was he really? 60-something at least. Old enough, Devon thought. Quite a rally, eh? Said Lake. Devon smiled and laughed. He was laughing at how stupid Lake looked, carrying those balloons, but he didn't say so. Great rally, Ed. The governor was quite pleased. Lake shook his white head. Well, I'm glad we managed to survive. Despite the disturbances. Devon put his arm around Lake's shoulders and gave him a brotherly wrestling squeeze. Lake hated that kind of thing. That's why Devon did it. Oh, we did more than survive, Ed. We capitalized on the disturbances. We were prepared. It's getting to be a dirty world. Well, one man's dirt is another man's capital. If it is there, you find a way to use it. That's how you survive. Lake looked toward the concrete planter where the old man in the blue coveralls had stood. That old prophet fellow gives me the willies. He gives us free publicity, that's what. Our side gets noticed, the other side looks, like him, stupid, backward. Oh, don't be too sure about that. I understand is a respected businessman, and isn't his son. He's nothing but a blue-collar kook, Devon said with a smirk. He belongs on First Avenue carrying a sign and passing a hat. Lake scowled in harsh disagreement. But he was here, wasn't he? And at the opening of the hospital, and then at the state teachers' convention. And each time the message was the same. He paused to reflect on it. To hear what he had to say, and then know how the governor and his staff have been conducting themselves, I would not be shocked to someday find out he was right all along. That's the problem with you, Ed. Guys like that, you. Lake was annoyed. Oh, come on. Well, hopefully he got some sense knocked into him. I don't think he'll be back. Lake only looked glumly at Devon. It was a disgusting show, Martin. Deplorable behavior on everyone's part. Even the governor. I hope I never see it again. Devon nodded knowingly. Well, Ed, maybe you won't. Dramatic pause. I was going to wait until tomorrow, but tonight's as good a time as any, I suppose. The governor's appointing me chief of staff. Lake froze. He stared blankly at Devon as if hearing of his own death. Devon just kept cutting into him. The governor will tell you all this. Tomorrow, of course. I imagine he'll tell you how valuable you've been to his administration and how your knowledge and experience will always be appreciated, but I think you and I both know that when it comes down to job descriptions, what the governor needs right now is fresh blood, people with the guts to go after and get whatever the governor needs, no holds barred. You're a good man, Ed, maybe a little too good. You're too timid at the wrong times. Lake answered in a mutter that was barely audible. I thought we had a good combination, Martin, your aggressiveness and my experience. Devon shook his head. We just don't have room for two heads at this level, Ed. The gov says we have to cut back, so that's where it stands. So you're in. Devon looked straight at Lake. He wanted the blow to be direct, not glancing. And you're out. Lake was resisting believing all this. Out. You're retiring, if that's what you'd like to call it. Lake struggled. But, by whose order? Whose decision? The governor didn't say. My decision. I'm chief of staff now. The gov says to trim back, and quite frankly I can't think of any job description on the staff that would fit your qualifications. Lake had to take time to let it all sink in. Devon continued, you can come in and clean out your desk tomorrow. Hey, look at it this way, you can start a new life now, get out of the rat race. As if I don't know exactly what you're doing. Lake snapped. You've wanted this job all along, and you've never missed an opportunity to try to muscle me out. Devon didn't deny it. He just nodded and replied, you prepare, you make your move, you survive. Lake waited to reply. He'd gathered some new thoughts. But you're not prepared, Martin. I'm in. But I'm not out. Not yet. It'll sink in. Just give it time. You think I didn't see you working on this ever since you came on staff. You think I didn't do some preparing myself. Devon thought for a moment, then chuckled derisively. Hey, take it easy, Ed. You're scaring me. Remember last April? I was in on that, you know. Sure, you thought the governor was trusting you with everything, but perhaps you didn't notice me standing in the doorway of your office when he gave you that material to destroy. Devon grew sober. No more chuckling or smirking. What about it? I tossed it, threw it out. Lake's eyebrows went up in challenge. Oh, did you now? Maybe not. Maybe you kept it in your desk instead of destroying it. What were you thinking, Devon? Were you thinking of writing a book someday, a terrific exposé by someone who was really there in the halls of power? He laughed at the thought. That material would have been a nice addition to a book like that. Devon tilted his head as his face grew tight. So you took it. Lake smiled in happy surprise. Oh, so you did miss it. I was beginning to wonder. Devon just about grabbed Lake by the collar. Why you? Lake held up a hand. Careful. Devon backed off. You took it. First chance I got. I couldn't let you have something so destructive all to yourself. But that was months ago. I'm a patient man. I knew the come all right. Devon was holding back his anger. He talked quietly. So this is where the bargaining starts, is that it? What was it you said? One man's dirt is another man's capital. Well, I do have capital, and it is dirt all right. Dirty enough to cost you your job. Devon thought for a long moment and then said grimly, You're walking on very dangerous ground, old man. I assure you, sir, I am up to the challenge. They had a short stare down. The old man was still bold and strong. Okay, Devon finally agreed. We'll talk. Lake nodded slowly, grimly. Yes, I would give it some thought if I were you. You don't want to be too hasty in your decisions, eh? Devon forced himself to keep looking confident and in control. There were still people around. Okay, tell you what. It's getting late. Let's take the night to think about it. I'll think about it. You think about it. We'll talk again Monday morning. All decisions can wait until then. Devon put on an overly nice, hopefully pacifying smile and waited for Lake to agree. Lake did not return the smile, but only replied grimly, Monday morning then, and walked away, angrily releasing the balloons to float into oblivion. You have seen. Pause for effect, with your own eyes. Another pause, the kind of people we are up against in this election. The governor was shouting into the microphone, his hand pointing toward the concrete planter. The crowd began to stir, voicing its acknowledgement. What better way to illustrate the gravity, the mission of the campaign that begins here today? The crowd went absolutely nuts, banners and flags waving, keep abortion legal signs rocking and bouncing like bluebells in the wind. It looked great on television. The governor seemed to know exactly where the cameras were. He played to that crowd, and he especially played to those cameras. Mel's camera, over by the planter, didn't miss a drop of his venom. 9 o'clock. In his apartment overlooking the city, John Barrett sat and watched it all, some of it several times, his VCR remote control in his hand. Bob Wilson, listen up, said the governor. We believe in freedom. We believe in choice. We believe in the fundamental right of every American to chart his own course and choose his own path. Applause, cheers. So rest easy, Bob Wilson. We will not send mad prophets to break up your rallies and infringe on your rights. The crowd began to stir, anticipating a real zinger. We will not send worthless ruffians and hoods to batter your supporters. The emotion, the fire in that crowd came across even on television. We will not infringe on your God-given freedoms, Bob Wilson. Just the right pause to let the crowd cook up its impending storm, then the zinger. But God help you if you think you can infringe upon ours. The crowd began to roar its agreement, and the governor yelled his final line over the tumult. Mr. Wilson, this governor and the people of this state will not allow that. Spontaneous demonstration, the crowd going wild. Cut back to Leslie Albright, live, closing the package. And as you can see behind me, the rally is still going strong, with a lot of enthusiasm, a lot of support. If this rally is any indication of the tone Governor Slater intends for the rest of his campaign, we're in for a fiery campaign indeed. John Barrett, news anchor, faced the screen that wasn't there with Leslie on it and asked, "Well, Leslie, has the challenger Bob Wilson had anything to say in response to the governor's words tonight?" John grimaced and hit the pause button. His image froze on the screen. He looked at John the news anchor's hands. Did he always wiggle his thumbs like that? He rewound the tape. He hit the play button. John Barrett, news anchor, faced the screen that wasn't there with Leslie on it and asked, "Well, Leslie, has the challenger Bob Wilson?" Pause button. John cursed. Those thumbs. They looked awful. Distracting. He made a note of it on a yellow pad. Watch those thumbs. He must have been nervous. He could remember wondering how long this report was going to be. Tonight. Pause. Did I sound natural? Rewind. Play. Well, Leslie, has the challenger Bob Wilson had anything to say in response to the governor's words tonight? Pause. Yeah. Okay. Need to relax more, but, okay. It's a good thing I got that question in time to tailor it a bit, he thought. Play. Leslie on full screen. John, we understand that candidate Bob Wilson will be making a brief statement in an hour or so. John at the news desk, seeming to look at the screen with Leslie on it. Yes, at about 8 o'clock we understand, and we'll be covering that on News 6 at 11 tonight. Thanks, Leslie, you've had quite a day. Thanks, Joe. Pause. Great, John, brilliant. You knew the answer to the question and you let everybody know it. He made another note. Remember, you don't know the answer to a scripted question. John dropped the yellow pad on the coffee table, hit the off button on the remote control, and leaned back in his soft couch, letting his eyes drift toward the ceiling. He put his hands behind his head and let out a deep sigh. Yeah, really, I'm better than that. I've had better days. Today was tough. Too many distractions. Well, only one big one actually. I mean, give me a break. Do the riot, do the rally, get the great shots. Just don't stick him in the middle of it all and then give me this professional, objective news-gathering malarkey. He sat forward and stared at the blank television screen. What a business. For a moment John tried being honest with himself and admitting that had he been Rush or Pete, responsible for the content, or Tina Lewis, responsible for all the shows together, well, yeah, he would have run that stuff. The viewers would have loved it. Even if they didn't like it, even if they wrote and complained, they still would have stayed glued to their sets, and that would have made the advertising department happy. Yeah, to be honest and downright practical, material like that you don't pass up. And the material from that rally was spicy stuff, no doubt about it, wild. Gestures from everybody, yelling, grappling, arms and legs flying everywhere, cops pulling people off each other, dragging others away, including the old man. The old man. Yep, he had to be famous now. He'd be recognized on the street. John didn't know what that would do for business at the old man's warehouse. His customers had to have recognized him. What a way to advertise. John heard something outside, some kid crying or something. Kind of late for a child to be out on the street. Go on, kid, go home. I've got things to think about here. John was wearing his sweatpants and NFL t-shirt. He'd had his dinner, then a nice glass of wine, and he'd planned to relax, review the day's work, take it easy. But tonight was not relaxing. Reviewing the day's work on the VCR wasn't the usual enjoyment either. Seeing it all again was miserable, frustrating, and maddening and stuck in him like a sliver he couldn't pull out. He slapped the couch resolutely. Dad, we're gonna have to talk. Yeah. You and me. We're gonna. I mean, we're really gonna have it out. He rose from the couch and went toward the telephone, then hesitated. This may not be the best way to do it. Maybe I should call him tomorrow. Maybe we should just have lunch. I need time to cool off, get over this. The phone was on the kitchen counter, near the sliding glass door to the balcony. He could hear that kid again. No, now it sounded like two kids. Maybe three. But it sounded like an adult crying as well. Or was it two adults? Or three? What in the world? He slid the door open and stepped out onto the iron-railed balcony. It was a pleasant evening with a warm land breeze wafting down the hill, weaving through the iron and glass forest of the city's downtown, now a festival of amber, yellow, and silver lights below. To the west, cut into short pieces by the skyscrapers, a bright layer of pink sky showcased the jagged silhouette of the distant mountains. John listened raptly. Traffic noise was pretty steady around here. Though the apartment building faced a small residential street, there was a major arterial at either end of the block and the interstate only a few blocks down the hill. Strange, he thought, that I would hear those kids crying in the first place with all this noise out here. Maybe it was some sirens or a loud radio. Maybe it was mating season for cat. Maybe someone was having a domestic struggle of some kind. Brother, why didn't they close their window if they were going to carry on like that? Yes, there were several voices out there, he was sure. But where were they coming from? He cocked his head this way, then that. For some strange reason he couldn't tell the direction. It just seemed to be everywhere. More voices, some quietly weeping, some wailing, some speaking. Words. Women's voices, men's voices, high, low, soft, loud. Oh brother, it must be a TV show. TV sets all over the neighborhood, all tuned into the same show, some weird movie or something. Sure, that's it. But it sounded so real. He listened some more, fascinated, perplexed. He'd never heard anything like it. One of the voices was saying something, just weeping out the words. Over and over. He couldn't make out the words. There were too many other voices crying at the same time, too much traffic noise, too much breeze. Curiosity started setting in. Then he checked it with the question of whether this was any of his business. He overcame that with a reminder that he was a newsman, or at least he used to be before he became an anchor, and there could be a breaking story happening out there. So what do I do? He wondered for just a moment. Well, I'm in my sweats, I've got my running shoes on, it is a nice evening for a walk. He went inside and grabbed a sweater. Then, on impulse, he grabbed his cellular phone. If there was a breaking story out there, he'd want to be in touch with the assignment desk right away, or even Owen Wessel, the 11 o'clock producer. After all, here he was, on the spot, right where it was happening. He ran out the door, down the hall, and down the stairs to the street. Figuring times and schedules in his head all the way down. Let's see, it is about 9:30, that's an hour and a half before news time. If we got a crew here within half an hour we could get the tape back to the station by 10:30, but that would be tight. We may need to. He ran out onto the sidewalk. No need to strain to hear it now. It was clear as a bell, all around, on every side, up and down the street. Wailing, weeping, crying, sobbing, help me, he thought he heard. Then again the words, barely discernible through all the other sounds, all the other voices, help me. That was no television. Good grief, someone was in trouble. Hello, John shouted. Can you hear me, dying? He could hear that word, he thought. It came from another voice, a deeper voice. Where are you? John called. Then he thought, good question. It sounded like they were everywhere. And who were they? And what was happening to so many people at the same time? Something about this whole thing just wasn't right. Careful, John, careful. He stood silently, cautiously, and listened some more. Now, beyond those immediate voices, he could hear throngs of other anguished cries, and beyond those, far beyond those, still more, blending together in a long, ceaseless moan like a mournful wind, like a distant, whispering ocean. His heart began to race. His muscles tensed, ready to run. This was getting to him. He was afraid. Fear, real fear, was creeping up on him. Up to this moment he had no idea there was anything to be afraid of, but now it hit him. I'm right in the middle of something. There's something dreadful happening out here, and I don't know what it is, and it is harming a lot of people, which means it can harm me too. He looked all around, up the street and down, up into the utility wires and tree limbs, the windows of the apartments, the lights of the city. He saw nothing strange, nothing sinister or threatening. That only made the whole experience more sinister, more dreadful. The sound continued. He felt he could talk out loud and not be heard. Over it. Enough. He was sold. He believed it. He ducked behind a utility pole for safety from whatever was going on out there and banged out the newsroom number on the cellular phone. Hi, this is John Barrett. Would send him over. John would do the stand-up, reporting the story himself. Then, having called the station, John called the police and reported a strange disturbance. Then he looked himself over. Brother. He couldn't do a stand-up in a t-shirt. He ran back into the building, up the stairs, back into his apartment, breathing hard and starting to sweat. He stripped off the t-shirt, wiped his sweating body down with a damp washcloth, then groped through his closet, finally settling on a casual shirt he would wear open at the collar, and a red windbreaker. As he pulled the shirt on, he rehearsed. The evening quiet was broken. Tonight as a major disturbance erupted in this Baker Hill neighborhood. The peace of this Baker Hill neighborhood was disturbed tonight, abruptly disturbed. Looking in the mirror, he wiped the sweat from his face, ran a comb through his hair, even checked his teeth for leftover salad. Yeah, good, good. This would look like a remote, on the scene, spur of the moment stand-up. He grabbed the ringing cellular phone off the bed. It bleeped and he dropped it, startled, then picked it up again. Yeah. John, this is Benny. I'm pulling out of my garage. I need to verify where you are. Benny was the on-call cameraman for this week. He drove home after work in one of the new 6 camera cars so he'd be ready to cover any fast-breaking story on a moment's notice. Now he was rolling and calling John on his car phone. John gave him the address and directions as he scurried out the door. Down the hall, down the stairs. He almost lost contact with Benny while in the stairwell, and back outside onto the sidewalk. A squad car had just gone by and was moving slowly down the block. Apparently looking for the trouble. Sure, they had to be as perplexed as John was. With all these voices wailing on every side, where do you even start to check it out? They'll be calling in backups for sure. John had to make sure he got these guys on camera. News 6. The car's brake lights came on. It came to a stop, then reversed, backing up the street toward him. John shot a quick glance up the street. Nuts. Benny wasn't too far away, but it was all happening too fast. They weren't going to get it on camera. The squad car backed to a stop just opposite John, and an officer rolled his window down. Hello. Did you call the police? John looked both ways and then dashed across the street. Yeah. Hi. John Barrett, News 6. This all started up about. He checked his watch, 15 minutes ago. I haven't been able to pinpoint the source of the problem. Maybe you can get a better handle on it. The officer looked at his partner, then back at John. Then both got out of the car. You're with the press. Right. I anchor the news on Channel 6. I've got a cameraman on the way, and we're going to be covering this. So what's the problem? John could still hear the weeping and wailing up and down the block. And beyond. He threw up his hands. Beats me. I haven't the slightest idea what this is all about. I've never encountered anything like it. The officer was getting just a little impatient. Like what? John was puzzled by the officer's inaction. Well, there's got to be a reason for all this noise. The other officer had come around the car and now both were facing him. "Do you have some ID?" John took only a moment to realize he didn't. "Oh, well, no, I'm just wearing my sweatpants. I don't have my wallet on me." Just then Benny pulled up in the News 6 camera car, a little white fastback with News 6 and the station's call letters emblazoned in big red letters on the side. "Oh," John said, relieved. "Here's Benny Hake, our cameraman. Maybe we can get some reaction from you after you've gotten to the bottom of all this." Benny's arrival seemed to authenticate John's claims about himself. The officers let the ID question go for the moment, but the officer pressed him. "Mister, the problem, where is it?" Benny flipped open the back of the car and started pulling out the camera equipment. John was unsure of what the officer wanted to know. What more did he need to know, for crying out loud? Well, all this started up about 15 minutes ago." "What started up?" the officer demanded. "Well, all these voices." Right about then, a suspicion crept into John's mind that he didn't want to entertain. "What voices, Mr. Barrett?" The suspicion became stronger. Benny had the camera, the tripod, and a rack of camera lights ready to go, carrying them braced against his shoulder as he approached. "Hey, John, where's the best place to set up?" John looked around, aware of the police officers. Better not block the street, he thought. "Oh, how about there on the sidewalk? We can get a good shot of the street behind me and the squad car." Benny started setting up the camera. The officers were looking all around and exchanging glances with each other. They were also exchanging low mutters. One officer asked, "Are you hearing voices, Mr. Barrett?" John hesitated. The question was sensible, but he suddenly had the feeling he was being asked if he were crazy. Now that suspicion he'd been trying to resist came flooding in. "They don't hear the voices." "Impossible." "Of course they do. You're kidding." "We haven't done any kidding so far," said the officer. "You don't." John looked up and down the street. He noticed the voices were beginning to fade now. "You don't hear any voices." The two officers looked at each other, their arms crossed, then looked back at him with poker faces. "No, sir. We don't hear anything. You don't hear people crying for help, anything like that?" "No, sir." John couldn't believe it. It just wouldn't sink in. He turned to Benny. "Benny, you hear all the crying people, right?" Benny looked out from behind his camera's eyepiece. "What's that?" Benny repeated the question to make sure he'd heard it right. "Do I hear all the people crying?" John was desperate. "Yes." "What people?" "You don't hear anything." The officer asked, "Have you been using any drugs tonight, Mr. Barrett?" "Oh no, this couldn't be happening." "Well, no, I don't use drugs at all. Do you live around here?" "Well, yes, that's my apartment right up there." The officers turned to Benny. "Sir, could you come here please?" Benny left the camera and walked over to the squad car. "Now, you know this guy, right?" the officer asked. "Sure," said Benny. "He's hearing voices." Benny thought that over and then asked John, "You hearing voices?" John listened, just to be sure. The voices were gone. The street was quiet. He was afraid to answer. "Are you hearing voices, Mr. Barrett?" the officer asked. John shook his head. He was too troubled to speak. "You're not hearing voices." "Not now," he muttered. "Beg your pardon. I heard them. I could hear them even after you got here, but now I don't hear them anymore." "And you haven't used any drugs lately?" John was horrified at the only explanation that came to his mind. I used drugs in college. I was into LSD back then. But that was years ago." He was starting to shake. "Well," said the other officer, "it sounds like you're hallucinating." John was troubled, mortified. He felt absolutely naked standing there. You okay, John? Benny asked. Yes. Then if I were you, I'd get off the street and back inside. Go to bed. Sleep it off. I haven't used any drugs. John protested, resenting the insinuation. Could be an LSD flashback, said Benny. I've heard that people get those sometimes. I've never had anything like this happen to me before. Let's call it a night, guys, said the officer. Benny, can you take care of him? Make sure he gets inside. Yeah, sure. All right. The officer nodded to his partner, and they got back in the car. While John and Benny stood there, Benny feeling bewildered and John feeling stupid, the police drove off. John looked up and down the street, at all the windows in all the homes and apartments. Everything was quiet. Wherever those voices came from, they were gone now. Just gone. Simple as that. It was weird, Benny, he said. I mean, it was absolutely real. I was convinced something was going on here. I wouldn't have called the station if I wasn't convinced. Benny gathered up the camera and headed back for his car. Yeah, well, it is pretty weird all right. Sorry to bother you. Well, I'm getting paid for this, so I guess I don't mind. Okay. Say, Benny, could you give me some time to work this thing out? I mean, let me tell Ben about this. I'll get to a doctor, find out what's going on. Hey, don't worry. You can tell the boss about it if you want. It is none of my business. Thanks. Benny finished loading the car, said good night, and drove off, leaving John standing there, a lone figure under a street lamp. The street was quiet again. John paused to take one more look up and down the street and then stood very still, not breathing, just listening. There was no sound but the sound of the city. The fear had not left him. He hurried inside the door and checked every room. Then he found a spot on the couch, his back against the wall, the whole living room visible, and tried to calm down. It would end up taking. Chapter 4. Ed Lake and Martin Devon had their meeting, first thing in the morning in Devon's big office. It used to be Lake's, with the big oak door closed. It didn't last long, perhaps 15 minutes. Then, without a word of goodbye, and with most of the governor's staff oblivious to what had happened, Lake hurried down the long, paneled hall, past all the well-lit, touched-up portraits of past governors hanging on the walls, and out into the daylight, never to return. No one took much notice of it. It was typical for Devon or Lake to be out of the office on business for whole days at a time. It was also typical for them to have heated discussions and for one of them, usually Lake, to walk out. The governor dropped in on Devon not long after that. So how did it go? Devon smiled and gave a little shrug, sitting behind his big new desk. Oh, not altogether pleasant, but I would say we reached a very clear understanding. Barrett Plumbing and Fixtures was a wholesale business in an old warehouse in the city's south end, a semi-sagging building with peeling blue paint and windmill vents along the roof ridge that whirled and squeaked the same tune all day long. Every once in a while a jet would tiptoe right over the roof on final approach to the airport, and a salesman on the phone would have to ask the caller to say something again. John Barrett Sr. had run this business for the past 30 years, knew everybody who was anybody in plumbing, and could talk sinks, faucets, showers, toilets, rubber washers, and compression fittings with the best of them. The warehouse looked like it had to contain close to anything and everything in the world having to do with plumbing. If Dad Barrett or his 4 employees couldn't find it, labeled racks, shelves, bins, and boxes, they could sure find something else that would work just as well if not better. Cast iron. No problem. Copper. PVC. ABS. CPVC. They had racks of the stuff both in the warehouse and in the yard out back. Yeah, thought John as he eased his Mercedes into the gravel parking area, Dad knows how to run a warehouse and turn a profit. But that's the part that didn't make sense. How could a man who worked so hard and did so well as a businessman be so irresponsible with his public image? Hey, marching in a pro-life march and holding a sign was no big deal, even respectable people did that. But this mad prophet stuff, this highly visible, public preaching, was getting to be an embarrassment, especially Dad's vendetta against Governor Slater. It seemed everywhere Slater appeared publicly, Dad was there as well. Slater was even starting to recognize him, and this last time Dad even made it into the governor's speech. John turned off the engine and sat there for a moment, trying to keep cool. It was difficult. All he had to do was think of Dad's embarrassing behavior and how the resulting stress triggered that ridiculous hallucination last night, and his anger returned. The cops and Benny had to think he was a lunatic. Thanks a lot, Dad. Well, now they had an appointment. John had called Dad that morning to say nothing more than "I'll be there to see you at noon," and Dad said okay, and now it was noon. John got out of the car and went around to the front entrance. The front door had a window so covered with product posters and ads. You couldn't see inside. John swung the door open and triggered the electric eye so that the old buzzer buzzed to let someone know he was there. Not that anyone paid that much notice. The front counter always had plenty of plumbing contractors leaning against it like cowboys in a saloon, asking for obscure parts, placing and picking up orders, swapping stories. Buddy Clemens, the skinny little salesman with the glasses and suspenders, was manning the counter as usual, and right now Jimmy Lopez, the beefy warehouse worker, was helping out. The walls and counter were plastered with more product posters, everything from septic system distribution boxes to fine, gold-plated bathtub faucets. No girls though. Dad never allowed any girly ads. Buddy spotted John and smiled a hello, which John returned. Jimmy had his nose in a thick catalog and didn't even look up. John went around the end of the counter, right at home in this place. Where's Dad? Buddy jerked his thumb over his shoulder. Back in the office, I think. He went back to his customer. John ducked down aisle 7, the shelves of brass fittings towering on either side of him. Buddy stole a glance at Jimmy and wiggled his eyebrows. Here come the fireworks. Jimmy looked back to see John walking briskly down aisle 7. He said to his customer, just a second, and ducked down aisle 7 himself. Johnny, he called not too loudly. John was trying to build some momentum, working up to the task. He didn't like having to stop and turn. Jimmy caught up with him and spoke softly. I know it is none of my business, but if it'll help, your old man's really broke up about what happened. He only talked to one salesman early this morning, and he hasn't come out of the office since. I mean, he's hurting. And I don't know why I'm saying this. I mean, it is none of my business, but I guess I just want to ask you to go easy on him. This was typical. As nutty as Dad could be, people who knew him liked him. Maybe Jimmy's plea helped John ease up a little. He answered politely, okay, Jimmy. Thanks. Thanks, man. Jimmy hurried back to his customer. John went back to building up momentum. He emerged at the other end of the aisle and paused for Chuck Catesman to go lumbering by on the forklift, hauling a huge bundle of galvanized pipe to the loading dock. That machine had to be as old as John by now, still working, still smelling up the place with exhaust. And there, back in the corner of the huge room, was the office, a structure within a structure, several rooms framed in, drywalled, and painted a nondescript off-white. John went to the main door, marked office. Keep door closed, and went in, closing the door behind him. Jill the bookkeeper, a sweet and bubbly, heavy-set gal, greeted him with, Hi, Johnny. It was ajar. He knocked gently. Yeah, come on in, son. John looked toward the front of the office, and Jill jerked her head back toward her work. He went inside. Dad was behind his desk, wearing the same blue coveralls with his Name stitched on the left breast. The desk was cluttered with invoices, orders, and a few catalogs, but on top of all that was a portable cassette player with headphones. As John came in, Dad picked up the cassette player and stowed it in a drawer. His eyes were red from crying. John noted Dad's emotional state, but he was armed for bear. Nevertheless, "Well, I was going to take you to lunch, but perhaps. Son, if you don't mind, I've had Jill order us some sandwiches. I figured we'd better just talk in here." John was quick to agree. "Yeah, I think so." Dad didn't raise his voice when he said, "Jill, those sandwiches ought to be ready by now." "Okay, John," she said. "And then we'd like 2 coffees, all right. 1 black, 1 with sugar. Please." "Okay." Dad got up to close the door. "She's a very attentive lady." He returned to his desk and eased into his chair, rubbing his eyes, then his face, exhaling a slow, mournful sigh. "It's been quite a morning." He forced a smile as he looked at John and gave him his full attention. "But my time is yours now, son." John had a decision to make. Should he end it here, forgive Dad, let it go, or should he deliver what he had come to deliver? It had to be done. He would deliver it. All of it. "Well, Dad, I have something to say, and I want you to listen because you need to hear it." Dad rested his elbows on the desk, rested his chin on his clasped hands, and looked at his son. He was ready to listen. John could have backed down. His father already seemed broken, not needing any more lashes, but John had anger he needed to vent, anger he'd been saving for a long time. The anger gave him strength. It drove him forward. "I saw you on television last night. Several times. The coverage was." Dad nodded. "Even during my own newscast I saw you standing above the crowd, shouting and railing against the governor like some kind of rabble-rouser. Then I saw you get involved in a fight, a near riot that jeopardized our reporter, until the cops came and dragged you and your pro-life friends out of there. And during all that, being a professional with a duty to report the news, I had to sit there in front of thousands of people and report what an absolute fool my father was making of himself. My own father." Dad nodded again, his gaze dropping. I'm more than embarrassed. I'm hurt, I'm mortified, I'm slandered. I'm a public figure in this town with a reputation to preserve, and my worst enemy, my greatest liability, is my own father who just can't seem to control his behavior in public. I'm not sure how many people at the station know you're my father. My executive news producer knows, and she rubbed my nose in it. I wouldn't be surprised if she had that camera aimed at you just to get at me. And then, when I saw you on the screen, I was so upset I couldn't read the script right. I asked stupid questions, I looked tense on camera." John stopped to take a breath. He still had more. "The producers put you right out front, did you notice? Right at the top of the hour. They slapped me in the face with you. I can imagine the undercurrents going through the newsroom right now. If anyone didn't know you were my father before this, they probably know now. I don't know what I'm going to have to face this afternoon at work." John had enough anger to go on all afternoon, but not the time. He jumped to the bottom line. "So I don't know what you've decided, if anything, but my input on this is simple. This kind of behavior has got to stop. Now. It has absolutely got to stop." Dad nodded a third time, then sensed the pause and asked, "May I respond?" "You have the floor." Just then Jill knocked on the door. "Come on in, Jill." Jill slipped in, tiptoeing for no apparent reason. Door behind her. At the moment neither man made a move for the sandwiches. Neither felt like eating. "May I tell you what really happened out there?" Dad asked. "I saw what happened." Dad hesitated at that statement, thought for a moment, then said, "Well, let me tell you what really happened." "All right, tell me." I'm listening. Dad leaned back in his chair and dabbed his eyes with his handkerchief. Son, I didn't go to that rally because I've got something personal against Hiram Slater. I'm not his enemy. I was only giving him the warnings God laid on my heart. I just had to tell him. He gave it just a little more thought and then admitted, if I did anything wrong, it was talking in generalities. Maybe I should have been more specific. John couldn't believe this. Dad, you shouldn't have been up there talking at all. Can't I get that through to you? But how else can I warn him? Did you ever think of writing him a letter? I did that. I never got anything back but a form letter that tells me he hasn't read a word I've said. I'm hurting for him, son. That is one tortured man. He's so far into the dark he's tripping over his own lies, and now he's deceiving others. There's a lot of pain out there right now, and there'll be more, and he's going to be held accountable for a good portion of it. John knew arguing with that would be pointless. Okay, fine. But what about that fight? The fight. I don't know what that was all about. I don't get into fights, and you know that. I was standing there trying to be heard. I guess that crowd didn't care much to listen. And then two guys, two strangers, jumped into that crowd and started beating on people, just stirring things up, cussing people out, calling them baby killers, things like that. But, son, I don't know who they were. I've never seen them at any pro-life events, and they were never at the Women's Medical Center when we'd go there to sidewalk counsel. But anyway, that crowd was already hot enough, and when those two guys started hitting people, boy, a lot of anger broke loose. And you don't think you're to guess I did rile those folks a bit. I didn't mean to, but I did. John remained quiet, so Dad continued, things went wrong, son. I just wanted to say what needed to be said and hopefully be heard by someone out there, but all of a sudden here I was in the middle of a big fight, and I never asked for that. And I remember being up on that planter, trying to calm people down, and I was shaking, I was so scared, and then I don't know where they came from, but these three big guys grabbed me and pulled me down and started muscling me out of there, and then he smiled sheepishly. You see, I've got this friend named Max. He's a big guy, a shipyard worker. We met outside the Women's Medical Center one Friday back in July, and we've been close ever since. Mac'll do anything for me. The problem is, he still thinks brute force is the answer to everything, and I keep telling him he has to get over that. I did see him brawling. Dad nodded sadly. He was trying to protect me. But that just got us in more trouble when the police came. They dragged us out of there like common thugs, and it is a good thing Max finally controlled himself or we both would have ended up in the pokey. John grimaced and took a moment to respond. He had to hold back his anger at the sheer idiocy of it all. Dad, I hope you can see the foolishness of all this. At least admit that your actions were not cost-effective, okay? For all the trouble you caused yourself and everyone else, the returns were very poor. Well, I said what I had to say. John pounded the chair arm in anger and cursed. They used you, Dad. Don't you see that? That whole Hiram Slater bunch used you, and you helped him by what you did. You made it look like the only people who would oppose him are narrow-minded, fanatical, loudmouthed kooks. Kooks and brawlers, and he stopped. He hadn't come here to insult anyone. Now I'm not saying you're any of those things. But you don't understand the game, Dad. You're up against the big leaguers out there, and I don't think you realize the power of television. Dad shook his head. I didn't mean to be on television. My words were, for the people who were there, for the governor. John leaned forward and gestured in Dad, what the viewers want, and, well, you were it. You asked for it, you got it. You drew those cameras, Dad. And Slater took advantage of the whole thing, you hollering, the fight, everything. That's because he knows television. You don't. Dad thought it over and then nodded. He understood. Yeah, you're right. Well, I'm going to need more satisfaction than that, Dad. I want to know for sure. I want to hear it from your lips that you're going to stop this public preaching and prophesying stuff. It isn't working. It's making a fool of you, a fool of me, and it is only helping your enemies. Do you see that? Dad rested back in his chair and looked at the wall, pondering the whole thing, his eyes full of pain. It's hard, son, to have God show you things and tell you things and then not know what to do with what you've been given. John sighed. This was one of those little quirks of Dad's subjective experience. How do you reason with someone who's been hearing from God? Well, Dad, there are proper avenues. Dad didn't seem to hear him, but continued speaking in quiet tones, his eyes full of sorrow. Eat the scroll, John. That's what the Lord said. In your mouth it will taste sweet, but it will make your stomach bitter. And he was right. Up front, when you hear things and see things and God entrusts you with knowing things, you think of how privileged you are, how wonderful it is to see truth parading right in front of you. And then, when you try to speak it and nobody listens, and you see people heading for a cliff and you just can't turn them back, and when you find out things you would have been happier not knowing, and when you hear the cries of lost souls. Dad's eyes filled with tears. He dabbed his eyes again and looked at his son. I could hear them last night, son. I could hear them as plain and clear as I can hear you now. All over the city. Souls without God, lost and dying and crying for help. His voice broke and he struggled to continue. Oh, on the outside they laugh and they mock and they sneer and they try to look good to all their friends and keep right on having a good time, keep right on accumulating things and being entertained because it is the only way to get away from the pain. But I can hear them crying. I can see them drifting further and further from the light, just like they're walking into shadows, into darkness, never to come back. He drew a breath and then spoke out of anger and frustration. But who can I tell? Who's going to listen to me? John heard what his father was saying, and yet, with a willful stubbornness, with a determined denial, he would not accept it. No way. I'm not going to be a part of this, he told himself. If Dad's got a screw loose, it is not going to happen to me. You won't listen, Dad said, not accusingly, just sadly. Truthfully. And you know something. One of those crying voices was the voice of Governor Hiram Slater. Well, it makes sense, John thought. We're genetically similar, we've both been under stress. I get the same allergies he does too. Funny that we could be so much the same and so different, isn't it? Dad said, allowing himself to chuckle, even through his tears. You know, son, you and I were having this same conversation some 20 years ago, except you were sitting in my place and I was sitting in yours. What was it you were doing at the university? Taking over the administration building for 3 days until the cops finally broke in and hauled you and all your fellow saviors of the world out of there. John smiled ruefully. Yeah, I remember that. Dad shook his head. I was so frustrated with you, and embarrassed. That's one for you, Dad. Guess the shoe's on the other foot now, huh? Yeah, son, I guess it is. So there you go. You've been through it with me. You know how it feels. Dad nodded a strong nod. I know. Then he smiled. And I guess it gives me a ray of hope, knowing we're so much alike. No, Dad, we're not alike, John thought. It's just so sad that you and I can't be devoted to the same things, that we can't see eye to eye. It would be so wonderful to be able to tell you things and talk about things, I mean, just open up and lay it all on the table and both look at it and come to the same conclusion. Son leaned over the desk, and spoke so directly that John cringed. Well, son, all right, you've had your say. So now I'll have mine, and don't worry, I'll be finished in time for you to get to work. You know what? I've got plenty of things I'd love to share with you. Right now. Right now. I've got things I've learned today, just this morning, that I'm busting to share with you. His hand went to the desk drawer where he'd stowed the cassette player, but then he drew it back, having second thoughts. But I can't. I can't because so far, son, you and the truth have a real problem with each other. Now, Dad. The elder Barrett waved him off. No, no, now you listen. It's my turn. So you just listen. One of these days, son, I'm going to give you what I have, every bit of it, but not until you're ready to receive it. Right now I'm over a barrel. I'm not politically correct, I don't have anyone to appear on camera, and I can't squeeze it into a minute and a half. Maybe he does no television, John thought. No, but I know you, and you mark my words, son, or at least file them somewhere in your brain until you're ready to hear them. Dad stopped so he could slow down. Son, the days ahead are going to be difficult for you. I want you to know that ahead of time. The truth is coming after you, son, and it is going to sink its claws into you and not let go until you start paying attention. There's something you need to keep in mind about the truth, John. Depending on where you stand, the truth can be your best friend or your worst enemy. So let me tell you something. I mean, if I never get the chance to say anything else to you, at least let me say this. Make friends with the truth, John, as quickly as you can. Dad looked at the clock. All right, I did that in just a minute and a half. Dad sat back in his chair, finished. John assumed he had the floor again. Okay, Dad. Message received and filed. But now, how did I do? Did my message get through? Dad answered quietly and firmly, son, I heard you. And I'll give the matter serious thought. Just you do the same with what I take your sandwich. Yeah, sure. You bring a coat. Dad was looking out the window, and it was raining. Hard. Oh, brother. Well, I'll make a dash for it. Dad went to the coat rack and grabbed his old overcoat. Here. The weather's changing. You're going to need this. No, come on, I don't need. Dad shoved the coat at him. Go on, take it. Humor your religious old man. John resigned himself to wearing the coat and slipped it on over his suit. Don't know if it'll fit me. You'll grow into it. Well, thanks. I'll get it back to you. No, it is yours now. You keep it. John was about to protest again, but there just wasn't time for more discussion. I love you, Dad. I love you too, son. It was close to 1 o'clock. John rushed out of there. Audio. Low, rumbling music, rising in intensity. Video. The sun, just on the horizon, burning a window of fire through the dusty red haze of dawn. Low voice, heavy on the glottal flutter. A new day, a new dawning, broke upon our state 4 years ago. Now that rising sun is approaching its zenith, and we, the people, have the power to keep it there. Cut to head and shoulders of Governor Hiram Slater just turning his face toward the camera. Coat off, tie loosened, his face earnest, full of business. Voice. Governor Hiram Slater, a pioneer who will not be turned back, is working for you. Quick cutting, rapid fire shots of Hiram Slater, shirt sleeves rolled up. Brow. Education for the 20th century. Environmental awareness. These are the Slater legacy. Shot of the state capitol dome silhouetted against a massive rising sun. The whole picture rippling with heat waves. Voice. The new dawn lives on. Hiram Slater's face appears to the left of the Capitol dome in stark relief against the sun. Voice. Governor Hiram Slater, for governor. Small title across bottom of screen. Paid for by the committee to re-elect Governor Slater, Wilma Benthoff, chairperson. The governor, Martin Devon, and Wilma Benthoff were seated at one end of a massive conference table, watching the towering, powerful images assaulting their senses from a deluxe, 50-inch television screen in the corner of the room. Wilma Benthoff, the harried organizer from the rally, was looking much better today, decked out in a tailored black suit, her spine straight, her billowing, blonde curls perfectly behaved. All three sat in calm, objective, critical-eyed judgment on the presentation as Rowan and Hartley, their hired media consultants, unveiled the television spots that would persuade the populace to keep Slater in office. Waves playfully lapping against the round stones and mussel shells. The cry of seagulls. Seals on a rock, barking, sleeping, clapping. Killer whales sporting and spouting. A blue heron skimming just above the water in slow motion. Windswept, outdoorsy music. Voice. The bay, for millennia a showcase of nature, a playground for sea life. A precious treasure. Shots of black oil swirling around the rocks, dying birds, limping otters. The music becomes dark and ominous. Governor Hiram Slater has determined that what has happened elsewhere will not happen here. Shot of the bay. Blue water, blue sky. Hiram Slater's face appears. Superimposed, requiring double hulls and backup containment systems on tankers operating in the bay. A tanker appears on the bay as Hiram Slater's superimposed image keeps a watchful eye on it. The first law of its kind to protect our precious environment. Shot of Hiram Slater, in shirt sleeves again, standing on a wharf with the bay in the background, addressing a group of people, all with their backs to the camera. Slater, this is not only our world, but our children's world. What we have here is a precious legacy, and what I inherited I intend to pass on in even better condition than when I found it. Several people nod in agreement. Shot of mountain streams, jumping. Salmon, soaring eagles. Voice. Your world. Your children's world. Your governor, Hiram Slater. Title. Paid for by the committee to re-elect Governor Slater, Wilma Benthoff, chairperson. More ads followed, with more images moving quickly, jump-cutting from one to another. Scene. The governor in close-up on grainy film stock, in jerky stop-motion. Hard-working. Gritty. Determined. Governor's voice over the pictures. Fiscal responsibility is still one of my goals for the state. I'm happy to say that last year we realized our first budget surplus, and if I can help it we're going to see another one this year, and the next, and the next. Scene. Women cheering, waving keep abortion legal signs. In the center, Governor Hiram Slater, greeting them, shaking their hands. Cut to. Governor addresses a gathering of women. I once dreamed of a state where reproductive freedom was a fundamental right of every woman. We have seen that dream come true, and as long as I am governor that dream will live on. Cheers. Some blackboards. Kids listening attentively, hard at work. Hiram Slater in the middle of it, talking to the children, addressing the class, taking questions, laughing. Slater addressing a group of teachers. History has carried our world forward, but our schools have lagged behind. I say it is time not to catch up with history but to outrun it. We must live, and we must educate, as if the future were today. The teachers nod, exchange positive looks. The ads tumbled colorfully out of the television screen, the music rising, the sun continuing to shine. From every angle, at every film speed, in backlight, sidelight, stark light, faces, 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 happy, hopeful, adoring, prospering, a moving montage of political satisfaction. Title. Paid for by the committee to re-elect Governor Slater, Wilma Benthoff, chairperson. The screen went black. Slater, Devon, and Benthoff exchanged pleased expressions and applauded. Bravo, said the governor. Good enough, said Benthoff. Boy, said Devon, they're going to think they're electing God. Well, said Rowan, the smaller of the duo, the one with the horn-rimmed glasses and crooked tie, the ultimate benefactor at least. We're showing the people that Governor Slater is good for the state and good for them. Image is everything, said Slater. Image is everything, echoed Hartley, the taller of the two, and the better dressed. You may have noticed we emphasized the bass on your voice a bit. In those, outdoor scenes, the higher tones tend to carry. Good move, said Devon. Yeah, fine, said Slater. Benthoff referred to her notes. Now, you just showed us 6 commercial spots. How many do you have planned overall? Hartley replied, these 6 will open up the campaign starting next week. If you're all agreeable, then, after they've reached saturation, we'll start rotating our celebs through to recapture the public's attention. That's a great lineup, too, said Devon. I think it is outstanding, said Rowan. We have Rosalind Klein, the star of Who's Got Problems. Ever seen the show? Devon asked the governor. I don't watch that slop, he said under his breath. Rowan continued, she'll be doing a spot emphasizing the women's rights issues. And then there's Eddie Kingland, who's really into environmental issues, so he'll do a plug from the environmental angle. Help me out, said the governor. Benthoff rolled her eyes. Oh brother, you guys. Haven't you ever watched Love Thy Neighbor? He plays the hunk next door. These are household names, said Rowan, faces the public will instantly recognize and identify with. Devon prompted, you do have Theodore Packard doing an ad. Right. Oh, said the governor, his eyebrows going up. Got him, said Hartley. He'll be doing an ad on pluralism, freedom of artistic expression, cultural diversity. We picked him for the classy folks. Thank you, said Slater, and they all laughed. Well, that's what we want. Whatever will get their attention where they are. And what about the posters, the billboards? Devon asked. Those should be ready for posting next week, said Rowan. I think, Mason, do we have photocopies of the revisions? Hartley dug into his valise. Right. I think you'll like these. He gave a small pile of papers a shove and let him slide across the conference table to the 3. You'll notice we took the same style from the TV spots and translated it into provocative stills that evoke the same image. The public will see the TV ads, so they'll immediately recognize the billboards. Their eyes will be drawn to the familiar. Slater, Devon, and Benthoff perused the sketches and nodded approvingly. And did we ever get any mention of the Hillary Slater Memorial Fund? The governor asked. Oh, said Rowan. I believe we had Anita Diamond lined up to do a TV spot. You'll recall she's very active in animal rights. Animal rights. The governor cursed. I want people to see how I care about young women needing an education, and you give me someone identified with animal rights. Rowan and Hartley looked at each other for a suitable reply. Hartley took the question. Oh, beg your pardon, Governor, I'm afraid we may have misunderstood. If image is everything, I don't like the image. Devon tried to intercede. Guys, the Hillary Slater Memorial Fund provides grants for girls going to college. It doesn't have anything to do with animals. Rowan and Hartley stopped cold, then chuckled, then laughed a very socially soothing laugh. Hartley addressed the problem. Hey, I think we're still okay. Eugene said we had Anita Diamond lined up. That means we've talked to her, but it is nothing firm. But using her might work anyway. She's a successful young black singer who overcame poverty and hardship and racial prejudice, that sort of thing. The governor was not appeased. We've got enough black footage in the TV ads. We've established that I like blacks. What I need now is a young woman with some brains. The 2 media consultants looked blankly at each other. Who do we have? Who's known? Hartley wondered. How about a lesbian? Devon suggested. The governor cursed again. Hey, they vote, said Devon. I know that. Devon turned to Rowan and Hartley. What about Packard? Isn't he gay? Hartley shrugged. He isn't telling, sir. Slater mulled it over. Well, Martin's got a point. Get me a gay. Somebody famous, with some credibility. And I don't want any lisping limprist. Have him say something nice about me. I've been nice enough to them. Yes, sir. And then maybe we can get an actress to plug how I've formed the Hillary Slater Fund. I don't know who. Rowan brightened. Why not a local girl, someone right from the area? Who benefited from the fund? The governor was silent. Devon quickly answered, we've only funded one girl so far, and he wiggled his hand, palm down. How about a woman athlete, suggested Benthoff. Yeah, right, said Slater. What's wrong with that? A tennis champ or something, talking about me helping girls reach their full potential and all that crap. Better get on it, Devon goaded. Rowan was taking notes. Yes, sir. You've got it, sir. Now have we covered everybody? The governor asked. What about the homeless? Benthoff asked. Not this election. They don't vote, Devon quipped. Well, next election. They had to laugh at that. It broke the tension. Benthoff perused the list in front of her. So we're talking about TV ads, with adaptations for radio, billboards, bus posters. We've purchased space on 20 metro buses. Okay. Bumper stickers, yard signs, balloons. Devon flipped to the next page. Not to mention public appearances. You're going to be busy, Mr. Governor. How public? The governor asked. Rowan read down his list. Oh, many different venues. The university. The Kiwanis, the teachers' union. The governor asked Devon, any places where that prophet might show up? Rowan's eyes went blank. Sir. Devon glossed it over. Oh, an old friend. One of the governor's. Chapter 5. John slammed the receiver down. He was fully awake and out of bed without a thought, scrambling for his clothes. It was 8:32 a.m. Wednesday. There'd been an accident at the warehouse. Dad was hurt. Buddy wouldn't say how badly, but he emphasized, you'd better get down here right away. Rush hour. The northbound interstate was jammed and sluggish, but southbound was moving. John made it to the industrial street exit without delay and worked his way through the industrial grid, through alleys and over railroad tracks, to the warehouse. He could see the flashing lights blocks before he got there. He pulled around the back, drove through the big yard gate, and jerked to a stop beside two police squad cars. Near the loading dock, a large fire truck and an aid car stood ready. A fireman was just going up the stairs to the loading dock with some cable in his hand. John spotted Buddy Clemens on the dock waiting for him, waving frantically. John was there in an instant. What happened? Buddy stood in his way. Johnny, let's go in the office. John pushed Buddy aside and ran into the building, past the office, past aisles 8, 9, and 10, then into the open area where the galvanized stock was kept. The images that confronted him would haunt him for days afterward. Every time he closed his eyes. Firefighters scrambling, lifting, shoving heavy pipe aside. Chains, hooks, pulleys, shouting. A toppled pipe rack now lying on the concrete floor, twisted and bent. Heavy, 20-foot lengths of galvanized pipe strewn on the floor like jackstraws. Paramedics working, moving, but not hurrying. No urgency in their manner. Police officers watching, muttering into their portable radios, looking grim. Some guy with a camera snapping pictures. A white cloth on the concrete floor, covering. Jimmy Lopez saw John and walked toward him, heading him off. Blocking his way. Johnny, hang on, man. Just hang on. John tried to get around him, but Jimmy outweighed and outsized him. Jimmy, what's happened? Jimmy held him back, then somehow turned him around. He spoke gently. Johnny, your father's dead. He's gone. It didn't sink in. John kept trying to look. What happened? Your father's been killed in an accident. Just work on that. The realization, like a spear, reached John's heart. He grabbed hold of a shelf. Jimmy held him, braced him from falling. "Let's get into the office where you can sit down," said Jimmy, guiding him with a strong arm. John's vision went blurry. He felt like he would smother. His breaths were short, shuddering. He was trembling all over. Jimmy got him through the office door and into a chair. Jill was at her desk, completely beside herself, whimpering into her clenched fists, stealing horrified glances through the office window and then turning away with anguished cries. "Is your husband on the way?" Jimmy asked her. She couldn't answer. He asked her again, gently, "Did you get a hold of Kevin?" She nodded. "Is he coming to get you?" She nodded again. "Okay. Just sit tight." In came Buddy Clemens, helping Chuck Catesman along. Chuck, shaggy-haired, mustached, and built like a tank, was cradling his right arm and cursing over and over. His right hand was wrapped in paper towels. Blood was soaking through them. Chuck flopped into a chair, threw back his head, and cursed in violent anger. Then he wilted in the chair and wept. Buddy raced into the washroom and returned with more paper towels. "The medics will be here," said Buddy, his voice high and rushed. "Just sit and be quiet." "I couldn't get the pipes off him," Chuck wept. "I couldn't get him to move." "It's okay. You gotta calm down." "What happened?" John demanded. "Johnny," Chuck cried. "Johnny, I'm sorry. I couldn't get the pipes off him." John cursed and shouted, "Chuck, what happened?" The rack of pipes fell over on him. Nothing would sink in. John just couldn't fathom anything. "What do you mean, it fell over?" Chuck let his head fall backward against the wall and cried some more. "Chuck, what rack of pipes?" Chuck controlled himself. "The big galvanized 2-inch, 1-inch, 1.5. I just don't get it. I don't know how it happened. The thing weighed a ton. We've never had anything fall over like that." "Did you see it fall?" "No. I got here at 8 and saw it dumped over and the pipe lying all over the floor, and then..." He choked back his emotion, drew a deep breath. "And then I saw John underneath. I tried to get the pipes off him, but there were just too many, so I tried using the forklift, but I couldn't get under them, they were all crooked. I tried to get them off by hand and they kept rolling back and then I busted my fingers and I cut myself up. I couldn't do it." John was disoriented. He could only sit there, let things happen around him, and try to take it all in. The police and a medical investigator had questions for everyone, and John sat in numb shock, listening to all the answers. No one saw the rack fall. John was here before anyone else. He always got to work an hour early. John was the boss. Chuck got here first, a little after 8, and then the rest of us, at 8:30. No, we've never had a rack fall like that before. Maybe the pipe wasn't stacked evenly, maybe Dad was climbing on the rack and that could have tipped it over, but we can't say for sure. No, his wife doesn't know yet. His oldest son is sitting right here. The company is privately insured, not state insured. Did he? Who? John shook his head, sorry he'd said anything. I don't know. 2 paramedics worked on Chuck's arm while the police asked their questions. He'd broken 2 fingers and lacerated his knuckles. They bound the wounds, applied a temporary splint, and arranged for Jimmy to drive him to the hospital. Jimmy and Chuck left immediately. Kevin, Jill's husband, came and picked her up. He stayed just long enough to find out from Buddy what had happened, then away they went. Jill had to get home. Kevin would get the details later. The police and medical investigator completed their work. Don't disturb the site, they said. They might have to come back after the autopsy. Then, quickly, quietly, and unobtrusively, they conveyed the shrouded form into a transport and drove away. Only Buddy and John remained in the warehouse, sitting alone in the office, the clamor suddenly chopped off as with a knife, the shock ebbing, giving way to grief. Guess I'd better close up the place, Buddy murmured just to break the silence. We won't be doing business today. I've got to tell Mum, John said. How are you doing? John was staring at Dad's office door, still ajar, the one marked the boss. That's the last time I ever saw him alive, Buddy, right in there. The last time. And perhaps the worst time. Just one more conversation. John thought. Just one, and things could have been better. He and Dad could have ironed things out. They could have had time to make changes, adjustments, meet on some kind of middle ground. But they never did, and now they never would. We never finished the boat either, John muttered. Said Buddy. Oh, funny. I just thought of the boat Dad and I worked on and couldn't finish before I left for college, and after that we never did finish it, never got back to it. Good grief, that was years ago. It's funny the things you remember. The boat. The little rowboat. They were going to build it in Dad's shop. And then take it out fishing. Together. The last thing. Steady now, not too fast. Light pressure. That's it. They were in Dad's shop, pushing a plane along the edge of a board, Dad's hand on his body wrapped around John's like a cloak, guiding John's every movement. You start at one end, pick up the chip. Yeah, just pick it up, no. Deeper than that, and away you go, on down to the end. Keep her flat, keep her flat. You're Mr. Level, the board's counting on you. The chip curled like a blonde tress out of the planer, one clean strip. And Dad chuckled with delight. That's it, all the way down. Boy, ain't it lovely. John was 18. He knew how to use a plane, he didn't need Dad showing him for the umpteenth time, but Dad sure had the touch, and he was having so much fun showing John how to do it, again, that John didn't want to complain about it. Okay, I'll humor him, he thought. It was summer. John would be leaving for college in the fall. He had other things to do, and yet, when would he get the chance to do this again? It was right to be with Dad, working on something together. If only this silly project didn't take so long. Well, just think, son. Jesus used a plane and a saw and a hammer, and they didn't have power tools back then, so it was even slower than this. Guess that's one way he learned such patience. Good thing, too, 'cause he's working on us every day, just like we're working on this boat, and we take a long time too. That boat took so long. And they never finished it. Saturday afternoon. Brother Moore, deacon, with tears in his eyes, stood amidst the congregation to give a brief tribute. I will always remember John as a lover of life. For him, every good thing really was a gift from God, and he never neglected to give God the glory. When Brother rose to her feet and spoke, I guess I knew John longer than anybody, and I can remember when he was a little fellow in my Sunday school class. He was a cut-up, like kids are, but there was never any doubt about his commitment to the Lord. Betty Pearson, a young single mother, rose to her feet and spoke. Through great emotion. He was Jesus to me. The kids and I were living in that old place on 32nd, behind the apple orchard. There were some hums and nods from some who were familiar with the place, and the plumbing was just shot, and John found out about it, and I think it was that very week. He was there with a sink and a toilet and all new things, and he put it all in for nothing, and it wasn't even my house. The Rainier Gospel Tabernacle was a different place now. It had a new sanctuary with a high, arched ceiling and large windows to let in light and fresh air, and it had a new name, the Rainier Christian Center. For Dad's memorial service, every pew, every folding chair, every seat in the choir loft was filled, and John recognized many faces, some a lot older, some pretty much the same. They'd sung some of Dad's favorite hymns. It is well with my soul, and can it be that I should gain, and Amazing Grace. Young, bearded Pastor Phillips. This was his 4th year at the church. Gave a well-worded eulogy, full of hope and assurance, just the way Dad would have wanted it. And then the floor was opened for fond memories, meaningful recollections, and there were plenty. An honorable man, who wanted to leave his children an honorable world. He had such patience. He could listen to your problems for hours. I think he was a modern-day prophet. He spoke in love, but he always spoke the truth. John was sitting in the front pew with his mother. Sitting near him, as well as interspersed throughout the room, was the rest of the Barrett family. Uncle Roger, Dad's younger brother, was there with his wife Marie and their 4 children, all grown, with their own families taking up several pews. Dad's sister Alice was there with her husband, Robert, and their 3 children and their families. Mum's siblings, Doris, Elizabeth, and Forrester, occupied some more pews with their spouses. Seated right next to John was Mum Barrett, Lillian Eve, Dad Barrett's sweetheart for 46 years, John's ever-present, ever-patient friend and counselor throughout his childhood and, to be honest, ever since as well. She was grieving, of course, but John knew she'd done her weeping at home over the past few days so she could be strong today, for her family. Now, in a pastel blue dress, not black, her face angelic under hair of spun glass, she silently journeyed through years and years of her own precious memories, her visage hauntingly serene. The tears kept recurring in John's eyes until finally, in a delayed decision, he let them come, let 'em spill over and run down his face. He pulled out his handkerchief to dab them away. "Dad, I'm sorry. God, I'm sorry." He felt, he couldn't think it clearly yet, that for the past 20+ years he had missed something. These friends, this precious family, knew his father better than he had. Their memories were a rich, enduring treasure of joy, admiration, and love. They really knew the man. His own recollections. The rowboat project was his most recent fond memory. His most vivid memory. His lunch with Dad, where pleasant words were few and lunch stayed in the paper bags uneaten. That and his bitter words, "My worst enemy, my greatest liability, is my own father. They slapped me in the face with you. If anyone didn't know you were my father before this, they probably know now." It was like being impoverished in the midst of great wealth. The lives and circumstances of these relatives, friends, and strangers were not ideal. None of them were rich in a material sense. None of them had it all or ever would, but wealth was here, families, children, love, faith, and enduring spiritual heritage. And because of these, the ability to express deep joy and steadfast hope, even through tears of sorrow. In the center of them all, John sat alone. Separate. Disconnected. He glanced across the room and a few pews back. Yes, he had a family. 2, once. A wife and a son. They were sitting over there right now, on the other side of the church, apart from him, from the family, far away, a sort of monument to the missing side of his life, to the great failure the vast viewing public never saw, never knew about. Ruth was as gorgeous. And then there was Carl, John's 19-year-old son, a stranger who'd grown up with his mother and hardly known his father. John had to use some imagination to even recognize him. He'd changed, and that was an understatement. His face was ghostly pale, and his hair, jet black, was shaggy atop his head with an unruly lock falling across his forehead and sometimes over one eye, then cut in sharp stair steps down the sides and back. A gold chain linked a ring in his ear with a ring in his nostril. Everything he wore was black. Even as John looked, he didn't want to look. The sight hurt him. There. Even being here hurt him. Why had they come? Just so they could sit far across the room from him. And how could he proudly introduce them to his family? "Hi, I'd like you to meet my pride and joy, my son, whom I haven't seen in years, don't know, and whose appearance I have no explanation for." But Carl was weeping. John had to look almost to the point of staring at the contradictory image. Here was what appeared to be a bizarre, defiant rebel, an almost gruesome, morally lost character with a heart of stone, and yet Carl was weeping openly, unabashedly. The kid was heartbroken, and John had to wonder why. Carl hardly knew his own father. Why would he be so grieved over his grandfather? So here was something else John was missing. "Carl, why are you crying? What's that grief you're feeling? Hey, I'm your old man, you can tell me." John looked forward, down toward the floor, toward the red and gold carpet, not wanting to look at faces or anything else. For so many years John had resigned himself to wondering about Carl and never knowing the answers. Carl, like Ruth, had become distant, far away, a stranger. Ask him about the weather, about school, about LA, but don't ask the big questions. So Dad was gone. In a way Carl was gone too. So much for belonging. So much for family. So much for wealth. Oh God, I can't let this go on. Help me. Uncle Roger and Aunt Marie's house on 28th was one of those. Big, gabled, dormered structures built in, was cheap. This was the big house John always remembered as the fun house, the hide-and-seek house, with all the cherrywood doors with the glass doorknobs that opened into rooms, halls, stairways, closets, and nooks in a teasing, maze-like sort of way. It was a perfect house for childhood chases in vast, meandering circles, through Aunt and Uncle's bedroom, into the hall, into Cousin Tim's room, through the bathroom, and back into Aunt and Uncle's room again, then down the big stairway with the banister you could slide down but weren't supposed to, down the hall, and through the kitchen and dining room where the moms and dads would finally yell at you and tell you not to run in the house. Today some of the third generation, the youngest children of the children of Roger, Alice, Doris, Elizabeth, and Forrester, were running through the big house and being told not to by John's cousins. The squeals and laughter of the children made the gathering sound like Christmas or a wedding or a birthday, but today, of course, the adults were more subdued, keeping the conversation quiet and reserved, the laughter confined to gentle, social chuckles. Mum was the center of attention, but it was a delicate kind of attention. No big, heavy questions, nothing disturbing or burdensome. Just love, gentle embraces, and, for as much as Mum wanted to remember and reminisce, listening ears. He was ready to go, John heard her saying to her sisters Doris and Elizabeth and Dad's brother Roger. "I don't know how I know, but we've paid off all the debts." He made sure of that. "And he was talking with our attorney just the other day. I think he wanted to set everything in order. I just know that somehow he knew." In the dining room Lindsay and Mandy, Dad's sister Alice's daughters, shared the table with Chuck, Trish, Mark, and Ben, Mum's sister Elizabeth's children, and talked about something. Who could tell what? While Mum's brother Forrester's son Clay stood between the dining room and living room with Alice's other daughter Candace and her daughter Susan, while Debbie the daughter of Bert and Linda who was the daughter of Dad's brother Roger rounded up Bobby and Jason the twins to feed them and put them down for a nap, while Lindy and Dory, daughters of Mum's sister Doris and her husband, Marv, sat in the living room visiting with younger brother Tom and his wife, Stephanie, who was trying to get their young son Tyler to eat some turkey off a paper plate, sitting next to Eddie and Jerry, the sons of Mandy the daughter of Alice, and James, Roger and Marie's youngest son who was still single, and all the cousins were talking with each other while they and some of the second cousins were trying to get caught up while keeping up with their children who were still running through the house and slamming doors. And in the corner of the living room, with a faint, social smile on his face but no one to talk to, sat Carl. John had his turkey dinner on a paper plate and a cup of coffee and knew that if he moved quickly enough he could grab that one folding chair next to Carl and say something to the boy. Everybody else in this house had a family, kids, stories about the kids, messes to clean up or behavior to correct, pride to show off, grandchildren to introduce, sons and daughters to encourage in pursuing their dreams, and doggone it, John had a family too, of sorts. It was sitting in that corner looking repulsive and, apart from answering polite social questions. Whose boy are you? Where are you living now? Haven't seen you lately, you get up this way often, was not really conversing with anyone. John stepped from the dining room into the living room carefully, slipping between Clay, Candace, and Susan, who were still in the doorway. He caught Carl's eye and said, "Hey." Carl smiled at him. "Hey, John." It was Roger, Dad's brother. He looked a lot like Dad. Across the eyes, and the graying hairline was sure the same. "Can we talk for a minute?" "Sure." They were still close to the huddle in the doorway. They moved into the center of the living room, surrounded on all sides by cousins and kids, and even had to step over a few of the smaller ones. Roger moved close and spoke in a quiet voice that would be lost anywhere else in the room. "It looks like your dad and mum were ready for this. That's a real comfort. MMHM. Dad was thorough. He always liked everything in its place. I understand you'll be overseeing the estate, making sure Lil's taken care of." John smiled. "Oh yeah. Mum and I already met with the attorney, and the papers all look good, and Mum's got a real handle on it. She'll need to get some accounts switched over, but that won't. Dad budgeted everything out, she should be taken care of the rest of her life. Besides that, she'll always have me around, if I can help it." "That's great, John. But listen, if there's anything I can do, please let me know. I've got something for you right now." "Shoot. The plumbing warehouse is all Mum's now, but we'll have to get someone to run the business, do all the managing Dad used to do." Roger nodded. "Right. I'll get some feelers out. Buddy and Jimmy are manning the counter and keeping the place open, but the back office is dead in the water and falling behind. I've got a good man, semi-retired, who could fill in for a short time until we get someone permanent. I'll call him on Monday." "Great. Let me know." John looked. Carl was still sitting there. "Oh, one more thing," said Roger. "Yeah. Do you have any feelings about the autopsy? Do you think, John shook his head in bewilderment. "I don't know, Roger. There could be any number of explanations. But, if some of John's injuries didn't come from the accident, then well, all the medical examiner said was that some of Dad's injuries weren't consistent with what the accident would have caused. But that isn't a sure thing, and he hasn't drawn any conclusions. So far the police haven't said a thing. Just makes me wonder, that's all." John nodded. "I know what you mean. I just hope I'm seeing straight. The whole thing, Dad's death, is just so unacceptable, so pointless. I'm afraid maybe we're trying to come up with a reason just so we can have one." Roger gave a quiet, sad chuckle. "Yeah, I think that could be it." He turned to the huddle in the doorway. "Clay, what's this I hear about you moving up in the world?" John was free. Carl was still there. No. John sat down, carefully placing his paper plate in his lap and his coffee on the windowsill. "So how are you doing?" "Okay, I guess." "Did your mother leave already?" "No, she never came." "Oh, she had to catch a plane back to LA, so she dropped me off. I've got all my stuff out on the porch." John didn't mean to make a puzzled face, but this did seem rather odd. Well, I'm sorry I missed her. We didn't say more than 2 words to each other at the memorial service." Carl didn't respond, but just looked into the center of the room. Now, there was silence. Dead air. It made the broadcaster in John nervous. "Say something, John. Anything. I'll be," Carl and John said at the same time. Pause. John prompted. "Go ahead. I'll be in town for a while." John felt happy about that. It was good news. "Oh, no kidding. You have friends here." "Business. What?" Carl seemed a bit hesitant to answer. Oh, both I guess. Got some painting I want to do, just stuff. It was beginning to sound like a television interview, John asking, Carl answering, the clock ticking. So how is your mother? Fine. Still working at Wembley and Meyerson. Promoted. Head of the department now. She's doing all right. Well, that's great. How about yourself? You heading back to school? Pretty soon. Not for a while. I need to get out and explore a bit. Sure. They both looked toward the center of the room for a moment, and John took the time to munch on some chicken and drink some coffee. It too. He got an idea. Well, listen, if you're going to be around for a while, why don't you come by the station sometime? I can show you around, you can see where your old man works, and then we can go somewhere and grab some dinner. Carl's face brightened noticeably. Yeah. All right. You going to be busy Monday? No, I'm open Monday. All right. Why don't you come by the station about, say, 5? I'll show you around a bit and then you can watch me do the news. You have a way to get there. I think I can borrow a car. Okay. Well, I'll clear it with the front desk and then give you a call. With the details. Where are you staying? Oh, a friend's house. Got a number there so I can call you. Carl hesitated. No, not yet. Well, okay. John pulled out his wallet and produced a business card. Here's my number at home and at work. Give me a call Monday morning and I can let you know what to do, where to park, all that stuff. Okay. More dead air. The noise in the room was noise enough. Plenty of conversation, distraction, action. But what a lousy place to try to get some kind of conversation going with your son. Maybe Monday, at dinner. Then they'd be alone. They could work at it. Well, okay then, said John, getting up. See you Monday. Monday, said Carl, giving John a thumbs up. John found that simple little gesturing. Chapter 6. Click. 2 bare light bulbs on the ceiling came to life, and Carl Barrett remained in the doorway of the building for a moment spellbound, almost afraid to go inside. This was your grandfather's workshop, said Mum Barrett, still wearing the pale blue dress. It was Saturday night. The memorial service and afternoon get-together were over. Now, at the Barrett home, it was just Mum and Carl. When he wasn't working at the warehouse it seemed he was always out here, he and your father. Carl, still in black, still wearing the chain across his cheek, went inside. Walking slowly among the power tools that stood neatly arranged about the floor like a gray steel platoon. The band saw, the table saw, the power planer, the drill press, the radial arm saw, the power sander. The room smelled of sawdust and machine oil, wood and iron, paint and lacquer, but it was remarkably clean. The floors had been thoroughly swept, and though faint traces of sawdust were visible in the rafters, on the windowsills, and along the top edges of the tool racks, this place was no typical messy woodshop. It wasn't always this clean, Mum said. Close to it maybe, but Dad took a lot of time out here just getting the place spick and span, just like everything else he did in the last few days. Everything taken care of, everything in its place. Carl looked down and watched his own feet taking steps across the worn boards. This was where Grandpa walked, he thought. This was where he worked. He placed his hand on the knob of the drill press, the finish worn off long ago by repeated use. This is your hand, Grandpa. He gave the crank a little turn and watched the drill's chuck drop toward the table. He could imagine the rumble of the machine, the chips flying out of the upon but kept clean workbench with heavy drawers beneath it and tools hanging on the wall above it, each one carefully traced on the wall with a black marker so the eye would immediately know if a tool was missing, not in its place. Right now no tool was missing. All had come home to stay. Mum's eyes were filling with tears. I'd better not stay out here long. I can see Dad everywhere I look. Carl knew what she meant. This room was just full of Grandpa. His touch and his personality were everywhere. Carl could feel it. But see, Mum pointed, wiping her eyes clear with her other hand. Down there at the end, right by the windows. Couldn't you use that area? They walked down to the south end of the room where a row of large windows would welcome the daylight. Carl looked the area over thoughtfully. In the corner was a large pile of lumber, some kind of project under a tarp, but apart from that there was plenty of open space here. Near the windows was a perfect spot for an easel, and on the next wall plenty of room to hang his paintings. This end of the workbench had space for his paints, palettes, and brushes, and in the center of the area was a fine work table. During the day the light would be ideal. He wanted to be here. It'll be a beautiful place to work. Then that's that. But I don't want to cause any problems, you know. You belong here. Well, I mean, with my father. He doesn't know I'm staying here, and I was afraid to tell him. Oh, I'm sure he'll find something to fuss about. But that's because he doesn't know you and you don't know him, and he'll be concerned for me. What kind of a person is he? She raised an eyebrow. Ask him yourself. That's why you're here. Carl looked around the room again, fascinated, captivated by this world, his world, he'd never known. I still feel like I'm intruding. No, now remember, this was my idea. She touched him, got him to look at her. Carl Barrett, my name is Lillian Eve Barrett. I'm your grandmother, the mother of your father. And you, young man, are my only grandchild. He didn't know how to respond to that and just stood there stiffly, his hands awkwardly at his sides. This is called a hug, Carl. It's one of the things I do to people I love. You'll get used to it. He absorbed the hug and the words that came with it and then shyly agreed, okay. She let him go and stepped back to smile at him and to even point a motherly finger in his face. If you get to be a nuisance, I'll let you know, so don't be. I expect you to keep this place clean, like your grandfather kept it and your father never did. You can have your father's old room. The bed's still there and his dresser. Right now I've got my sewing in there and a bunch of boxes from the Women's Missionary rummage sale, but we'll cart all that stuff upstairs and out of your way. If you start feeling guilty for mooching off a little old widow, I've got plenty of work for you to do around here to earn your keep. I'll give you a list. He smiled, nodded, feeling a bit nervous, on the spot. Yeah, okay. Fair enough. Any questions? Oh, well. His eyes drifted toward the pile of lumber and whatever else under the tarp. Would it be okay if I moved that stuff there? Then I'd have this area all clear. It'd be perfect. She stepped over to the pile and lifted one corner of the tarp, folding it back over the top. Underneath were several planks cut to precise, curved shapes, mingled with finely cut wood ribs. Looks like a boat, said Carl. Mum didn't answer right away. She seemed drawn by those unassembled parts into another world. Her eyes filled with tears again. I'd better get inside now. I see Dad everywhere I look. Her hands went to her face and she turned away, heading for the door. Come in when you're ready, and we'll get you moved in. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. It's all right. She stopped and turned toward him one more time. Wiping her eyes, speaking with quaking breath. I want you here. Dad wants you here too. I know. She went out the door. Carl stood there, unsure of what to do next. He finally heard the back door to the house open and close again. She was safe inside now. She was home. Who is she anyway? He found himself Then he chuckled. Who's my old man? He reached out and touched one of the boat ribs. And for the longest time, he just couldn't take his hand away. Monday afternoon, at 10 to 1, John parked in his designated stall under the building, punched in the security access code at the stairway door, and entered the bowels of Channel 6, the city's premier news and information station. Up one flight of stairs, through the steel fire door, and straight ahead was the newsroom. "Hey, George." George Hyamy, assignment editor, waved from the assignment desk, an elevated station everyone passed on their way into the newsroom. From the newsroom floor it resembled a sort of lunch counter, built at chest height, from which George, Ruth Sutton, and Diane Bouvier served up a constantly changing menu of fast information. The desk, as the staff called it, was in many ways the only window in this windowless room, the station's electronic, telephone, fax, and print eyes and ears that were open to the outside world. On the left end a bank of radios tuned to police and fire frequencies carried the chatter of dispatchers, fire trucks en route, and cops on capers. In the left back corner a radio and telephone switchboard kept the desk in touch with reporters in the field via radio, cellular phone, and, when all else failed, public telephone. Just under the back counter all the latest city newspapers, plus the Wall Street Journal, the New York Times, the Los Angeles Times, and the Washington Post, were stacked in wire bins, already divided up, folded over, highlighted, and clipped. On the back wall were large maps of the city proper, the greater city, the county, and the state for quick reference by the assignment editors so they could tell reporters where a story was happening and how best to get there. On the desk below the maps were the computerized feeds from the news services. United Press International, Associated Press, and Reuters. At the other end, sifting and selecting, George Hyamy and Ruth Sutton sat at computer consoles updating the 24-hour Outlook, a multi-paged, computer printout, the day's menu of what news was happening and where, what stories were being covered and by whom. John picked up a copy, updated at noon, and at a glance could see what was happening and what might be news. M stood for Murder Brockville. 33-year-old Cora Ann Bailey found dead in home. Friend who found her thinks she was strangled. Cops won't say how she died. Murder plot. 3 teenagers arrested in Greenport for plotting to kill parents. B stood for a body found Dillon Park. Woman's body found in Dillon Park Sunday not reported Sunday. Reported missing on Friday. Apparent suicide. C stood for a plane crash Manila. We really need to put Southcott on this today. Benson Dynamics is, of course, issuing the usual meaningless double talk. Southcott last year reported on similar engine problems. F stood for fire various. Couple of good fires with good flame pictures from Sunday. Yacht in Lake Swayze. Cause. Grandstands at Somerville Raceway burned up in an arson fire. And so it went. 3 pages of it. They wouldn't all make it on the air. But John always found the wide selection fascinating, especially when compared to the final script for the evening news. He sat at his desk in the back of the newsroom and clicked on his computer monitor. A small, blinking mailbox in the upper right corner of the screen meant he had a message in his mailbox. Of course, this didn't mean a physical mailbox, but a message left for him in the computer. He called up his mailbox to retrieve the message. Well, messages, plural. A lot of them. We're thinking of you, John. Much sympathy in your time of loss. Chin up, sport, and remember, you're the greatest. God bless you, John. Condolences to you and yours. Oh, and here was a message from Leslie Albright. John, well, what do you know? He pushed the tears back down, smiled warmly, and typed in a return message for general distribution through the system. Many thanks to all of you for your good wishes and support at this time. We've got a great team. God bless. He hit the enter key, and the message went into the system just that. Quickly, he looked around the newsroom. Leslie wasn't at her desk. She was probably out covering a story, as usual for this time of day. He entered the code for her computer mailbox and left her a message: "Thank you for your kind thoughts. Sure, let's talk," and hit the enter key. Now back to work. Back to business. It was time to look forward, time to lose himself in the rush and hubbub of the daily news. He loved it. He hit a series of keys, and the script for the 5:30 came up on the screen, still under construction. Now he'd find out which stories from the Outlook survived the sifting process and would actually be on the air. He was betting the fires with the good flame pictures would make it. Good video was always a strong seller. As for the plane crash in Manila, the plane's manufacturer was a major employer in the city, so that story was of great local interest and would get into the lineup somehow, whether there was any fresh information or not. Two pervading questions that guided news reporting in a local market were, how can we localize this, and what's hot? If a Benson Dynamics plane crashes overseas, you definitely have local interest because people in the area probably built that plane. As for hot, well, if enough planes were crashing and enough people wondering why, that topic would be hot. There would be plenty of cause for related spin-off stories and sidebars. Even if there were no new news, you could still get reactions from people on the old news. You could take a poll, find a relative, look for another angle. John could recall other hot topics over the past few months. AIDS was hot since 2 more celebrities had tested positive for HIV. News 6 localized the story by running a piece on the local gay community and what they were doing to curb the epidemic. The Middle East hostages were hot because they were finally being released after years of captivity, and since the sister of one of them lived in the area, News 6 had a perfect opportunity to localize the story. Sexual harassment on the job was hot, since a major politician was accused of it. Gun control was hot after another mass shooting. Crooked televangelists were hot after another TV preacher got caught with a prostitute. News fed news, and hot news fed a lot of news. But this was all part of the gauntlet, the gathering and sifting process. Every news story had to run through before it got on the air. The broadcast news business involved a day-long chain of human, journalistic, and business elements that tugged on the news, often from opposing directions, here promoting it, there opposing it, other times shaping, discarding, or rebuilding it. Even though the people who gathered the news made every effort to be professional, meaning objective, news gathering was still a human business. Reporters, producers, and even viewers perceived things differently and held different facets of the news to be important, and that alone was enough to reshape reality, however unintentionally. But even after that, the news-gathering process still involved a balancing of journalism and business. What are the people out there interested in? What are we as journalists interested in and concerned about? And, this one nobody talked about openly, what material is in the best interests of our news department as far as ratings and advertising accounts are concerned? It was a complex world. Bingo. John saw the Somerville fire in the script for the 5:30. The good video of the flames must have sold it to Erica Johnson, the managing editor. And here was the plane crash story. No new information on the crash itself, but to keep the story alive, right now it was hot. Wendell Southcott had filed a piece on how thrust reverses work and how they might have had something to do with the crash. These were stories passed down from the assignment desk and then approved and assigned at the 9 a.m. meeting around Erica's desk, where Ben Oliver, the news director, Tina Lewis, the executive news producer, and the producers for the noon, 5:30, and 7 o'clock shows met with reporters and writers to decide what would be news that day. From there, with their marching orders from Erica, the reporters went out in company cars with their assigned cameramen and got the video footage and pertinent wire services, from the public information officers of the police departments, or any other reliable source, and then write a story to accompany some separately shot video, Or perhaps no video at all, the anchor would simply read it. Then the stories were all sifted again, this time by the show producer, who placed each one where he or she wanted it within the half-hour time slot, which really meant 22 minutes of actual news time plus 8 minutes of commercials. Finally, whichever portions of the stories were to be read by the anchors were proofread by the anchors, and that was where John was right now. Okay, here was a story about gubernatorial challenger Bob Wilson speaking at his kickoff rally. After last week's story, the one John hoped everyone would forget, the public was no doubt curious about how he would respond. And here was a hate crime story about a cross burned on a lawn out in Woodard. Racism was always hot, people were interested in that. Oh, a gay AIDS story. These were hot but also tough to do because they were so politically and morally loaded and stirred up a lot of crossfire. This story was a follow-up on a Sunday demonstration by gays during a Catholic Mass. This was where Leslie Albright was today, gathering this story. She'd be on camera, reporting live from the newsroom during the 5:30 broadcast, sandwiched around her video package. John perused the script for the question he would have to ask her. Leslie, can we expect more demonstrations of this kind? John chuckled. He already knew the answer to that one, but he made a mental note. John, remember, you don't know the answer to a scripted question. Here was a story about one of the ferries that carried commuters across the bay breaking down, and that would be of interest to the commuters who rode that ferry. The volcano still erupting in the Philippines was a big story that all the other stations and papers were covering, so naturally News 6 would be covering that. But this story about a lady finding a tarantula in a bunch of bananas and suing the grocery chain probably qualified as filler or maybe human interest. There was certainly no plague of tarantulas threatening the air, skirt and an oyster-eating contest. These were bound to end up on the floor if time got tight. John continued to scroll through the script just to give it an overview, tapping away on the PGDN key. He'd be spending most of the afternoon proofreading and polishing, as would his co-anchor, Ali Downs. Most of the stories had already been assigned to either Ali or John and marked with an A or AJ, but both anchors read and edited all of the script in case either one missed something, and to make sure the stories made sense and were understandable and readable. Sometimes the script could tie your tongue up and had to be changed. Anyway, this was great. This was life as usual, and John was happy to let himself become lost in it, absorbed by it. Now he could just work on getting normal again. Normal. Something about that word made him think of Carl. Oh, brother. Carl. He'd gotten a call from him that morning and set the whole thing up, but he still hadn't cleared it with the front desk. He picked up the phone. He spun his head around even as his hand held the receiver. The scream came from across the room. A woman. An accident. Something terrible. He bounded from his desk and weaved through the maze of desks toward the sound. Now he could hear words. I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything. Leave me alone. The reporters, writers, producers stayed on their phones, kept at their computers, even conversed with each other. Good grief, what was wrong with these people? They didn't care. They didn't even turn their heads. What's happened? John asked Hal Rosen, the weatherman. Hal, a lanky, good-natured guy, was at the weather desk, shuffling through weather wire copy and watching the computer-enhanced satellite photos on the monitor. At the look on John's face he jumped up, alarmed. What? John heard the woman's voice again. Get away from me. Please. I haven't done anything. It was coming from Tina Lewis's office. Tina. John dashed into her office with Hal on his heels. Irritated. What in the world? Are you all right? John asked, his words rushing with urgency. She slowly, deliberately dropped the script on her desk and demanded. Don't you ever knock. I don't recall inviting you in here. She's okay, said Hal, ready to look elsewhere. I heard you screaming, said John. She glared at him, even let her mouth drop open with incredulity. Screaming. John saw her glaring at him the way she always did. But then, in a weird dissolve, the glare melted into an anguished expression, the head thrown back, the eyes running with tears, the mouth contorted in a scream of agony. This face cried out, "You leave me alone. I had the right. It was my right." John froze. He stared at her. Are you sure you're all right? Barrett, another voice demanded, is there something you need? It was Tina Lewis's voice. It came right through that anguished face. No, now it was that angry face. That impatient, condescending face. John blinked. He looked at the floor. He looked at Tina Lewis again. She was wringing her hands, wagging her head in torment. Barrett. The voice didn't match the face again. It sounded alarmed, curious. Now he saw her rise, not weeping or screaming, but a little concerned. Bewildered, looking at him as if he were. Are you all there? Now she was weeping again, moaning in pain. John mentally broke in on himself. He purposely aborted the program. Going on in his head, forcing himself to muster all the acting ability he had, look straight at the weeping, desk-pounding image, and say, boy, that computer printer. We've got to oil that thing or something. It sounded just like a woman screaming. I thought it was you. Get out of my life, she cried, cowering, her arms covering her head. I don't want your pain. Just leave me alone. You need to get your ears checked, said the other Tina. The real Tina. One of the Tinas. Go on, get out of here. She picked up the script again and sat down with her back to them. Come on, said Hal. The ladies got work to do. They went back to the weather desk, Hal leading John by the arm. Steadying him a little, John wiggled his finger in his ear. Man oh man. Here, sit down, Hal said, pulling a wheelchair closer. John sat. You still hear something? John listened. Not now. He forced a little laugh, tried to gloss it over. I'm too close to the printer, I guess. Or maybe it is my telephone. Hal set his elbow on the desk and studied John for a moment. You're sure you heard Tina screaming? John shrugged. He tried as best he could to look like a normal, sane, responsible human being. Isn't that the wildest thing you ever saw? Boy, I sure thought. Boy, what a deal. You okay? Yeah, sure. Hal didn't seem satisfied. You know, you just went through a real tragedy, John. Maybe you're not ready to be back here yet, back under the pressure and everything. John was ready to get away from this discussion. He rose, looking at his watch. Well, you know, my son's coming to visit the station today, and if you think I'm hearing things, just wait till he gets here. You'll think you're seeing things. Gotta call the front desk. Well, take care. John got back to his desk and rescued the telephone receiver, which he'd left dangling by its cord. Rush Torrance was standing at his desk, only a few feet away, gawking at him. What happened? Oh, nothing. I thought I heard someone hollering for me. False alarm. Rush accepted that and went back to work at his console. John tried to look as normal as possible, realizing that others in the room were also gawking at him. He put the receiver to his ear and punched in the number of the front desk. As he talked to the receptionist and made sure Carl was expected, he could feel their curious gazes gradually turning away. Then he slumped in his chair and stared at the computer screen. The computer kept prompting him, make a correction, escape, do something. But it would have to wait for a moment. John was scared. It had happened again, but this time more directly, more personally. Instead of vague, far away, unidentifiable voices, he'd heard Tina Lewis. He knew he'd heard her, and he'd seen her so clearly, so vividly that mistook it for reality. But was it? He cursed under his breath. LSD flashbacks. That had to be it. The 60s pseudo-intellectual, acid-dropping, college radical was now paying the price. Back then Dad always warned him there'd be a price to pay someday. He used to think of Dad every time he popped that little sugar cube into his mouth. This one's for you, Dad. Now all the recent strain, first with Dad's behavior, then with his death, must have jarred something loose somewhere in his head, and he was back there, back in the old rebellion. How poetic. Every time he took a drug trip he thought of Dad. Now thinking of Dad too much brought on drug trips without the drugs. And, oh yes, wasn't it Dad who helped aggravate this thing with his mutterings about the cries of lost souls? That had to be a part of it too. Dad's last words, the tragedy that followed, John's own deep regrets coupled with the emotional upheaval. He just had to be careful. He had to take it easy. This kind of thing probably passed with time and rest. He was an otherwise healthy man who took good care of himself, jogged 5 miles a day, watched his diet, got plenty of rest. It should fade, it should go away. Or, so forget it, John. Let it go. It'll pass. You're 42, all that stuff's behind you, and you have a career to think about. He leaned forward and got back to work on the 5:30 script. Chapter 7. At close to 5, Carl drove Dad and Mum Barrett's grey Chevrolet down under the Channel 6 building and found one visitor's slot still available. Following his father's directions, he found his way around to the front entrance. The reception area was big enough to hold a reception. It was a vast, high-ceilinged room with lots of glass, a deep, sound-deadening carpet, and a wide-screen television in the center of an inviting sitting area. The television was carrying Channel 6, of course, and at the moment a syndicated, pre-recorded, controversial talk show host was interviewing what appeared to be prostitutes. In the center of the room was the reception desk with an attractive young lady wearing a headset and taking calls. "Oh," she said, "you must be Carl Barrett." He smiled. The meaning was clear. With his weird hair, clothes, and jewelry he was easy to identify, hard to miss. "That's right. I'll let your dad know you're here." She made a quick call, then had Carl sign in, identifying himself and the car he had parked down below. Then he was free to wait, to stroll about the reception area and take it all in. All around the room Channel 6 was putting its best foot forward. There was, of course, the huge television providing a non-stop sampling of the station's wares, but there were also several glass display cases filled with impressive memorabilia. A football jersey and an autographed football from the city's football team. A baseball bat and autographed baseball from the baseball team. Several trophies awarded to Channel 6 for excellence in broadcasting, broadcast journalism, and sportscasting. Photographs of Channel 6 bosses meeting with dignitaries and celebrities. But it was that wall behind the receptionist's desk that really caught the eye. Here, in brightly lit, full-color, 3-foot-high photographs, were the talent, the stars, of Channel 6. Hal Rosen, weatherman. Bing Dingham, hunter, special assignments. Dave Nicholson, consumer specialist. Barry Gage, editorial commentary. And, of course, John Barrett, news anchor. Carl paused. So this was his father. He'd never seen his father stand still like this. There he was, clean and polished, in a dark blue suit, color-balanced burgundy tie, and a white shirt. His left hand rested on the news desk in front of him, the right rested on the left and held a fountain pen. The pose looked like he'd just finished doing the news, giving vital information to the public, and had now turned aside to pay special attention to just Carl. He sat tall and straight, though relaxed. His face was without blemish, his eyes keen and insightful. The eyes were brown. Carl had never noticed their color before. He stood before that picture for the longest time, just gazing into those eyes, trying to read them. The only problem was, those eyes were not looking at him, but at a camera. A door opened at the end of the room. "Hey, Carl." It was him. The guy in the picture. No suit jacket at the moment, but he was wearing a white shirt and a tie. A dark blue tie. The smile looked the same. He looked smaller than in the picture. And, whoa, he had makeup all over his face. Carl looked at the picture again, at that perfect, unblemished face. Well, maybe it was the makeup that made it seem so perfect. He couldn't tell. John extended his hand. "Any trouble finding the place?" Carl shook the man's hand. No. Came right to it. "Did you sign in?" "Yeah. I think I'm okay." "Great. Well, come on." With that, TV anchorman John Barrett headed back toward the door he'd just come through, and Carl followed. The receptionist was watching, and when she got a glance from John, she released the lock on the door. They went down a few hallways, turned a few corners, and went into the newsroom. "George, this is my son Carl." They shook hands. "Erica, this is my son Carl. I'm showing him where his old man works." They shook hands. "Hi, Rush. I'd like," as Carl watched, they conferred. Reading, pointing, nodding their heads. "Right, got it," said John. Then to Carl, "Okay, come on and I'll get you situated." They went past all the desks, past the young Asian gal talking on the phone and the grim-faced guy with the horn-rimmed glasses typing at his computer and the black man tapping his pen on his writing pad, waiting for inspiration. They reached a crude-looking plywood wall braced with 2x4s, painted to match the rest of the room but looking very much like plywood and 2x4s anyway. A long computer-printed streamer proclaiming "We're #1" covered up some of it, and various tack-ups decorated the rest, at least as far off the floor as human arms could reach. Complete game schedules for football, basketball, and baseball, and adjacent to that, a sign-up sheet for the football pool, almost filled. Some news clippings about the station had been there a while, and the tape was getting yellow, but some of the news-related gag cartoons were new, such as the picture of the two men in an office setting, one with his hindquarters chewed off and the other asking, "Well, what did the boss?" was scratched out, and Mr. Oliver was penciled above it have to say. They turned right and went down to the end of the plywood wall, where a small camera perched on a stand looked down at them like a curious, one-eyed crow. "This is the flashcam," said John. "You'll see how we go to reporters in the newsroom for their stories and how they use this camera." John kept going, around the plywood wall, and Carl followed. Now they entered another world, and Carl felt he'd just plunged into a big, brightly lit aquarium, full of human fish but no water. Lights bore down on them from above and from the walls, washing out the shadows, putting every detail of their clothing, their faces, their movements, on display. The back wall, the one made of the plywood and 2x4s, looked impressive, even intimidating, from this side. On the left was the city skyline, painted on a mural behind a false window. In the center was an array of false TV screens showing photographs of events, news frozen in time. On the left was a waving, blue-green-gray-purple pattern, leather-upholstered chairs at 4 stations, the one on the left for the sportscaster, the one on the right for the weatherman, and the 2 in the middle for the anchors, each with its own television monitor tucked into the surface of the desk, hidden from the camera's view. The cameras. Yes, if this was an aquarium, the 3 cameras were the fish watchers. They stood there looking like just landed alien probes, all staring one-eyed at the news desk, each bearing its own name like some kind of livestock ear tag. 1, 2, and 3. Across the top of the backdrop were television monitors, even now, flashing forth images. The one on the left showed the controversial talk show still in progress, the sound off, the mouths flapping without meaning. Then came 3 monitors showing the world as seen through the eyes of cameras 1, 2, and 3. Camera 1 was looking at a black leather chair with no one in it. Camera 2 was looking at a crisscross test pattern on a stand right in front of it. And camera 3 was looking, well, at them, just behind the news desk, looking up at the monitor. John showed Carl to a chair situated to the right of the news desk, back behind camera 1. Have a seat right here. You can watch part of the show from here, and when we have a commercial break somebody will take you upstairs so you can see the control room. With that, John ducked out of the room for a moment. Carl, fascinated and bewildered by it all, took his seat in the chair and just watched without a word. The floor director, a pretty black woman, came onto the set, headset in place, script in hand. 2 men and 1 woman took their places behind the cameras. It was almost 5:30. In came an attractive, dark-complexioned lady in a grey suit jacket and black skirt, a black scarf perfectly arranged over a white blouse, her hair a complex, ebony sculpture. This was, of course, Allie Downs, his father's co-anchor, looking just like her big picture out in the lobby. She took her place in the second of the center chairs, picked up an earpiece from the news desk, and carefully installed it in her ear, then clipped a tiny microphone to her jacket. It virtually different, perhaps he'd touched it up a bit. His hair was perfect, though. He probably used hairspray. He took the first of the center chairs and then went through the same quick preparations, installing his earpiece and lapel mic and taking a quick look in a mirror of his own. 30 seconds, said the floor director. The news team of Barrett and Downs was ready. In the monitor atop the backdrop the controversial talk show was over, and now commercials were racing one after the other across the screen. 10 seconds. Then the floor director's hand went up with 5 fingers. Extended. 4, 3, 2, 1. Point. John Barrett looked at camera 2 and spoke in a resonant voice. Tonight on News 6 at 5:30, candidate for Governor Bob Wilson has his say at his own campaign kickoff rally. Allie picked up where John left off. And Governor Slater says is ready for Wilson's challenge anytime, anywhere. There's a lot of finger-pointing going on over what caused the crash of that airliner in Manila. Is the airline to blame, or is Benson Dynamics covering up? And this weekend's tragic fire at the Somerville Speedway has raised some hot questions on who will eventually pay to have the grandstand rebuilt. Next, on News 6 at 5:30. Music. Carl watched the monitor right next to him. The pictures galloped out of the screen and right into his lap. Moving aerial shot of the city. Traffic rushing back and forth, ferries pulling out from the dock. Voice. This is Channel 6, the city's premier news and information station, your #1 source for up-to-the-minute news. Pictures, fast pictures. A cameraman aims his camera toward the screen. A female reporter runs up some stairs, a chopper with a big 6 on the side lands with a bump, a team of reporters sets up, voice still going. And now, from the News 6 newsroom, News 6 at 5:30, with John Barrett. John Barrett, in a portrait that moves, flashes a knowing smile at the camera, and Allie Downs. She grins pleasantly, as if meeting a friend. Bingdingham with sports. He looks at the camera and cracks up. And Hal Rosen, weather. He looks at the camera and winks. The News 6 news team. News 6 at 5:30. Music resolves. Carl saw a wide shot of his father and Allie Downs seated behind the news desk. He watched his father's lips move but heard his father's voice from within the room. Candidate for Governor Bob Wilson began his campaign today and wasted no time in addressing the assault launched against him by Governor Hiram Slater last week. Close-up of Allie Downs. Wilson was ready with an assault of his own as He addressed his own kickoff rally at the Memorial Stadium this afternoon. Video. The Memorial Stadium. Crowds, balloons, "We back Bob." Posters. Ali's voice over the pictures. Wilson says is ready and willing to take on the issues and considers Hiram Slater's opening salvo nothing more than a cheap shot. Video and sound. Bob Wilson, a nice-looking guy, dark hair, Kirk Douglas chin, stern expression, addressing the crowd. The governor has set the tone for his campaign, and it looks muddy brown. Cheers, but this campaign is going to be built on the issues, and I'm not afraid to say the words. Abortion. Back to basics education. Balanced budget. Family. Tax cuts. Cheers start. Cut. Close-up of Ali Downs. More rallies are planned for the coming month. Close-up of John Barrett. There are allegations tonight. The camera panned a little to the right and a small picture appeared. Over Barrett's left shoulder, an airliner broken in two and burning, that the Philippine government is interfering with the investigation of the crash. Shots of planes landing at the airport. Wendell Southcott's voice starts, explaining how thrust reverses work. In the studio, John Barrett grabbed a sip of water, and Ali Downs primped, looking into the little round mirror. More stories, one after the other. Carl had trouble remembering what he'd just seen before he was seeing something else. A fire at a grandstand, a woman's body found in Dillon Park, 3 kids trying to kill their parents. Cut to commercials. While a lady on the screen tried to get the last precious drops of dish soap out of the bottle, John took another sip of water and looked at Carl, sitting in the dark behind camera 1. Holding up okay. Carl shrugged, then nodded. The monitors in the news desk were suddenly filled with a blood-red sunrise as the audio carried a deep, rumbling voice. A new day, a new dawning, broke upon our state 4 years ago. Oh, so this was Governor Hiram Slater. The ad was captivating from the very start, and Carl found himself mesmerized by the colors and the quick-cutting, rapid-fire shots of Hiram Slater, his shirt sleeves rolled up, his brow furrowed as he shuffled papers, consulted with VIPs, talked on the phone. Voice. A growing economy and new jobs. A bold new approach to education for the 20th century. Environmental awareness. These are the Slater legacy. Then came the shot of the state capitol dome silhouetted against a massive rising sun, the whole picture rippling with heat waves. Voice. The new dawn lives on. And there was Hiram Slater, his huge face appearing to the left of the Capitol dome in stark relief against the sun. Voice. Governor Hiram's, Leslie Albright on DVE box, to your right. John checked his script. This would be the follow-up story on Sundays. Gay protest at the Catholic Cathedral. Countdown from Mardell, the floor director. 4, 3, 2, 1. She pointed, and John read from the teleprompter. The Catholic Archdiocese has not yet responded to demands made by the city's gay community in a demonstration at St. Andrew's Cathedral yesterday, and a gay spokesman says they are still waiting. Leslie Albright is live in our newsroom with an update. Mardell held her hand out to the left, and John and Ali followed it with their eyes, looking to their right. Leslie, has there been any response from the Archdiocese? John asked. Carl followed his father's and Ali Downs' gaze and looked at the wall. But nothing was there. Then he heard Leslie Albright's voice some distance away. John, she was saying, so far the Archdiocese has released only one brief statement maintaining the Church's position on birth control. Carl looked from the wall to his father, but his father was still paying rapt attention to the wall. Where in the world? Oh, Carl could see Leslie Albright just out of the camera's view. Around the end of the plywood backdrop, sitting in front of that little camera perched on the stand, the flashcam. Harley Cudsway, spokesman for the Gay Rights Action League, is not satisfied. Carl looked at the monitor. Oh, here was some guy carrying a sign. and looking upset, hollering, "We are here to call attention to the callousness and indifference of organized religion to the plight of gays and straights alike. AIDS is everyone's problem, and everyone needs to be involved in stopping it." John perused his script once again for the scripted question and Leslie's outcue. He found the outcue, "Free condoms available," and the scripted question. Leslie came up with a different question. Funny she didn't mention it. But John liked it. It was more probing, more interesting, and definitely more risky. "Leslie, you've got guts, I'll hand you that." Carl watched the monitor. Leslie's voice. "Yesterday was the first of many planned demonstrations, with several confrontations between gays and parishioners. Video. Homosexuals handing free condoms to parishioners just leaving the church. Cut to video. A parishioner and a gay having it out. The gay. The church needs to own up to its responsibility. You are to blame for thousands of deaths. The parishioner. You people need to turn back to God and turn away from this sin." Cut to video of the guy with the sign again. Title at bottom of screen. Harley Cudsway, Gay Rights Action League. "Condoms are the answer to stemming this plague, and we will not surrender until the Catholic Church amends its murderous policies." Cut to Leslie, live from the newsroom, with desks and people working behind her. Carl looked. His father and Allie Downs were looking at the wall again, while Leslie, only a few feet behind them, talked to the flashcam. "So that's where it stands, John. Regardless of what the church eventually decides, Cudsway and his fellow gays say they will continue to make free condoms available." As Carl watched the monitor, Leslie suddenly appeared on a screen, perched on the end of the news desk. Carl looked at Leslie in the newsroom, then the monitor, then his father. "My father's talking to the wall," he thought. John was ready with his scripted question and addressed it to the wall. "Well, Leslie, how does he reconcile his position with the fact that he's had over 300 sexual encounters in the past year and never uses a condom himself?" Dead air. "Well," Carl looked at the lady sitting behind the backdrop. He was waiting to hear the answer. "Well," she said, her script falling limp in her lap, "that's a good question, John." Carl detected a note of sarcasm, and now she sat there with a very testy expression on her face. An expression John could not see, but could certainly feel in her tone. He'd better let her go, and quick. "All right, thank you, Leslie." On the monitors, the screen that wasn't there vanished. John and Allie looked toward the front again as camera one zoomed in for a close-up of Allie. Allie started the next story. "The tax initiative for the public swimming pool is in deep water again." Carl watched as Leslie Albright rolled limply out of the flashcam chair, her mouth open and her eyes looking toward heaven. The first person she encountered back there, she grabbed, gesturing, waving her script. John paged through his script, getting ready for the break. Coming up. There was tension in the air. He could feel it. Camera 3's red light flashed on, and the monitor showed the camera capturing the two anchors plus Bingdingham, newly arrived, ready at his post at the right end of the news desk. John looked into the script mirrored on the glass over camera 3's lens and started the close-out for this section. Coming up next, a $2 rubber washer is blamed for $1 million flood. Allie added, looking to her left, and Bingdingham brings us Sundays. Sorry Saga. Bingdingham looked into the eye of camera one for the close-up shot. Hey, you've heard of the instant replay. Well, how about a perfect repeat of last year's game against Kansas City? Stop me if you've heard this one. Camera 3 came on again, showing all three. John introed the break. We'll be right back. Music. Cut to commercials. John's earpiece crackled with Rush Torrance's voice. What the? At $hash. And was that? Allie heard the question through her earpiece as well and looked toward John for the answer. Mardell, the floor director, was just now flipping through her script, ready to ask the question if no one else did. The show was over. They'd made it through with no further train wrecks. Rush, Ali, Mardell, and Leslie were huddled in the studio around the news desk. Around John, every one of them spring-loaded and ready to strike. "Where's Carl?" John asked. "Show it to me," Rush demanded, his finger tapping the show's script. "Carl's upstairs in the control room," said Mardell, "but he's probably on his way back down." "Then we'll settle this before he gets here," said John, flipping through his script. "What's to settle?" asked Leslie. "We agreed on the question, we put it in the script, it was there all afternoon. You could have checked with me, given me just a little warning, but no, you had to wait until we were smack dab on the air to make up your own question and make me look like a jerk." John insisted angrily, "I asked you the question I was given in the script." She shook her head in wide sweeps, her blonde hair waving like pennants. "No, no, no, just look at it, will you look at it?" John found it. "Okay." His silence was rewarding for all of them. They had a glance exchanging. "Party right then and there." "Well?" asked Rush. John was nonplussed. "It said that thing about the sexual encounters. And him not using a condom. It was right here." Mardell suggested, "Well, did you see it on the teleprompter?" "Well, I think I read it here, but..." Rush was already back to the teleprompter table, scrolling through the long paper strip, the script that was projected on the front of the cameras. "Nope. It's the same here. It was too perfect. Too flawless. Too much without any explanation." John smiled wryly and suggested, "Okay, it is a gag, right? Who did it? What's the occasion?" No one cracked a smile. Least of all Rush. "Do you want the gay rights activists storming this place?" Rush. "You ought to see what they did to that church. You want 'em doing that to this place. I'm not going to have that on my head." Ali tried to intercede. Rush. "All right, it was a mistake, okay. Maybe it was a gag. It was a bad gag, but..." Rush was too riled to turn back. He counted the items off on his fingers. As he listed them, they broke the windows out, they spray-painted. Rush didn't mind repeating the graffiti verbatim all over the walls. They broke a bunch of glassware in the church, and urinated. Rush's language was not so gracious all over the altar. "You want those people coming in here next?" John was shocked, disgusted. "They did what?" He looked at Leslie. Leslie nodded. John looked puzzled. "I didn't know that." "Well, now you know. You know what kind of garbage we're up against. Every time we have to do a gay story. So use some common sense, will you? Just a little common sense." John was not satisfied. Something was gnawing at him. "But, we haven't shown any of this. We haven't told anyone about it." "You better believe we haven't." "Arrested," Leslie answered, "not that we know of. Not that we know of." "Did anybody ask? Did we get any pictures of the damage?" Rush was incredulous. "Yeah, right, John, like we're going to show everybody spray-painted profanity during the dinner hour. You want to take the phone calls." Leslie piped in, "John, not all gays are like that." Now he knew he was getting angry. He locked eyes with Rush again. "Rush, everything you told me, everything they did, it was happening, wasn't it? And we were there, weren't we?" Rush threw up his hands and started walking away. "Oh boy, I'm outa here." John went after him. "No, now, Rush, don't walk away. It was happening, and we were there, and now you're telling me it wasn't news." Rush turned and stood his ground. "Listen, we're not here to discuss that. We're here to discuss you fouling up. That's what we're here to discuss." John threw a question at Leslie. Was it true? Leslie wasn't ready. Was what true? 300 sexual encounters, never uses a condom. True. She thought it over, then nodded and admitted, well, one of his friends says he's proud of it. But she was puzzled. But how did you know about that? Rush cut in. John, come on, that has nothing to do with this story. Anyway, John didn't buy that. Oh, maybe it just depends on who we're covering, which way the political winds are blowing, who we want to protect. Rush tried to control his voice but didn't do very well. John, wake up. And smell the coffee. We are in this business to inform, not inflame. John could see inflaming videos playing in his head this very moment. Yeah, right, Rush. He was reaching full temper and purposely lowered his voice. Where was all this journalistic idealism last week? Rush rolled his eyes. John. Leslie called after him. He was just about to dismiss her, with an oath and a gesture, but bumped into Carl first. Dead air. No script. No one could think of what to say. Carl was staring at them, each one of them in turn. As one, they relaxed. They became pleasant and smiled. They looked a bit stiff, but they smiled and chuckled anyway. Ali came up with a quick ad-lib. Well, Carl, now you've seen how we do it. Chapter 8. The warm-toned, low-lit, heavy-beamed restaurant known as Hudson's offered a much-needed escape, a pleasant place to get away from the station and everything that had happened that day. John often came here after work. He was known and recognized by the lady at the reservation desk, and tonight, happily, she gave him and Carl his favorite table near the gas-fired stone fireplace. After that big mess on the 5:30, the 7 o'clock was an uphill morale and concentration battle all the way, and now John was tired. Spent. This had been a dreadful day after a devastating week. His mind, and maybe his life, seemed to be on the edge of something disastrous, and his career was currently careening through a minefield of bad breaks, fall-ups, and embarrassments. What a time to be sitting across the table from his son, a stranger, wondering what in the world they would talk about. Looking at Carl, he was almost afraid to ask what was on the kids' mind. Carl had been silent up to this point, not open to much conversation, just perusing the menu. His complexion looked a little warmer in the glow of the table candle, but he did not look happy. He seemed troubled, constantly and unrelentingly troubled. His eyes, though directed at the menu, didn't seem to be reading it. He seemed to be thinking. John piped up, "The prime rib is good. I've had that a few times." Was all Carl said, nodding slowly. Up came the waitress, a pretty black girl not too long out of high school. "Hi, I'm Rachel. I'll be your waitress tonight." She seemed a little tired too. Well, John thought, I know the feeling. Are you ready to order or should I give you a few more minutes? John was ready and was surprised to find that Carl was too. John ordered the prime rib. Carl ordered the chef's salad. Rachel took the menus and left. Now there was nothing to look at but each other. "So what did you think of the station?" John asked. It was. Carl took time to choose the right word, interesting. John figured he'd better deal with that little scene after the 5:30. "Oh, it can be interesting all right, some days more than others. Like that conversation you came in on the middle of, that was another one of those things that make the news business, well, like you say, interesting." Carl was looking at him and listening. "Okay, John, just maintain a flow here. When you're in this business there's a constant challenge, a question out in front of you, what is news? What's important and what isn't? What do the people really want to know about? It all revolves around how you define the people's right to know." Single quote. "It ended up on the floor," said Carl. John didn't understand, obviously. Carl became stronger, his voice more firm, his eyes reaching directly for John's. "The people's right to know. The news. I stood in the control room and watched the producer toss page after page on the floor." John smiled and nodded. Sure. When all you have is a half hour, you often find you can't fit everything in. That's why we'll often do some last-minute cutting. So what happens to the news that gets tossed? Oh, we might run it again at a later time if it is still current. What do you mean, still current? Well, still happening, still news. Fresh news stories are breaking all the time, and if a story misses the train the first time, well, unless we can use it for a follow-up or something. So if it gets tossed on the floor, it probably won't make it on the air. John thought for a moment, then admitted, well, chances are it won't. Events happen too fast, and if the train's left, I guess it is like a contest, with winners and losers. But most of the time the stuff that gets tossed is dispensable. So it isn't really news. Oh, it is news, sure, but it is dispensable news. I mean, to be honest, it is news that people would enjoy, would find interesting, but they can do without it. Carl nodded thoughtfully, digesting that. But like I was saying, it is a huge news in any kind of thorough, objective manner. We have to let others tell us when they see things we may have overlooked. Sometimes that leads to some fierce differences of opinion, but that's what the information business is all about. I take it they didn't like the question you asked. John chuckled. Well, right, see, that's what I'm saying. You have a lot of cooks in the kitchen, and sometimes they butt heads. Why do you do that? Do what? Butt heads. A little joke. A dumb joke. Ask a question. John had to think a little on that one. Well, I guess it helps to blend things a bit, sort of bring the anchor into the story. It helps make the anchor look more involved in the gathering of the news, more a part of the process. And I guess it adds a human touch to the show. Carl seemed perplexed. But don't you get that question off the script? Yeah, it is a scripted question. So who writes it? Usually the reporter who filed the story. The reporter gives us a question, we ask it, and then they have an answer prepared, and we end the package with that. Carl thought about that some more. So you're not really asking him a question, you're acting like you're asking him a question. John was getting uncomfortable. Was the whole evening going to be like this? Well, sometimes the anchor can ask a question of his own, but it is wise to let the reporter and the producer know in advance. The problem tonight was that we got the wrong question into the script somehow and the reporter wasn't ready for it. We try to avoid surprises like that. It doesn't look good on TV, let me tell you. Carl actually smiled. John guessed he was amused. I liked your question, Carl said. It was yours. Well, I appreciate that. He really did. Then he reflected for a moment, just a short moment. The content of that question was true. How did I know that? But now back to Carl. Eye contact. Look into the camera. Maintain the flow. But anyway, it is all part of the TV news game, informing the public, and doing it in an interesting, entertaining way. Is that why you were talking to the wall? This conversation wasn't flowing, not the way John wanted it to. Too many rocks in the stream. He paused to gather himself. Very small pause, not much dead air. All right. Now we'll work on this one. Well, did you see the monitors, and how we were making it look like? We were talking to Leslie. But she was sitting right there behind the background. Why didn't you just bring her in and talk to her? Well, we do that sometimes. Carl just made a face. I don't get it. John just rested his face against his hand and stared at the table trying to think of his next line. Well, we were. He had to laugh. He was stuck, and it felt kinda funny. Carl, I don't know why we do it that way. I guess we want people to see the newsroom, or get a view of somebody working back there, somebody still digging out the story. So you end up talking to the wall and pretending you're talking to somebody who's actually sitting behind the plywood. John's voice was getting a little tense, but he couldn't help it. Well, what's wrong with that? I mean, you're an artist, you deal in a form of expression, you embody truth through how you create a painting. We do the same thing using technology. TV news is an art form, I think. We use technology to paint reality. Carl looked away and said abruptly, I'm sure going to miss Grandpa. Hey, come back here, kid, we haven't settled this yet. John adjusted. New subject. And now this. Yeah, said John, I'm going to miss him too. I wish I could have known him better. It was like he knew what he believed. He knew where he was going. Yeah, he did have a strong belief system, no question about that. What kind of belief system do you have? Suddenly John knew how Leslie Albright must have felt after his scripted question. Well, I respected Dad's beliefs. I always knew where he stood, and that's good. We all have to stand by our convictions, and I think Dad was a good example of that. Carl was still waiting for an answer. Excuse me, said a lady passing by the table. Oh, good. An interruption. Yes, hello. I watch you on the news every night. Love the show. Well, thank you very much. The lady fumbled in her purse for a small scratch pad and then sheepishly held it toward him. Could I trouble you for your autograph? Sure you can. John took his pen, scratched out his autograph, and pleased another fan. Carl watched the whole thing, just like he watched everything. He was absorbing it all, John could tell. What's it like, being a celebrity? Carl asked. Good, a comfortable question. Well, it is fun, sure. It's part of the job, of course. Television makes you a public figure, and then, looking at it the other way, you have to be a celebrity, a well-known face that people want to tune in and watch every evening. So the news program feeds the celebrity, but the celebrity also feeds the news program. So there's a lot of showbiz involved. Oh, sure. It's part of the business, part of the machine. Oh, here came dinner, carried in the steady hands of Rachel the waitress. She placed a plate in front of John. Careful, the plate's hot, and the big glass bowl of salad in front of Carl. She's hurt, John thought. Okay, now can I get you anything else? John couldn't think of anything. He looked at Carl, but Carl was leaving it up to him. I don't think so. She's hurting. How about you? You doing okay? No, I'm bummed out. I want to cry. Watch it, John, watch it. Did she really say that? He looked at her carefully. She was smiling and sociable. No, she didn't really say it. But John could see a deep sadness in her eyes. I'm doing all right, she said. Now, the salad bar is included with your meal, so you can help yourself anytime. Great. Thank you. She hurried away. John felt clearly that she was escaping. He stole as long a look at her as he could without staring. But enough of that. Well, dig in, he said to Carl, picking up his fork. They started eating. So, tell me about yourself. Tell me about your painting. Carl furrowed his brow and formulated a reply. Just finished a magazine layout before I came up here. It paid pretty well. Maybe I'll be able to survive until I get the next thing done. Which is, oh, a friend of mine runs an underground theater. He wants me to do the set design. Sounds interesting. Don't know if I'll take him up on it. I'm searching for style. Right now, I think. The last couple of years I've been themilous, painting in circles. The same old stuff keeps coming out and I can't seem to find direction. Think you'll go back to school. What for? Well, if you've lost direction, that might help. Carl considered that a moment, then shook his head. No, school won't help. John got fatherly even as he felt he shouldn't. Well, you know, it would be a smart idea to hone your craft, get a good skill developed. Why? John leaned back, raised his hands, and gave the answer that to him Seemed very obvious. So you can make a living. Carl stayed serious and implored, why? So you won't be a bum, John thought. He didn't want to get into some big exchange, so he tried, well, I guess I still have that old-fashioned idea that the way to make it in this world is to set a goal, work hard, and make something of yourself. Carl just looked at his salad. But I can't paint that. It just keeps coming out wrong. It isn't about anything. It isn't enough. Well, it is enough to start. Think about that first and then you'll survive. To think about the rest. It was getting tense. Time for a break. Hey, I forgot about my salad. Be right back. He got up and headed for the salad bar. Nuts. This just wasn't going very well. Carl didn't seem capable of plain, simple, comfortable conversation, which would have made for a more pleasant evening. The kid was troubled, mixed up, unsettled, insecure, a natural product of a lousy, blown-apart marriage. John literally patted himself on the back. Way to go, John, you should be proud. Well, Carl asked some ridiculously hard question. Maybe they could pick a tough topic and go for it, just really chew it up. Just so long as they didn't chew on each other. Okay, John, so talk about your belief system. Oh please. He got to the salad bar, grabbed a cold plate, and started stirring around in the lettuce. I wonder if Dad ever felt this way about me. Then he laughed to himself. Brother. Am I kidding? Move over, Dad. Annie. John knew, even as he heard that voice, heard that name, that he wasn't really hearing it with his physical ears. After a few times through this ridiculous hallucination stuff he was finally getting wise. He put some lettuce on his plate and stole a glance toward the kitchen. There was Rachel, standing alone near the serving window, absent-mindedly sorting through some checks. He could hear her crying, though outwardly she was not crying. He picked out some broccoli and cucumbers in a very normal fashion. Annie. He stole a quick glance. Maybe this time he did see some sorrow in her face. She wiped her eye. Perhaps there was a real tear involved. He picked out some sprouts and onion slices. HM 300. Sexual encounters and never uses a condom, and I was right. Somehow I knew it was true. He looked at Rachel again. She was putting the checks back in her pocket and picking up another dinner for someone. If he wasn't imagining it, she did seem like she was taking a deep breath, trying to control herself. Behind her an unnatural darkness filled the room, deep shadows that gave John an eerie, gloomy feeling. But, no, this just wasn't what it seemed. He plopped several cherry tomatoes on his plate, then added some croutons, some bacon bits, and a good ladle's worth of low-calorie Italian dressing, and headed back toward his table. Again he saw Rachel, now serving a table across the room. Sorrow. Uninvited. Unexpected. He stopped to look her way, and as if they were of one heart, he could feel her pain. She was hurting. He just knew it, and now he was hurting too. All right, now hold on here, enough is enough. He looked away, setting his eyes straight toward his own table where Carl was still working on his chef's salad and looking dismal. I'm going to whip this thing. I'm going to ignore it and keep right on being a sober, level-headed professional. But the sorrow lingered in his heart, heavy and troubling, and by the time he reached the table and sat down, he thought he would burst into tears. Come on, Barrett, snap out of it. Control, man, control. Pretend you're on camera. Carl must have noticed the troubled look on his father's face. He was paying close attention. John wiped his eyes but made an excuse. Too much pepper. Are you crying? Carl was being so true to form John couldn't believe it. No, I'm not crying. He forced a laugh. Hey, look out for those hot peppers. Enough of this. John got out his handkerchief, cleared his nose, wiped his eyes, and regained control. He stuffed the handkerchief back in his pocket and stabbed after the first piece of lettuce. A cherry tomato popped out sideways and went bouncing across the floor. Carl was watching the whole thing. John could feel him watching the whole thing. John was winding up as tight as a spring. Finally he hit the table with his fist. "What are you looking at?" Carl's eyes were a little red now. "What were you crying about?" "I was not crying. I ate a hot pepper and it made my nose run and my eyes runnin'." John rested his elbow on the table and his chin in his hand and just looked at his son. Then he rubbed his neck and stared at his salad. Then he looked across the floor trying to locate the cherry tomato. Then he sighed and faced his son again. "Just what is it you want from me? What do you want to know? I'd sure like to know what would make you cry." "You're making me cry," John said in frustration, shaking his finger at his son. Then he got a bad case of motor mouth, and he realized it but too late. "Carl, since you're so intent on asking questions," Carl's eyes locked on his. Yeah, I'll do it." John just shook his head. His attempt at cutting sarcasm didn't work. And he'd said too much. "Oh, forget it. Suddenly Carl grabbed his hand. "Dad, you haven't said a word to me all night. Now talk to me." John really felt that hand gripping his. He couldn't ignore it. He could hardly think of anything else. He looked at his son for a long, awkward moment, and Carl just looked right back at him. No escape. The director couldn't switch to another camera. John couldn't even break for a commercial. "Let me think," he said finally, letting his eyes drop. He played with his fork a moment, then looked across the room. Rachel was gone now. He asked himself, what if Carl did ask her? "You know the waitress, Rachel?" "Yeah." John turned it over in his mind one more time before speaking. "Why don't you go find her and take her aside, casually, and ask her if the name Annie means anything to her?" Carl didn't make a face or seem perplexed. Rather, he seemed fascinated. "Annie. Yeah. Annie. Just ask her if the name Annie means anything to her." Carl rose from the table and walked casually across the room, looking for Rachel. He got back near the salad bar, still looking, and then disappeared around a corner. John stared at his prime rib, getting cold by now. He found it hard to have interest in his salad. He picked up his fork and forced down a few bites at dinner, feeling like he'd just made a colossal mistake, a fitting topper for a terrible week. Now Carl would come back embarrassed, with nothing but a negative report, and John would have to settle for the fact that he was really, undeniably losing a screw. Ah well, at least he'd know. He felt someone approaching and turned. Carl and Rachel. Carl was excited, the most excited John had ever seen him, and Rachel was wide-eyed and just staring at John in awe. You're John Barrett, the guy on the news." "How do you know about Annie Brewer?" John wasn't sure he'd really heard her. He looked at Carl. "She had a friend named Annie Brewer who died," Carl said. "You have to hear about it," said Rachel. "This ought to be on the news." John looked at Carl, then at Rachel, then at his watch, and fumbled. Well, how do you? "I get off at 9. We could talk then." "That's only in 25 minutes. "Yeah. Follow it, John. Follow it through." "Well, okay, sure." Rachel went back to work with new strength in her step. Carl slipped back into his seat, somewhat more animated. "What do you know about her anyway?" Carl asked. "Who? Rachel." "Yeah." John probed his mind just to be sure. "Nothing. So what do you know about this Annie Brewer?" There was no other answer available except, nothing. A few minutes after 9, it was a simple matter to pay for their meal, find a booth near the back of the restaurant, and order some decaffeinated coffee. Rachel Franklin, 18, a recent graduate from Jefferson High. School was tense and troubled but glad to be talking to someone, especially someone connected with the news media. I went to school with Annie last year, she said, nervously crinkling a napkin on the table in front of her. We were good friends. John had an appointment calendar from his pocket open in front of him. He'd found some empty dates already passed and was using their space for notes. You were both seniors. Yeah. And when did she die? It was about 2 weeks before school was out. It was in May. Late May. Aha. She got sick on a Friday and died on Sunday, and we never. Toxic shock, or something. That's what we were told. We never did understand it, how it could happen so suddenly. Who told you? She thought about it, then shrugged. I don't know. It was just the word that got around. So none of you ever heard this from Annie's parents themselves? She shook her head widely. No way. You don't go near Annie's father. He's mean. I see. So, John figured it out. Annie died a little over 3 months ago. Rachel gathered strength and then just said it. I think she was killed. She stopped to choke back some tears and wiped her eyes with the crinkled napkin. I'm sorry. I got over this once, I really did. John tried to clarify the term, and he tried to do it gently. Killed. Do you mean by someone else? Somebody killed her. Yeah. The Women's Medical Center killed her. You know, that abortion clinic down on Kingsley. News 6 had covered a few protests down at that place before they became same old and just weren't news anymore. I'm somewhat familiar with it. Go ahead. I just figured it out. I went to that clinic myself the Friday before last. She stopped. Let me start over. I was going with this guy during the summer, right? And, you know how it is, I thought maybe I got pregnant. So, I knew about the center. All the kids knew about that place. We knew girls who'd been there. So I went in to have a test, you know, to see if I was pregnant. And while I was sitting in the waiting room waiting to hear how the test came out, 4, maybe 5 girls came in, and I knew some of them were from Jefferson. I think I even recognized one girl. And I knew why they were there. I mean, that's obvious, right? So we were all sitting there in the waiting room, and nobody was talking, and then the nurse came in and got the first 2 girls, and they went into the back to do the abortion. Then this lady that did my test called me over to the window and said, "Honey, you're pregnant. If you get in line we can have you done today and get you taken care of. Have visa," and I had another week until payday, and then she asked me how much I had in savings and could I go get it and come back. And then she started asking what my income was in case we could show the state that I qualified for the state to pay for it, and it just got ridiculous. And then, there was this door open to the back behind the lady I was talking to, and somebody was screaming back there, and the doctor was yelling at her to shut up. I think it was the doctor. I hope it was the doctor. I don't know what other man would be back there yelling at her like that. And the lady I was talking to jumped up and closed that door so I wouldn't hear it anymore, and then she tried to get me to stay and get an abortion, and it was too much. I had to get out of there. So, I didn't get my abortion, and I thought I was pregnant, and I went home and tried to figure out what to do, and I looked in the yellow pages and found another place that gave pregnancy tests. They were the first thing in the phone book. So I called them and went in on Saturday and got tested again, and the test was negative. I wasn't pregnant. So that lady at the clinic lied to me. What was this other place? Another clinic. Human Life Services. It's down on Morris Avenue. It's an abortion alternative place. You know, pro-life. Of course. Now, I'm just asking this because I'm a reporter and I have to. Okay. Reporter. John liked that title. How do you know that the second pregnancy test wasn't faulty? How do you know which person was lying? She thought for a moment, cocked her head to one side, and replied, "Well, those people at the second place weren't gonna get $350 if I was pregnant. No, I suppose not. And besides, my period started last Wednesday. It was late, but it started." John smiled apologetically. "I guess that settles that. Pardon me, I didn't mean to infringe on personal areas." She shrugged. "Well, just so you know. But here's what got me thinking. While I was there, I read a pamphlet they had sitting out on the table, and then I remembered seeing a van parked outside the clinic, and I figured out, hey, that's the van that brought all the girls to the clinic, and I recognized it. It's that same brown van that we used to see around Jefferson High every once in a while, usually on a Friday, and we all knew where it was going, but we didn't talk about it much because, you know, a lot of us had been on it. But now it made sense. You see, Annie got sick on Friday, went home, died on Sunday. That fast. And nothing else was ever said about it. She went in that van to have an abortion, and they botched it, and she got some kind of infection and it killed her, and nobody's said anything, and nobody's done anything, and, well, who knows how safe that clinic really is. Who knows if anyone else has been hurt or killed by those people. How would we know?" John looked at Carl. Carl was spellbound. "This ought to be on the news," said Rachel. "Well," John asked, "I take it Annie's parents don't know about this?" She made a puzzled face. "They might. That's the part one haven't told you yet. Last summer Mr. Brewer was going around asking questions and scaring everybody, looking for all of Annie's friends, trying to find out if anybody knew anything about Annie getting an abortion. He came in here once, trying to find me, but I hid in the ladies' room till he left. I'm not gonna talk to him. He's a bad man. So what does he know, or do I have to ask him?" She wagged her head and even chuckled a bit. "Oh, you'll have to ask him. I don't know anything about that, and I'm not gonna ask. But I don't think he knows much. Nobody's gonna say anything, because once you say you know something, the question's gonna come up, how do you know? And like I said, a lot of us have been on that van, and our parents don't know. Nobody talks about it and nobody asks about it because nobody wants people finding out about them. And you don't go near Mr. Brewer. He's mean, and he's dangerous. Everybody's afraid of him. So I wasn't gonna stick my neck out. But that was before I went to that clinic myself. Now it is all hitting me at once. Whatever Mr. Brewer's after, he's probably right. But, they're a van too, remember. MMHM. John looked at his notes, mostly to stall for time. This wasn't going to be an easy thing to say. "Well, Rachel, I have to be honest with you. All of this may be true, I'm not doubting your word or anything, but we can't put anything on the news unless we have some real facts. Now you heard, not directly, but from others, that Annie's father was asking people about her having an abortion, but, apart from that, do you have any way of knowing for sure that she was even pregnant?" Rachel had to admit, number. She never told you herself. No, and I don't blame her. Hey, if you're pregnant and you're planning on getting an abortion, you don't talk about either one. And she was dead afterward, so she never had a chance to tell anybody. And so far no one has come forward who actually saw Annie go into the clinic. You don't know of anyone willing to confirm, as an eyewitness, that Annie went into that clinic to have an abortion. She was getting discouraged. "I don't know." John tried to let her down easy. "Well, if you could get us anything else. A witness. Someone who knew for sure that Annie was pregnant, or someone who rode on the van with her that day, anything like that, it would really help your case, because listen. Hoo boy, she wasn't going to like this. Rachel, there isn't a day that goes by that someone doesn't call the station or write to us. I get a lot of letters, and they have some horrible story about how they've been unjustly accused of something, or someone's cheated them, or the system has failed them somehow, and, it is the kind of thing you hear every day. I don't mean to sound insensitive to your problem, but I've got producers, I've got editors, I've got a boss, and I can't go to them with what you've given me so far because, so far, number one, we can't prove any of it, and number two, even if we could prove it, it wouldn't be news. It isn't big enough, important enough for us to spend time and money on. Her mouth dropped open a little. He knew she wouldn't like his answer. Carl was more direct. Are you kidding me? John lifted his palms just a little and said, Hey, I'm sorry to say, it is the nature of the business. If Annie was the daughter of the governor, or she'd been raped by a movie star, or she was somebody famous, anything different, unique, juicy, said Carl. John couldn't argue with that, though he hated the sound of it. Well, yeah, something the public would be interested in, something that would catch their attention, then maybe it would be news, it'd be something worth pursuing. But even then we'd have to have something really clear-cut, something we could prove. Rachel's eyes were becoming clear and strong with anger. So if Annie was a movie star or somebody important, then you'd care that she was killed. Well, it is not a matter of me caring. But if she's nothing but a poor black girl living in the city who dies because some abortion doctor was sloppy or in a hurry or drunk, who knows, you don't care. John tried to say it more clearly, it's not that I don't care. You said it isn't news. John sighed. I know it is hard to understand. Yeah, and maybe poor black girls die all the time, but who cares? If they were somebody, and if they didn't do it so much, maybe then it would be news. She got to her feet. Wait, don't go. That'll be $1 for the coffee. Don't worry about a tip. She hurried away. Carl shoved against John. Let me out. John slid out of the booth so Carl could get out, and then stood there in silent frustration as Carl hurried after the girl. Good. Now the day's perfect. Totally consistent from start to finish. He dropped a $1 bill on the table and got out of there. He walked slowly out to his car, hoping Carl would catch up. He'd reached his car by the time the door to the restaurant opened and Carl came out, looking for him. Hey! Carl yelled. John just acknowledged him with a wave and leaned on his car. So did you make peace? He asked as Carl hurried over. Well, I think Carl wasn't so cool-headed himself right now. Man, I don't believe this. I've been watching this stuff all day and I just don't believe it. Okay, John had had enough. A full day of it. Hey, I've had enough. Dumped on me for one day, all right. But Carl was ready. He'd stored, analyzed, and sorted it out, and now he was ready. I saw you have a big, stinking fight with your producer about picking and choosing the news, and I thought it was because you were concerned about honesty. But then you turn right around and tell this girl, Carl, you don't know anything about. You tell her that her girlfriend getting killed isn't news. It isn't important. People don't care about it. Well, maybe Annie Brewer's dispensable news, huh? Maybe she can end up on the floor with the Irish girls' drum and bugle corps and the oyster-eating contest. John went nose to nose with him. Listen, buddy, you were at the station 2.5 hours, just 2.5 lousy hours, and now you're telling me about the news business. You're telling me how to do my job. When Grandpa got killed I didn't see that on the news, but when he's up there making a fool of himself it is all over the TV. Why? Who's doing this stuff? John was all set to yell right back, but he couldn't. Carl was on his side. He stopped cold, threw up his hands, and fell back against his car to simmer. Carl joined him, and they both leaned against the fender, silent. John finally said, So what happened with Rachel? Carl answered in a low monotone, his eyes on the pavement. She's Gonna try and find a witness. She wants to make it news. Now that's what she said. I didn't say it. Okay. And she gave me the brewer's number in case you want to call them. Carl took a slip of paper out of his shirt pocket and handed it to John. John took it and just fiddled with it. You gonna call? Carl asked. I don't know. If you don't, I will. John looked at Carl, opened his head. It's a dead end. Trust me. Hey, I'm not the one who started this whole thing. You're the one who told me to ask Rachel about Annie and all that. I don't need to be reminded. So if it isn't news, what was that all about? I don't know. Carl turned toward him. And how did you know about Annie in the first place? How did you know Rachel was thinking about that? John answered impatiently, I don't know. But you nailed it right on the head. I said I don't know, all right. Carl absorbed the verbal punch and then answered quietly, all right. John looked at the slip of paper and read the number. Max Brewer. Okay. I'll call him tomorrow. And then I'll call you. I don't have a phone number. Sure you do. You're staying at Grandma's. Before Carl could ask, John spoke up. She told me, all right. I do keep in touch with my mother from time to time. Carl's demeanor softened a bit. You don't mind? No. If she doesn't mind, I don't mind. You need to get to know her. We all need to get to know each other. Chapter 9. Tuesday, his mind full of images, his heart pounding with feelings. Sentiments, angers, and perhaps some pleasures, but not many. Carl set to work in his grandfather's shop, clearing the area near the south windows, setting up his easel and brushes, and starting to paint again. He'd brought some of his previous work with him, and he hung the paintings here and there just to get his creative juices flowing. Over by the window he placed a cold, predominantly blue landscape, a picture shattered by broken lines and incongruity, and on the workbench a surrealistic face full of tension and agony, the hands clapped over the ears, surrounded and overwhelmed by loud, clashing colors. On the wall he hung what looked like a temper tantrum, a violent explosion of chaotic colors that drew the eye to the center, where there was nothing. It was time to begin anew. The light through the windows was perfect. Just as he expected. He took brush in hand and stared at the blank canvas. If he could just capture the lostness, the drifting. Yes, the aimless, rootless drifting, like a lonely planet without a sun, or a balloon let go, or a sailing ship on an infinite plain of featureless water. Yeah, maybe so. The brush moved over the canvas. Smallness. The smallness of one tiny dot, one tiny soul in the middle of what? Confusion. Then confusion of an exquisite kind. Not chaos so much as voices, colors on all sides, all in conflict, pulling and flinging, rending, drawing the eyes this way and that, a battle for the mind, for attention, for belief. The viewer should not rest, so his brush did not rest. Before long he paused. It's coming out the same way again, he thought. I'm painting the same old stuff. I'm a little speck being swept along in endless, meaningless circles. But what about his old man? Where did he fit into all this? Was he attached to anything solid, or was he drifting too? Were they both tumbling in this whirlpool together? Carl stared at the canvas, waiting for something to awaken in his mind. For some image to leap into his consciousness, through his hand, and onto that blank sheet. Where would John Barrett fit into the scheme of this reality he was trying to capture? Not in this corner. That would be somewhere. No, not near the center either. Not yet anyway. Right now a void would capture him better, a vacuum somewhere behind the immediate face of the painting. But no. To capture his father, there would have to be some kind of presence, but it would be subtly hidden. So hidden it made him angry. Like life. Like meaning. Like destiny. All hidden. Teasing him. He was hide and seeking with truth. He set the brush down. He was getting nowhere. Then his gaze was drawn to the small portable television sitting on the workbench. Grandpa had never had a television out here. Carl had borrowed it from his father's room. This was his father's television. My father's television. My father is television. He approached that little machine and stared back at the unblinking screen. It was like a shark's eye, totally neutral, unfeeling, without a soul. John was sitting at his desk, tapping away at the computer console, editing the script for the 5:30, when he felt a gentle tap on his shoulder. It was Leslie Albright. Got a minute? Sure. Leslie pulled a chair closer and sat down. She really was a good sort, little brusque at times, but those deep brown eyes were kind eyes, always caring, never cold. After yesterday I don't know where to start, but, John, we've got to talk this out. She saw the script on his computer screen. I won't take long. I'm sorry about yesterday. I had a terrible day. A terrible week. Yeah, you did. You really did, and we should have remembered. We should have cut you some slack instead of ganging up on you. I'm sorry. Sorry for the pain we caused you. John didn't mean to stare at her, and he didn't mean to go so long without replying, but it just seemed. And, John, for whatever it is worth, I didn't know that was your father. At the rally. It wasn't even my idea to have him in the background. He smiled to reassure her. I know. Tina and Rush put you there. I've been able to piece that together. I'm sorry anyway. Maybe I should have just gone with my own better judgment. I should have just stayed up on the stairs. The view was better, I could have been heard better, I could have heard the director better. She stopped and looked across the newsroom full of people doing the news. But I couldn't. I had to do what I was told. I understand. Yeah, I guess you've been there. Sure. You're out in the field, right in the middle of what's going on. Being told what's happening by a producer sitting in a windowless room with his own ideas about reality, saying, paint it my way, this is the way it really is, show me this, not that. Single quote. She had to laugh. Yeah, you've been there. Then she asked, so what? Would you have done the right thing? It was a joke. She knew it was a joke, but not the kind you laugh at. Well, that's what I thought I was doing at the time. He tried to let it rest. Well, don't worry about it. It happens. She was still troubled. But it is more than just that. I don't know. I don't mind being the grunt, the soldier out in the field. But it seems like something's controlling all of us, even the generals. She was struggling with thoughts and searching for words to embody them. Finally she wagged her head and said, it's hard to put my finger on it, but it is kinda like we've all walked into the belly of a big monster without knowing it, and now that we're deep inside, we think we're in control, but it is swimming away with us, anywhere it wants. John just shrugged. I suppose all of life is like that to a certain extent. I suppose. Well, I won't keep you any longer. Thanks for your time. Thank you. She went back to her desk, back to work. John's phone rang. John Barrett. John, this is Ben. Come into my office for a minute. Well, John was kind of John's boss was calling him in for a meeting. On his way to Ben's office, John passed that little cartoon taped to the back of the news set, the one with the employee minus his gluteus maximus. He began to ponder what it would be like to anchor the news standing up. Ben's office was at the far end of the newsroom, just past the weather desk, adjacent to Tina Lewis's office. It was not a big office, but Ben usually had it so cluttered with books, papers, videos, and memorabilia. The big, full-color photo of Chopper 6, the new 6 helicopter, was a treasured prize, that it seemed quite small, more like a cave or a lion's den, than an office. Ben was waiting for him. Close the door and have a seat. His voice sounded like an old, tired, radio commentator, low and resonant, somber, with just a little bit of gravel. John closed the door. That meant this would not be any casual, shoot-the-breeze meeting. Ben was a level-headed, roll-with-the-punches sort of guy, but his crusty demeanor gave him a reputation as a hothead. Hence the cartoon taped to the wall. He was thin, his face etched with worry, and he chewed gum a lot to replace the pipe he was trying to give up. As soon as the latch clicked into place, Ben started the meeting, sitting back in his chair, holding a pencil in his mouth as if it were that longed for pipe, and not looking at John at all, but the opposite wall. I got a call from this Cudsway, Harley Cudsway, president of the Gay Rights Action League. He wanted to talk to you, but I told him he'd come to the right place, the top, and that his concerns would carry a lot more weight with me, that I'd pass his concerns along in no uncertain terms to the parties responsible, that I would take care of the whole thing, that I would straighten you out and chew your ever-lovin' butt off. John was not one to cower. What can I say, Ben? We made a mistake. And that's all there is to it. Sorry. Now Ben swiveled in his chair and looked at him. I also got a call from the Catholics. They invited us to come out and get some pictures of the damage to their church before they clean it all up, since we didn't seem to notice it the first time. They were encounters in the last year. Then how many did he have? And he hung up on me. He saw the questioning look on John's face and responded, well, we said something about him. I was getting his response for the record. Ben swiveled back toward his desk and chuckled quietly. He's had plenty, we know that much. One of his lovers works upstairs in accounting right now. But let's get to the agenda here. I talked to Rush about this. Oh boy. Ben looked directly at him. Hey, he doesn't blame you. Yeah, he gets hot when you foul up on his show, and even if he thinks you're right he won't tell you to your face. But he knows what happened, what we didn't say, and I told him what I'm going to tell you right now, that you were right in being upset. Your question was a dumb move. I took the flak this time, so you owe me one, but you were right. We didn't handle the story well. We weren't fair to either side. But now that I've patted you on the back I'm going to whip you on the butt. We'll keep it balanced that way. I'm going to tell you to watch yourself and be careful. News is a term we all play with, and we all know it. We do have room, Barrett, slack. We can make choices about what we see and what we say about it, and none of us wants more trouble than our pockets can afford. Private sex lives we don't talk about. That's Cudsway's business, that's his sex partner's business. Lawbreaking, vandalism, violence, destruction of property we do talk about, but with our eyes open to cover our behinds. John asked, so you're not going to send a cameraman out there to video the damage to the church? Ben shook his head. That's what we should have done, but now we'll just have to let it cool off. Maybe next time. The train's left. It isn't news anymore. But I told Erica to be on the lookout for something nice to say about Catholics, and I think she's already found something nice to cover about gays, something about the Gay Men's Chorus doing an AIDS benefit. So we'll do some good after we've done some bad and hopefully come out objective on this thing. Sounds good to me. All right then. John stood to You're gonna to talk to M. John smiled. This was Ben's idea of a slap on the wrist. It's a deal. Otherwise you're doing fine. Thanks. Carl had his easel ready. He figured he'd start with pencil, just get the portrait sketched out. He knew the subject would be moving, changing rapidly, so a lot of the interpretation, the capturing of the face and the soul behind it, would be up to him. The clock hanging from the hook above the workbench indicated 5:30. He clicked on the television, and the cold, gray eye awoke, beginning to flicker and flash colors into the room. Then Carl heard music. Quick, compelling rhythms. There was the aerial shot of the city, traffic rushing back and forth, ferries pulling out from the dock. And there was the voice. This is Channel 6, the city's premier news. and information station, your number one source for up-to-the-minute news. Pictures, fast pictures. It was all the same as yesterday. The voice said, and now, from the News 6 newsroom, News 6 at 5:30, with John Barrett. Carl was ready. John Barrett appeared on the screen for 1 second. And then he was gone, chased away by images of Allie Downs, Bing Dingham, and Hal Rosen. Well, wait. He'll be back. Voice. The News 6 news team. News 6 at 5:30. And there was his father, sitting next to Allie Downs. Carl held his pencil to the canvas. This was that opening two-shot. Again. John Barrett's face was pretty small on the screen right now. A train derailment near Mendelssohn. John Barrett was saying. Carl sketched a few lines. Metro bus drivers are growing concerned over muggings and robberies on metro buses, said Allie Downs. Video. Metro buses pulling out of the garage. Carl sketched some more, at least from memory, from initial impression. He would capture John Barrett somehow, even if it was in tiny, fleeting pieces, moments, glimpses, hints. Somehow the puzzle would fall together. Come on, John Barrett. Just stay on the screen a little longer. Just a little longer. Okay, the 5:30 went fine. No foul-ups, no glitches, just a smooth, professional, neat newscast, the way it ought to be, the way it used to be. No, maybe even better. John didn't wiggle his thumbs this time, he made sure of that. Back to normal at last. Maybe, maybe not. He went across the newsroom to his desk and plopped into his chair. It was 10 after 6. The CBS Evening News was on. Maybe Max Brewer was home by now. Maybe he was sitting down to dinner and wouldn't want to be called. Maybe John didn't want to call him anyway. But maybe Carl would ask John if he'd called, and then John would have to make up some excuse for why he hadn't called, which Carl probably would not believe. Okay, John, dive off the deep end just one more time, and then life can get back to normal. He dug the slip of paper out of his wallet, set it on his computer keyboard, and dialed the number. Hello. Not a kind hello, and this guy didn't sound very small either. Hello. Max Brewer. Yeah. Who's this? This is John Barrett, from News 6. The guy swore a blue streak at him. Excuse me. You think you pretty funny, huh? Like nobody gonna touch you. Nobody gonna find you. Mr. Brewer, this is John Barrett from. No, you ain't John Barrett. Listen, you kill him, that's one for you, but I'm dead too, you got that. I'm dead, and you forget about me 'cause I forgot about you. Mr. Brewer, I don't think you understand. You show up, round here, you just try it, I'll rip your head off. I'll cut you into pieces so clatter, fumble, click. Dial tone. John slowly hung up the phone. Well, good evening to you too. Rachel did say this guy was mean. No, this guy isn't mean. He's scared. And what did he say? Something about killing John Barrett. Dad. John Barrett Sr. A tape replayed through John's mind. The black man at the governor's rally, the big guy on the videotape, throwing bodies around, fighting, scrapping, right up there next to Dad. Max. Dad called him Max. He picked up the phone and dialed again. He had to explain the mix-up, explain who he was. But Max Brewer was not answering the phone now. John dialed Mum's number. Okay, Carl, you want to pursue this, now's your chance. I'm not going to this guy's house alone. Chapter 10. John used a crisscross directory to find Max Brewer's address, and Carl was able to contact Rachel at Hudson's restaurant to verify the location. Everything matched. The Brewers lived toward the south end of the city in a predominantly black neighborhood, a low-income area where the houses and yards were small and clusters of kids played on concrete and asphalt more often than on grass, where both sides of the street were lined with aging, parallel parked automobiles, and vandals cursed their enemies with spray paint. It was a rough neighborhood too, known for its unemployment, gangs, crack houses, and shootings. It was an especially uncomfortable area to be driving through in a nice car and white skin. John and Carl moved slowly up the block in the ebbing daylight, trying to find the right address. "There," said Carl, peering out the window. "Is that it?" John looked out Carl's window and could barely make out the house. Number, little black numerals tacked on the lap siding of a small, gable-roofed house. There was one large maple tree in the front yard with a tire swing hanging from it. No fence. The porch light was on, and the lights inside the house were on, so somebody had to be home. They found a place to park halfway up the block, got out, and locked the car. They stayed close together. "What did he say again?" Carl asked. John recited it in a near whisper. "He said if we ever showed up he'd tear our heads off and cut us up into pieces so small the dogs wouldn't find them." "Thanks. I'd almost forgotten. Be bold. We're not here to hurt anyone, we're not sneaking around. We'll just walk right up to the door and knock." "Okay. Incidentally, what happened to your earring and your chain?" Carl had left off all his facial jewelry. Less for him to grab. They turned up the front walk to the house. As they mounted the porch, they thought they saw some movement inside, some shadows against the drapes. "No sneaking now. Stand up straight. We're here on legitimate business." John couldn't find the doorbell, so he knocked. The porch light went out. "Oh," said Carl. "Ah, hello." John called through the door. "Mr. Brewer, it's John Barrett and his son Carl. Ah, I talked to you on the phone today. We'd just like to talk to you." They heard the heavy footsteps pounding up behind them, but not in time to do anything about it. John had no sooner turned to look when a ham-sized fist grabbed his tie and made a lasso out of it, yanking him off the porch and sending him sprawling into the yard, rolling in the autumn leaves and just about hanging himself on the tire swing. Carl tried to leap from the porch and get away, but the shadow in the white t-shirt grabbed him by the scruff of the neck and yanked him backward, pulling him off balance. He fell but didn't make it to the porch floor. The huge hand was still gripping him by his coat and he was hanging there, limp with fear. He looked up and saw the shiny surface of a knife blade in the dim light. "Okay, sucker, you wanna live," huffed a big voice above him. John shouted, "Number, don't." "Yes." Carl insisted. "Yes, I do want to live." Now Carl could see the man's scowling eyes looking him over. "Kid, I don't like the way you look." The porch light came on, and the front door cracked open. A woman's voice pleaded, "Max, don't do anything. Get inside. Get in there," the man shouted. In the light they could see Mr. Max Brewer, as big as a football lineman, raging and wild-eyed. John was on his feet but trying not to make any sudden moves. "That's my son. That's Carl Barrett. He's a pacifist, you know. He's never hurt anybody." Max agreed. "He couldn't if he tried." The woman said through a crack in the door, "Max, don't hurt him. You don't know." Max yelled at John, "Stay there, man, or I cut him." "No," Carl whimpered. "Max," the woman cried. "Don't. Please. Now who are you?" Max demanded of John. John tried to answer clearly, without yelling. "I'm John Barrett." "Yeah, and I'm Ray Charles." He waved the knife in small circles near Carl's face. "And maybe this kid needs a better haircut. I'm John Barrett, Jr. John Barrett, Sr., was my father. You're holding John Barrett, Sr.'s grandson there." Carl stammered, I saw you at Grandpa's memorial service. You were sitting on the right-hand side, toward the back, you and your wife, right?" That seemed to register. Max held the knife still, but didn't let go of Carl as he took another look at John. "John Barrett, Jr. My dad must have told you about me. You on TV? Yes. Channel 6. The news guy. The front door of the house across the street burst open, and a neighbor hollered, "Max, what you doing over there?" The knife dropped out of sight. Max lifted Carl gently to a standing position. "Ain't doing nothing, Henny. These are friends." "Well, keep it down, man. I was gonna call the cops." The door slammed. Max released Carl. "Hey, I'm sorry, man. I didn't have no idea who you were." "Deanne." The door came open, and an attractive, 40-ish woman cautiously poked her head out. "We got company here." He beckoned to John. Come on, get inside before somebody sees you." "Deanne, come on, open the door. Let's go." She opened the door, and John and Carl went inside. Max was right behind them, closing the door again. "Have a seat," he said, still brandishing the knife. John looked at the knife. "A man could dress out a deer with that thing. Are you through with that?" Max noticed he was still holding it. "Oh, yeah." He dropped it into the drawer of a small end table. "I don't guess you guys want trouble." Deanne Brewer, visibly shaken, was concerned with proper Nevertheless, "Max, why don't you introduce your two friends?" Max eyed them a moment to make sure, then gave it a try. "Deanne, this here's John Barrett, Jr. He's John's boy. And this here is, Carl." "Yeah, Carl. John's grandson." Deanne extended her hand, still trembling a little, and they greeted each other. "May I bring you something to drink?" she asked. John and Carl looked at each other. Coffee. All right. Please sit down." She looked at Max and he said, "Yeah. Sit down. Sit down." There was one couch in the small living room, so they took that. Max sat on the edge of a worn-looking stuffed chair. Deanne went into the kitchen, a small area divided from the living room by a dining table and 6 unmatched chairs. "Daddy," came a timid voice from down the hall. "It's okay, honey. Come on in here, say hi." 2 bedroom doors toward the back of the house opened. From one room came a boy about 10. From the other room, the one with the Michael Jackson poster on the door, came 2 girls, one about 12 and the other in her mid-teens. They moved gingerly down the hall toward the living room. Max waved them in with his hand. Come on, it is all right. Nothing wrong here. These are friends." They came into the living room and stood side by side, like notes in a musical scale, 10-12 mid-teen. Max introduced them. "This is George." "Hi" was all George would say. He was being shy. He likes fast cars. "And this is Victoria." The 12-year-old just gave a little wave and stared at them, rubbing the back of one foot with the other toe. "She's the dancer." "Daddy, I'm a fashion model," she protested. He laughed. "Okay, honey. Seems like the same thing to me. And this is Rebecca. She's the artist. Hello. I'm pleased to meet you." They were beautiful children, though clearly frightened. "You go on now. We're talking in here. Get your homework done." Gazed down the hallway even after the kids were back in their rooms. Then he nodded toward the end table where he'd put the knife. "I'd kill for them. Yeah, you know I would." John swallowed and ventured his first full sentence since they'd become guests. "We're terribly sorry for any alarm we may have caused you." Max smiled a devilish smile. "How'd you like my ambush?" "It was great," said Carl. "Gotcha good, didn't I? Turned out the light, snuck round the back. Nailed you. Pow." Carl held up his hands in surrender. "I wouldn't want to be on your bad side." "Yeah, well, some people are, and I thought you were them." He looked straight at John and added, "I thought you were the ones that killed your father." John had to look at Carl. Carl's expression must have matched his own dumbfounded disbelief. Say again," Max explained. "You know, calling me up and saying you were John Barrett." Well, everybody knows John Barrett's dead, so I thought you were them, just trying to scare me. Them. Who? The people that killed him. I thought they were coming after me now. They killed my Annie, then they killed John, so I figured now they're after me. Oh. John was lost and groped for a starting point. We got your phone number from a girl named Rachel Franklin. She's a waitress at Hudson's. Fine young lady. I know who she is. Ain't seen her since Annie died though. I think I ran all off, all of Annie's friends. I wasn't handling it too well. Aha. Rachel said you were asking around, trying to find out if Annie'd had an abortion. Is that right? Max didn't answer, but just glared at him. Well, listen, we don't know anything about this. I never knew you and Dad were friends. And I never seen you before. I guess your old man didn't hang around together much. Max went over to the bookcase in the corner and picked up a framed photograph. He handed it to John, who shared it with Carl. That's Annie, said Max. That's her senior picture. She looked a lot like her mother, smooth-featured, lovely, with a captivating smile. She was 17, said Max. Senior at Jefferson. Sweetest thing you ever saw. He hesitated as tears came to his eyes. He looked toward the kitchen. Coffee ready, babe. Just about, she replied. He looked back at him and wiped his eyes. I gotta be careful what I talk about. I'm very sorry, Mr. Brewer. Just call me Max. Max. Annie died in May 26th, Sunday. I'll never forget that. We didn't know nothin' 'bout what happened to her. She came home sick from school on Friday and went to bed. We thought it was the flu or something, and she never told us different. We put her in George's room and had to move George out of his room, put him on the couch here so Annie'd have a room of her own. We didn't want the other kids getting it. She kept getting worse all night long, getting a bad fever and complaining 'bout her stomach, so we took her to the doctor on Saturday and he gave her something for the fever, but it didn't help. Finally took her back to the doctor on Sunday and he says, get her to a hospital, so we did, but he couldn't finish. Deanne came in with coffee in mugs. We were too late. Annie died in the hospital from a severe infection. We just never knew that's what it was. We thought it was the flu, and the gynecologist who examined her told us it was toxic shock syndrome. Now she was trying to control her emotion as she asked, would you like any cream or sugar? John figured she could use the diversion. Both please. He held his coffee for a moment. The room was silent. Finally he ventured to ask, so, Annie died from toxic shock syndrome. Rachel Franklin was thinking it may have been an abortion, at least that's the impression she got, and no, you're right, said Deanne as she brought the cream and sugar. She sat in a chair next to her husband and said in a quivering voice, Annie died from a septic abortion. We never knew she was pregnant. She never told us. But we found out that she'd had an abortion, and she blinked away some tears, and somehow it wasn't done right, and she became infected, and the infection spread through her body until it killed her. John was stunned. So Rachel was right. He leaned forward just to think. To digest this, his fingers over his mouth. He could feel Carl looking at him and look back. Carl sat there motionless, his eyes intense. John ventured another question. So is that what the hospital told you? Max wiped his eyes on the sleeve of his t-shirt. No, there was this other doctor, this woman's doctor. An obgyn, said Deanne. Our doctor said he couldn't handle it, and he told us to get Annie to the hospital, and this other doctor, his name was Lawrence, Dr. Lawrence, he took care of Annie, till she died, and then is the one who said it was toxic shock. That's all he ever told us, and that's what he wrote on the death certificate. Then how did you find out it was from an abortion? Deanne gave a smile and said, your father. My father. Max explained. Annie was gone and buried for, what? Close to 2 months, and we just accepted it, didn't know any better. Then, it was one Friday, I was driving home from work and going by that women's medical center, and that's when I saw your dad, John Barrett, Sr., walking back and forth outside the clinic, him and about 10 other folks, all carrying signs and protesting. And then it hit me. Don't know why it never hit me before. Friday. Annie got sick on a Friday. And these people seemed like they was always protesting on a Friday. I don't know, I just pulled over, thought I'd have a talk with M. Max wiped his eyes again and took a moment to take some coffee from Deanne. Thanks, babe. He took a good gulp. I picked out your dad 'cause he was the oldest. I don't know, just looked like he'd know what was going on. And he did. Yeah, he did, Deanne agreed. I walked over to him, and he took one look at me and said, brother. You're hurtin'. Tell me what's wrong. I mean, he told me things I never knew before. Did you know that clinic sends a van down to Jefferson High like every Friday to bring girls back to get abortions and their parents never know nothin' 'bout it? John and Carl let their eyes meet. Well, they knew since Rachel had told them. We weren't aware of that, not until recently. Well, your dad told me what might a happened to Annie, told me about abortions getting too fast, and doctors making mistakes and nobody knowing when they do, and what he said was too close, man, too close to what really happened. So I knew what killed her. I knew. And I was gonna go in that clinic and just ask Em about it, but your dad said, no, let's go back to the hospital first and ask Em again, so we did. He drank some more coffee, exchanged a look with Deanne, and then continued. We went back and cornered that doctor Lawrence and asked him again what killed Annie, and he told us the same thing, but then John said we wanted to see the autopsy report. Max enjoyed the memory and laughed a little. Your dad was a fighter, man, he didn't give up easy, didn't let those doctors bluff him. Oh, Dr. Lawrence, he wasn't ready for us pushing him like that, I could tell. But he said we'd have to go down to the records department, so we did. And then when we get down there, here they go again. They gave us a bunch of trouble and said they didn't have no autopsy report or nothin', said they lost it, couldn't find it. But John seemed like he'd done this before. You couldn't turn him around, He says, then let's see the pathologist, the guy that did Annie, and Max cursed. They weren't gonna let us see him neither. Started making excuses, but we got to him. Seems like we ran all over that hospital, but we found the pathology department, and then we still had to wait all afternoon, but we got in there and we saw him. Mark Denning, that was his name. John took out his writing pad. Denning. Okay if I write that down. Yeah, write it down. Denning was cool. Wouldn't tell us a thing out in the open, and when we got into his office he talked real quiet. Max leaned forward and lowered his voice, as if mimicking Denning's manner. He was afraid of something, He talked quiet and said he really couldn't discuss the case, but then he got out a folder and left it on the desk and said, I gotta step out for 20 minutes, guys. You didn't hear anything from me, and if you want to sneak a Deanne got up and went into their bedroom as Max continued. So, hey, what do you think John and me are gonna do? We got that thing open, and we started looking through it trying to find out what really killed Annie, and we did. We could see it. Most of that stuff you couldn't understand what Denning was talking about, but the last paragraph he wrote it out pretty clear, so we copied that paragraph and anything else we could find that we figured said something. Deanne returned and handed several sheets from a yellow legal pad to John, along with a document. He quickly perused them. This is Annie's death certificate, Deanne pointed out, and you can see what drive. Lawrence wrote. MMHM. Primary cause of death. septic shock, due to septicemia, due to toxic shock syndrome. Single quote. And then, well, here's what your father and Max managed to copy. From the autopsy report. Max's handwriting was done in a hurry, that was certain. John easily recognized Dad's handwriting, had the usual trouble reading it, and found himself dwelling there, just looking at the words because Dad had written them. John read the first paragraph they'd copied, this one in Dad's handwriting. Septic shock due to septicemia due to septic abortion. Single quote. Deanne commented, that's where we found the first contradiction to the death certificate. Max pointed, check out that paragraph on the second page there, the one I copied. John read as Carl watched, the most attractive hypothesis that would explain the mechanism of death in this case would be that initially this person had an abortion complicated by staphylococcal infection resulting in peritonitis and septicemia leading to septic shock and inadequate oxygenation of the vital organs, leading to death. Single quote. John shared the report with Carl, and they continued looking it over as Max continued. All those big words, we didn't know what we were copying most of the time, but I think we got enough. We know what killed Annie. Your father even took it to another doctor to have him check it over, and he said that's what it was, if we copied it right. But Denning wouldn't tell you himself, didn't have no legal right to see the report cause of the privacy laws, but he took a chance, didn't he? He walked out so he wouldn't see us looking at it. John shook his head. Strange. Max gave a knowing sneer. Tell me all about it. But, my dad was there too, involved in your situation. He was in it all the way. He was a good man. Who was the doctor? What's that? Do you know the name of the doctor Dad took the report to? Max and Deanne looked at each other and drew a blank. John made a note to check into that. Mum might know. And do you have any positive link to the Women's Medical Center? Is there any way you can prove Annie was there? Hey, sure she was. She went to Jefferson, she got sick on a Friday, the clinic sends the van over to Jefferson every Friday, the clinic does abortions, Annie died from a bad abortion. That's it. They did it. John admitted, well, that sounds convincing, but nothin'. Have you asked her? John stopped and reversed gears. I don't suppose the Women's Medical Center has told you anything. That was a laugh. No, not quite. But don't think I didn't ask. Your father tried to stop me, but I went into that place and told what I knew and I asked, did you do an abortion on my daughter, Annie Brewer? And they wouldn't tell me. Said it was confidential. And I said, we talkin' about my daughter. Now if you did it I wanna know, and they wouldn't tell me nothing, just told me to get out of there. And I got mad. Ain't nobody gonna do that to my little girl and tell me. It ain't none of my business. Well, I didn't touch nobody and I didn't break nothin', but they called the cops and told I did, and I spent the night in jail. Good thing I didn't really bust anything or I would've been in jail a long time. The judge said I have to stay away from there and if I'm good he'll let it go. Then his eyes burned with fury. It was frightening to see. But that place is still there, and that van's still running every Friday. He drank some more coffee, taking time to calm down. John held up the pathologist's report. Is this the only copy? We got some more copies made. Your father has one. May I have one? John stole a glance at Carl. If we pursue this, we'll need all the information we can get. What do you mean, pursue it? Asked Deanne. Well, I can't promise anything, please understand that, but we're talking about a young woman, a minor, dying due to a botched medical procedure and how nothing was ever done about it, nothing was ever reported, no one was ever held accountable. That bothers me, I know it bothers you, it bothered Dad, and it should bother the people who watch our newscasts. You gonna put this on the news? John could feel Carl waiting for the answer. When he did answer, he Felt he was answering Carl as well as the brewers. I can't promise that. Carl mumbled derisively, I can't promise that. John spoke more firmly. He may have even raised his voice a bit. I'm sure we'll need more information first. Max sneered a bit. Well, good luck. We were thinking 'bout contactin' a lawyer, but your dad said the same thing, we don't know enough. I told you what happened at the hospital. The clinic wouldn't tell me nothin', the school counselor wouldn't tell me nothin', and the law says they don't have to. Who else you got to ask? Well, give me some time to think about it, do a little homework. I might be able to find out something. In the meantime, Max, try to rest easy until you hear from me. I gotta stay out of trouble, I know. I've caused a lot of trouble for a lot of people. After we got that stuff from Denning, I climbed all over those people at the hospital for holding out on me. Got the people at the high school mad at me. Scared away most of Annie's friends. Max added in a somber tone, I made trouble for your father too. Got him pulled into my troubles, got into that fight at the rally. Good thing I didn't get arrested again. Him and me, we got a lot of people mad at us. I been layin' low. Whoever got him, they gotta be after me. But I don't follow you yet. Why would anyone want to kill my father? 'Cause we was comin' after him. They killed Annie, and they didn't want us findin' out about it. Okay, was this guy just paranoid? Had he been in too many street brawls, lived by jungle rules too long? But no, but your dad and me was seen together lots of times. We was seen together at the governor's rally. We got thrown out of there together. I even saw us on television on Channel 6. John grimaced inwardly. Ah, yes. So they knew I was after M, and they knew John was helping me, so they wasted him, and if I stick my nose out again they'll waste me too, if I don't waste 'em first. John held his hand up. But, now hold it there. You don't know for sure that anyone killed my father. It was an accident. Max just cursed at that. Hey, these people kill young girls every day. And it looks like they never killed nobody. You think they're gonna kill your old man and let it look like somebody killed him. You don't know these people kill young girls every day. Max didn't stop. You think somebody wouldn't figure out how to make it look like an accident. John stopped short. All right. Walk me through it. How did they do it? Max didn't shy away from the question. He was quite sure of himself. First they killed him, probably beat him to death, and then they dumped the pipe rack on him to make it look like the pipes smashed him. John shook his head. Max, those racks weigh tons. You don't just dump them over. Max got loud. What you mean, you don't just dump 'em over? The pipe rack dumped over, didn't it? Or didn't you notice that little detail? Deanne put her hand on him to calm him down. John tried to answer quietly. They figure it could have been metal. Fatigue. Max shook his head. Man, you talkin' to a welder. I know steel. I know good welds and bad welds. That rack was fine. How do you know? I been in your dad's warehouse. I've seen it. Well, the rack could have been out of balance too. A killer couldn't just dump the rack over. Max looked insulted. The next morning John was at the warehouse. The stand-in manager was doing well and was considering accepting a permanent full-time position. The customers were still coming through at a steady rate. Jill the bookkeeper was back on the job and was almost her bubbly self again. Buddy and Jimmy were optimistic. Okay, good enough. Now to talk to Chuck Catesman, the warehouseman and forklift operator, who found Dad under the pipes that fatal morning. He was hard at work in the warehouse, rearranging wooden boxes of abs fittings. Hey, Chuck. Hey, Johnny. How's it going? Chuck looked better. One hand was still in a cast, but he was doing well enough with the other hand just tossing parts from one box to another. They engaged in shop talk for a little while. Yeah, Chuck was doing all right, but was anxious to heal up so he could do the heavy loading again. He and Jimmy had switched jobs much more often, which Jimmy didn't mind, but Chuck didn't like working at the counter. He couldn't put up with pushy customers. John approached the key subject casually. Say, do you know Max Brewer? Sure. He was a friend of your dad's. Didn't know him real well, but he's been around a few times. He came over a few days after John died, just to look around. A lot of John's friends have done that. Well, Max has come up with a theory about how Dad may have died, how the pipe rack may have fallen. Remember when you used the forklift to try to get the pipes off Dad? Chuck grew quiet and somber at the memory of it. Yeah. Was the forklift already warm when you started it up? Chuck thought for a moment and then recalled, yeah, it was. I choked it, but then I didn't need to because it was ready, it wanted to start. I figured John had been using it. How about exhaust in the air? You know how that thing stinks the air up in here. Well, on that, Chuck couldn't be sure. You just don't know. Oh, you tore it apart. Yeah, the cops were through with it, and it wasn't any good anymore. And we sure didn't need the thing in here to remind us. What did you do with the pieces? I think they're still out in the yard, out by the adze coils. They went out to the loading dock, hopped down to the ground, and crossed the gravel yard to the adze pipe. Large, plastic, corrugated pipe stored in coils that resembled stacks of monstrous black earthworms. Next to one stack of adze, in several mangled lengths, lay the remains of the fallen pipe rack. John looked carefully through the pile. Okay, Chuck, can you tell me which of these long pieces were on the bottom? Brother, I don't know. Well, give it a shot. They picked through the pile, sorting them a bit. The short girders were crosspieces, the long rods with the turnbuckles were diagonal braces. The smaller L-shaped pieces were built to hold shelving. All these were put aside. That left 4 main rails that spanned the length of the rack. They were heavy, L-shaped, and very much alike. Okay, Chuck, here's what I'm looking for. I want to see if any of these rails got bent or marred or scratched in a way that would show the forklift was used to dump the rack over. Chuck stared at him a moment. Are you kidding? Is what I said possible? Chuck gave it serious thought. Yeah, that's possible. The forklift could have gotten in on the other side of the rack, gotten the tines under it, and tipped it over. Chuck was getting disturbed at the prospect. You really think somebody killed John? I don't know, but let's check these rails. The first rail was twisted on the ends, but the fall did that. The second rail was obviously a top rail the way the bolts were anchored, and it matched the first, so they were the top rails. The third rail. Hang on, said John. What about the fourth one? Does it have a bend in the middle like this one? They checked the fourth rail. It was straight. They looked carefully at the bottom surface of the third rail. It had a middle, with paint scratched away in 2 key places. Let's get this over on the dock. Each man took one end of the rail, and they hurried back to the loading dock. They set the rail on the dock and hopped on up. Then Chuck ran into the warehouse. In just moments the old forklift came chugging out into the daylight, and John knelt low by the paint scratches to have a good look as Chuck eased the forklift closer. The tines of the forklift eased up to the bend and the scratches. The left tine touched one scratch. The right tine came close. Chuck leaped from the machine for a look. What do you think? John asked. Chuck took hold of the right tine and gave it a light yank. The tine lined up with the scratch. It was a perfect match. Chuck let out a quiet, long, salty phrase of amazement. I'll call. Chapter 11. Bob Henderson was good-looking, a little heavy but trying to lose weight, had a wife and 3 boys he loved, coached Little League baseball, and went to church every Sunday. He dressed neatly, didn't smoke, didn't mutter or talk fast. In other words, he wasn't what one would expect a homicide detective to be. One attribute did fit the stereotype: he'd grown so used to the job that nothing seemed to excite him. "Yeah," he said, looking down at the long, bent steel rail. "Could be." Henderson, John, and Chuck Catesman, the warehouseman, were standing on the loading dock at the warehouse, looking over John and Chuck's discovery. Henderson took another close look at the bends in the rail the forklift made, or could have made. How many people have operated the forklift since the morning of the accident? We'll call it an accident for now, if that's okay. Chuck knew where this was leading and had already had the realization. Myself, Jimmy, maybe Buddy. Henderson stood up. So in other words, it is being used regularly ever since the accident. Chuck was sad to report. Yep. And I suppose you drove it out here to match it to the bends in the rail. That was the most painful to admit, for both John and Chuck. Chuck answered, "Yep. Well, we'll fingerprint it anyway, but I doubt we'll find anything." That's tough. If we knew then what we know now. John asked, "What about the autopsy report? Weren't there injuries that didn't quite fit what the accident would have caused?" "We'll check it again. But I recall the findings being inconclusive. Your dad was, well, pardon me, but it would have been hard to tell. Was anything missing from the warehouse after the accident? I'm looking for a motive here." Chuck shook his head. "Nothing disturbed that we could find, and we usually keep a tight control on the inventory. No cash taken. The cash box was safe and sound." "So, how about enemies? Help me out. Who'd want to kill a nice old plumbing wholesaler, and why?" "Well," said John, "he wasn't just a plumbing wholesaler. He was also an outspoken, religious person." "What kind of religion?" "Christian. Fundamentalist. He was active in the pro-life movement, and I think he may have made some enemies in the pro-choice camp." "Hoo boy, that did sound dumb," and Henderson's expression reflected that. "Is that so unusual?" "Well," John finally shook his head. "I admit it is pretty flimsy." "Yeah, it is flimsy." Henderson looked at his watch. "Well, okay. I'll reopen the case. But do some homework for me, okay? Do some thinking, some remembering, ask around, find out if anybody might know something that would shed some more light on this. Right now we don't have a suspect, we don't have a clue about who the suspect might be, we don't have a motive, we don't have much of anything. Show me the way. Give me something to hang my hat on, I don't care what it is. I gotta go." "Well, thanks. You're welcome. Don't touch the forklift. I'll get somebody out here." With that he was gone, and somehow John felt ignored, passed by, neglected, abandoned, even as he sat at his computer. That afternoon, editing for the 5:30, he couldn't help brooding about it all, turning it over and over in his mind. Was this how Rachel Franklin the waitress must have felt? John. It was Tina Lewis, of all people. "Yeah, Tina. What's up?" Tina grabbed a chair and settled into. "Subject of your father came up at the 9 o'clock meeting, and I felt I should talk to you about it." "You, of all people." John thought. He could feel himself bristling. "What about my father?" Tina was displaying a rather gentle demeanor at the moment. It was jarringly uncharacteristic. "Well, we all know it has been difficult for you, and of course the choices we made in covering the governor's rally were, well, they were not good choices. I admit that. I'm sorry." John remained cordial, but he didn't believe a word she was saying, and he had no trouble with that at all. "Okay. Well anyway, the subject did come up about your father's death and whether we should do anything on that. It is an old story by now. We'd be a little late if we covered it, and there really isn't much to show. We have no video of the accident, no shots of the police or aid unit or fire department, nothing to put the viewer on the scene. No, you don't. But the bottom line is, we really agreed that we had to consider your feelings. We didn't want you to feel your father's death was unimportant to us, that we were just ignoring it. But at the same time we were concerned about dredging up matters that were best left alone and could cause you embarrassment. I appreciate that, he lied. But let me ask you something. Oh, John had a feeling she was getting around to the real reason for this conversation. Have there been any more developments in your father's death? Any investigations by the police, anything that might make it newsworthy? Because if it is important to you, we want to air it. Don't tell her. The thought shouted clearly and emphatically in John's head. Don't tell her. Well, Tina. John looked at his computer screen and away from her just to get his mind clear, then faced her again. I can't think of anything newsworthy, that's for sure. Dad's dead and gone, and I think most of the excitement is over. MMHM. She nodded, and her expression dripped compassion and understanding. Well, if anything arises and you want to tell, was like a cornered, wounded animal. Well, thank you, was all John could say, and he tried not to stare. She rose, put the chair back in its place, and floated toward her office. John just looked at the floor, trying to process what had happened, what he suddenly knew about Tina Lewis. What do you do with a cornered, wounded animal? Try to help, or run from the danger. John looked back at the 5:30 script on his computer screen, but it was all he could do to pay attention to it, to get the editing done. Anything newsworthy, she said. My dad is killed outright, suddenly. Tragically, and she wants to know if there was anything newsworthy. He tried to put the subject out of his mind. This script wasn't going to edit itself. Newsworthy. Speaking of newsworthy, sure, there were plenty of important and legitimate news stories in the script for tonight. The ongoing campaign of the gubernatorial candidates for one, as well as a major traffic rerouting on the I-40 bridge. But what in the world was this item all about? And this item? He looked over his shoulder. Rush was at his desk, working on the script as well. Rush. He said, not looking up. Hoo boy. John tried to soften his approach as much as he could. He didn't want another fight. Could I ask you about a few stories here? Rush finally looked up. Sure. John looked at his computer screen and called up the first story in question. This one here. Number 230, the lady dying at the zoo. Rush didn't look at it himself. He was too busy with something else. What about it? The way I read this story, the zoo had nothing to do with her dying. I mean, it wasn't an accident, it wasn't due to anyone's negligence, she wasn't mauled by a lion or stepped on by an elephant or anything. No, they figure it was a heart attack. Heart attack. John thought it over for a moment. So, she just died. Rush didn't respond, so John dared to press the question. Why is this news? Channel 8 got some good video on it, said Rush, was good stuff, and Channel 8's going to run it, so we're picking up the story. So we're running the story because Channel 8's running the story. Because they happen to get some home video of it. Right. So what are we doing for video? We sent Ken down there today to get some shots of the zoo. Of what? Gorillas playing with their toes. Rush was getting red in the face. Hey, just look at your script. We're slotting 30 seconds for the story. It's a voiceover. You read the copy, we roll the video. It's that simple. Yeah, but I still don't see the news in this. I'm going to be telling people that a lady died an unremarkable death that was not due to any accident or negligence while we roll video of animals lying around and pacing back and forth and kids throwing food to the pigeons, which really has nothing to do with it. Rush was eager to get back to his work. Well, sometimes that's just the way it turns out. Hang on. I've got one more. It was only professionalism that made Rush pay attention. Okay, quickly. This story from England about the protester shooting several bystanders and police. Who was he? We got it from the network feed, and they didn't say. It says he was protesting the rezoning of a public park. Which public park? The feed didn't say. So, we don't know what was happening to the park or what he was disgruntled about in particular. Nope. Whom did he shoot? Some press and some cops. It's on the video. Somebody had a camera. Right now Rush had reached his limit. Listen, if you're bummed out because we didn't run anything on your father, I can understand that. But, John, life has to go on. Now, I have slotted that story into the program, and I want you to read the copy. I also want to carry the story on the 5 o'clock promo. CBS is running it, we're running it. It's hot. It's what people want to see. End of discussion. Rush went back to work in a huff. John turned back to his computer and scrolled through the script. News. Newsworthy. John was starting to feel sour about this, as unprofessional as that was. If only we could have gotten some shots of the pipe rack falling, or Chuck's bleeding hands, or the blood stains on the floor. If only there'd been a camera right there in the clinic when Annie. John stopped himself. Come on, John. Ease up. Let it go. Carl worked that afternoon on his portrait of John Barrett, but found the task agonizing, unreachable. The face lacked expression. It seemed cadaverous. He checked the clock. Almost 5. There would be a promo coming up, a whole 25 seconds worth. He didn't know why he even bothered, but he clicked on the television set and waited, pencil in hand. Maybe something would come across that would reach his soul, a glint of warmth, of humanity, of whatever. As he waited, his eyes drifted to that pile of unassembled parts. Grandpa's and his father's boat, still resting and waiting under the cloth. He went over to take another look, to fold back the cloth and touch the wood. He felt sorrow for Grandpa. A voice came from the television. Hello, this is John Barrett in the News 6 newsroom. Coming up in 1/2 hour on News 6 at 5:30. Carl dashed to his easel, compared the television eyes with the penciled eyes. They were. What was this? Some old geezer shooting people. We'll have a shocking report of a protester opening fire on several. Carl stood there, watching the gun go off, watching people scurry for cover, and a woman dies at the zoo, apparently of a heart attack. There was John Barrett again, in shirt sleeves, the newsroom behind him. All this and other top news of the day, 1/2 hour from now, on News 6 at 5:30. Commercial. Carl turned the television off, stared at the blank screen, and cursed. John set down the camera remote control, got off the flashcam stool, and cursed. Tina Lewis, in her office with the door closed, spoke quietly into her telephone. I have talked with John Barrett. He says there are no developments in his father's death at this time. No, he said nothing about any police investigation. Yes, I'll let you know. She hung up and went back to work. Martin Devon hung up the phone and went down the hall to the governor's office. Miss Rhodes, the governor's secretary, announced him and waved him in. Wilma Benthoff, the hard-working campaign manager, was already there for the meeting and had laid out some new billboard designs on the governor's desk. So how goes the battle? Devon asked. The governor was pleased. We are whipping Wilson's butt, that's how it is going. Take a look at these. Devon came around to the governor's side of the desk to view the new artwork. The photographs and graphics were lofty, eye-catching, even transcendent, and made Hiram Slater bigger than life, no question. Wilma Benthoff reported, the early analysis finds more people identify Hiram Slater with the issues that concern them than they do Bob Wilson, especially in the images. You control the high ground. Too bad we can't carve the governor's face in the side of Mount Blanchard. Benthoff was delighted to report, well, maybe we have. Look at this poster. There was Mount Blanchard, and if you looked a second time, you could see the governor's face cleverly hidden in the rocks, glaciers, and crevasses. The lettering below the scene read, Slater equals environment. Devon moaned in mock disappointment. And I thought I had a brand new ideal. Wilma pulled out some photo proofs. So now, to get stronger on the family values side of things. Devon received the proofs from Wilma's hand. Family portraits. The governor with his silver-haired wife, Ashley, and their 2 remaining children, Haley and Hyatt. Well, if that doesn't look like the typical all-American family. Slater's smile was a little crooked. Beaver Cleaver's family, if you ask me. Haley never dresses that way, and look at Hyatt. His hair's combed. You can't even recognize him. Wilma gave the governor's hand a mock slap. Now, you all look charming. It'll sell, believe me. Well, at least we look happy for once. He shook his head. Sometimes it is like pulling teeth, but they do it for me. Image is everything, Mr. Governor, Devon reminded him. Image is everything, the governor admitted, leaning back in his chair. And switching to thoughts about success. The polls are favorable. We've gone up 15 percentage points since we started our ad campaign, so don't tell me people don't learn by watching TV. Devon chuckled. Don't worry, sir, I won't. The governor looked at Benthoff. So, let's hear the latest on the rally. Over in Sperry. Benthoff handed some copied reports to the governor and Devon. They're ready for you, sir, in 2 weeks. I think you'll have a full house, and of course the press will be there. We have a press conference set up afterward, and I've gotten confirmations from a local station in Sperry, plus the governor nodded, scowling. Yeah, kick their butts, will you? The eastern half of this state isn't a different world, no matter what they say, and I'm still their governor and they need to be rowing this boat with the rest of us. The governor quickly scanned the letter from Sperry, his flight schedule, and the attendance projections. Well, at least there won't be any mad prophets over there. Hiram Slater shuffled through the papers on his desk. Well, it is after 5. I'm about to call it a day. Then he stopped and considered, but isn't it interesting how we never knew about the prophet's death until now, even with the media connection in the family? No one else did either. I imagine most people in this state don't, and never will. Well, that's nice. We want the people to be thinking about me and only me, right? That's my concern, said Benthoff. So I'm glad my little messenger from God hasn't gotten any more attention than he has. Devon looked away for a moment. So am I, sir. So am I. Carl had dinner with Mum Barrett right after the 5:30 news and was back out in Dad Barrett's shop in time to catch the 7 o'clock. Now he attacked that canvas, that portrait, with a growing anger. Where was that man anyway? Who was he? The face on the canvas was lifeless. It was perfect, it was impressive, it was strong, but it was lifeless as that gray screen when the television was turned off. So what did I expect? Carl thought. I'm not looking at my father. I'm looking at a machine. Well, my father isn't looking at me either. There's a machine between us, always there. Even when we sit in the same room, at the same table together, it is there. He talks to me just like he talks to that camera. His words come from a teleprompter in his head. My father is television. Yeah, a machine who expresses love on cue cards, caring in TV scripts, compassion, or lack of it, in policies and excuses. Carl had a ticket to a rock concert that night, and by now he was ready for it. He was ready to go out, and when he came in for a landing, things would look different. Perhaps something would finally connect. He cleaned up his brushes, turned out the lights, and got out of there. On not much more than a whim, John drove to a large shopping mall on the north end of town and started walking aimlessly past the storefronts, looking at clothes, gifts, clocks, toys, cameras, anything to get his mind off, well, things. Dad. Annie Brewer. The Job. News and newsworthiness. What was it Leslie Albright called it? A shark or a whale, or something like that, a big beast that swallowed everybody without their really knowing it and then just swam away with them inside, wherever it wanted. Well, he figured, before I get swept away with all this, a change of scenery might help to get everything back in perspective. You brood on stuff like this too long, everything starts looking bad. He passed a computer store. Yeah, he was into computers. Maybe he could find an interesting innovation, some new software, a new toy. He went inside, past the displays of desktop and laptop models with their VGA screens flashing colorful demos, all seeming to call to him, buy me. Buy me. He loved this stuff. Say, here were some new notebook-size computers. Hello, said a salesman, can I help you? Well, sure. I'd like to check out these notebook computers here. Something about this salesman looked so familiar. He stood there rather still, wearing a dress shirt and tie, with computer monitors flickering and people going about their business in the background, and it just looked like he was. Hi, this is Tim Miller in the Tide Brothers Computer Showroom. Coming up this week in Tide Brothers' incoming Tide sale, a startling development in notebook computing as the Martin Andro 486 weighs in at only 4.4 pounds. Also this week, the controversial Bookkeeper 2 system is trying for a comeback, but will it make it? We'll see what the customers have to say. A telephone warbled. More after this. Reporting live from the newsroom. The salesman picked up the phone and engaged in a brisk, copy-perfect conversation. Well, in this age of rapidly changing computer technology, it is no surprise to find that some people are having trouble keeping up with it. Our software specialist program that promises to help those of us who can't tell a bit from a byte. He handed the phone to another man. Hank. Hank took the phone and spoke in a resonant voice. Tim, its makers claim it is the software of the decade, and though critics said it wouldn't succeed, Dumbite, the DOS tutorial for idiots, has virtually sold itself. John expected a cassette to roll at this cue, but thankfully nothing happened. He slipped quickly and quietly out of the store. What have we done to these people? He wondered. Carl had grown up in LA. He was used to crowds. But for some reason, as he was swept along by the river of people flowing into the large arena, he was bothered, almost frightened. I couldn't turn around if I wanted to, he thought. I couldn't get out of here. John was having trouble staying in one place for very long. He tried to look at some jackets in a leather store, but couldn't stay long enough to try them on. He thought he might check out some pens in a stationery store, but there were too many, he'd never be able to see them all. He had to keep moving. He came to a camera store. Sure, he enjoyed photography and had a pretty good camera himself. He stepped inside, not knowing what he'd find. Even as he went in, he had a feeling he'd better find it fast. Here was a nice, lightweight video camera standing on a tripod. The prices on these things were coming down slowly but surely. Pretty soon every home would have one of these. Hi, said the salesman. Pretty nice camera, huh? Sure, said John. What can you tell me about it? The salesman suddenly pointed in John's face. Hey, John Barrett. News 6. John smiled kindly. Yeah, that's right. The salesman turned to the older guy behind the counter. The older guy looked and asked, who? The salesman just waved him off. Never mind. Hey, John, a lot of your news footage comes from little jewels like this one, huh? Home video. It's a whole new wave, right? The salesman started showing John the features on the camera, the zoom lens, the automatic white balance, the high-speed shutter, the backlight feature, the calendar and clock, the battery pack, the AC adapter socket, the remote cable attachment, He was taking too long. One button review, the leather carrying case, the 90-day warranty, John thought he saw a woman behind the camera counting down with her fingers. 5, 4, 3, 2. John interrupted the salesman. Well, in the few seconds we have left. Hey, said the salesman, I've got till 9, no problem. John caught himself. Oh, sorry. Carl had a ticket with a number on it, so he knew he was entitled to that one seat with the same number, but he also knew he would probably never sit in it. He was right. When the lights in the arena went down, everybody in the place stood up and stayed that way, bellowing and shrieking as one huge hysterical organism, blasting out a sound shock so loud it made your cheeks buzz. Carl was on his feet too, hollering and breaking loose, waving his arms. Cheering, just venting everything. He was among friends, thousands of them. The band came on stage in the dark, groping through thick stage fog. The anticipation of the crowd was like an electric charge. Lights. A flurry of brilliant shafts waved and groped through the fog. Red, blue, pink, purple, gold. 5 musicians, like ragged wraiths from the 60s, seemed suspended in boiling clouds. Then came the sound. The sound. The crowd gave itself to the sound. It pounded through their chests, crashed, they cried. It thundered, they roared. It leaped, they danced. It took 'em, it grabbed them and took 'em, it ripped them and it tore and it pounded and took 'em, the drums and the lights and the cry of the strings and the smoke and the sweat and the volley of screams took 'em on. And on, and on, and on, and Carl was dancing, but suddenly found himself asking a question he never had asked before, a question he never had even thought of before. Where are we going? Where are you taking us? He stopped dancing. He looked all around, at the sea of arms, faces, and rumbling, quaking bodies. He clapped his hands to the beat, but soon that stopped too. He couldn't shake the question from his mind. Where are we going? Where are you taking us? John tried not to hurry through them all. There was no need to hurry. Good grief, he'd been hurrying all day long. All he really wanted to do was slow down, take it easy. Finally he stopped and got an orange drink, then sat on a bench just to hold still, sip the drink, and watch the people. Shopping malls are great for people watching. Here you can see all kinds. Ladies shopping in 2s and 3s, taking their time, a few husbands tagging along and wishing they weren't, moms with kids in strollers, kids with treats, kids fighting over treats, and always, always, a kid screaming bloody murder because he sees something his parents won't let him have. Then there were the older kids, the teenagers, both junior and senior. High schoolers, walking fast and talking fast, sipping, chewing, munching, teasing, flitting from one store to another like hummingbirds after pollen. And they all look the same, as if they all lived in the same big family, sharing and handing down all the clothes, as if they all lived, well, in this mall, and every store in the place was their closet. The same styles kept going by him, styles in pants, dresses, jewelry, hair. And then John noticed something else. Had he started counting the rock, television, and movie stars, not to mention cartoon characters, radio station call letters, and movie titles, that passed by on a toy just to sell the toy, he could have counted steadily until the place closed. It was an odd feeling, like having hundreds of billboards driving past him instead of the other way around. Somebody was making a lot of money from all this stuff. Or fluff. Yeah, fluff. At the station they had their own version of it, and that's what they called it. This was, of course, the light feature material, the human interest stuff, the dispensable news, the showbiz. It wasn't necessary, nobody's life would be measurably changed by it, it rarely had anything significant to do with anything else, it wasn't harmful as far as anyone knew, it was just fluff. In a sense he was watching fluff walk by. It all took time to watch on television, it all took money to consume, it all demanded a significant niche in the culture, but none of it really mattered. As a matter of fact, very little of it was even real. But they were buying it, wearing it, eating it, screaming for it, identifying with it, it was so important to them. The place was saturated with it. I could tell them anything, John mused. Hey, I know the media. Give me graphics, music, tight editing, maybe a TV star, and I could tell them. He laughed. He was getting silly. I could tell them the color brown gets moldy when it rains. I could ruin the sellers of brown. AAAW, came a shriek behind him. He looked over his shoulder to see a young girl dressed like a rock star confronting a friend who happened to be wearing brown. You didn't buy brown, she cried, incredulous. Brown gets moldy. When it rains, everybody knows that. Just then 3 high school jocks came marching by, harassing a smaller kid in front of them, pointing at his brown shoes and chanting, mold, 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 John wasn't shocked or even alarmed. It was happening again. He surrendered to it. He leaned back on the bench and just had a good, defiant fists. The young women swayed as if in a trance, their arms reaching heavenward. The priests on the stage cavorted and blasphemed. But Carl sank into the seat he'd paid $20 for, dying in a way. Falling like a single tree in a thick forest. The question still pounded in his head and not even the sound could drown it out. Where are we going? Where are you taking us? But there was no answer. There was only this moment. There was only the sound. John felt a cold draft moving through the mall as if a huge door or window were open somewhere. Well, he'd just had a cold orange drink, and he'd been sitting still. He got up and got moving. That would warm him up again. Now he was part of the throng, just moving along with it, being careful to watch for cross-traffic buzzing from window to window, store to store. It seemed so noisy in here. What was everyone talking about anyway? And did they all have to shout like this? Oops. He lost his balance and staggered sideways, almost bumping into some junior hires, their startled faces as close as his nose. He made it to a wall and stood still for a moment. Did the ground really move or was it his imagination? There. Again. An earthquake. He could feel the ground stirring to life under his feet. He stayed right there, close to the wall, looking about. Some hanging light fixtures were rock steady. Maybe this was hallucination as well. What about the people? Had they felt anything? They were walking faster, exchanging concerned looks, talking more loudly. Maybe they'd noticed the shaking, maybe not. More cold. That draft had become a breeze blowing toward the far end of the mall. There had to be a huge door open. What in the world? He pressed against the wall, trying to find a handhold of any kind. The floor was shaking again, and now, like a sinking ship, the whole mall was tilting. He set out across the floor, heading for the bench, working his way through the people passing by, trying to look normal, trying to walk a straight line. But now, was it really just him? The people were acting strange. They were noticing it, looking at each other, looking excitedly around, up and down the mall, talking faster, more loudly. A rumble. He was sure he was really hearing it. A low rumble, building, growing louder, like an underground train approaching. He looked toward the far end of the mall. The people, the storefronts, the displays had disappeared in darkness as if the lights had gone out. He made it to the bench and sat down to watch, to listen, to wait. The mall continued to sink, to tilt. The far end grew darker. Then he heard screams, cries for help, wailings, shrieks of pain. The voices. The voices were crying again, just like the other night. He gripped the edge of the bench tightly and strained to see. This was no show. This was no amusement, no silly hallucination. This was the worst of nightmares. Now the darkness at the far end of the mall was growing, rising. Beginning to spin like a deep, black whirlpool, a bottomless vortex. It was drawing, pulling, yanking people toward it. The whole mall was sliding in. At this end, where John sat, no one seemed to notice. They kept walking, talking, laughing, teasing, buying. Well, of course this had to be an illusion. Surely these people would see the same thing he was seeing if it was really there. John gripped the bench. The floor lurched again, tilted some more. The monstrous throat was coming closer, consuming them all, sucking in the people. Wow, he thought. I remember having bad trips, but this one's a doozy. Just hang on, he told himself. Take it all in. It'll be over soon enough. Oh, the people around him were starting to notice. That was not encouraging. John would have preferred to be crazy just by himself. But the shoppers were starting to hurry, to talk more loudly and more quickly, to tug and pull at each other in all directions. A weird panic was setting in, and the people were getting frantic. But they were not frantic to escape, to get out of this, get their hands on and shoving money and credit cards at the merchants. They talked more loudly, they laughed, they mocked, they teased in desperation. In the home entertainment store they turned up the volume on all the stereos and televisions, and hundreds of voices and little talking faces shouted and sang deafening bedlam. The shoppers laughed with relief, cowering among the shelves and rows, looking toward the screens and listening to the booming speakers, looking away from the darkness approaching. John kept telling himself he was having a delayed drug trip, a hallucination. That vortex, that monstrous swallowing tunnel, wasn't really there. But it was so big, so terrifying, and so very close now that he was getting unnerved. He could hear it swirling and sucking, roaring like a tornado. He could see unwary people disappearing into its depths, tumbling headlong down its throat, screaming, clawing to get away, their bags and packages flying from their hands. And as far as John could tell, the mall was still sliding into the vortex. Just like a ship going under or, worse yet, like a log being fed into a gigantic grinder. Now the people who would not look began to fall and tumble down the sharply inclining floor, grabbing onto benches, posts, planters, doorways, each other. John couldn't hold onto the bench any longer. He slipped off the end, slid along the crazily slanted floor, and grabbed hold of a post, where he hung on for dear life. Shoppers, still clinging to their packages, went sliding by him. Two girls were comparing prices and colors of their new clothes as they slid by, and here came those three high school toughs, still tormenting the little guy. Mold, 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 One woman came rolling by and grabbed hold of a quaint jewelry stand in the middle of the mall. She frantically waved money at the young salesgirl, who let go of the stand to grab the money and went tumbling toward the vortex. Half the mall was gone now, and the vortex kept sucking, swallowing, destroying. The cavernous throat was getting closer, closer, wider than the whole mall, higher than the ceilings, unrelenting, insatiable. Clothing, jewelry, knickknacks, clocks, televisions. Here came a huge portable tape player, tumbling in time to the rock music it was playing. John wrapped himself around that post in stark terror. Please, God, please make it stop. Carl burst from the doors of the arena and grabbed a light pole. Trying to steady himself. He'd come here to enjoy this concert, to rock out, to be a part of it. But he'd been scared to death. Hey, mister, are you okay? John awoke with a start. He was clinging to a post in the mall. A security guard was nudging his shoulder. The mall was still there. People were still passing by, though now the crowds were starting to thin down. There was no tilting floor, no cold wind, no black, gobbling vortex. Well, of course not. Are you okay? The guard asked again. John let go of the pole and looked himself over. Sure. I'm fine. The guard was looking at him suspiciously. Well, it is getting close to 9. Closing time. If you've got any more business here, you'd better get done with it and then head for home, okay? Sure, right. I was just on my way out. Good. That sounded rather emphatic. John looked up and down the mall. It was back to its usual peaceful bustle, and yet, if he stood still, if he listened not just with his physical ears but with his soul, he could hear that rumble. It was faint, distant, behind the scenes, but it was there. Enough. He got out of that place and out to his car. But he wouldn't be going home tonight. Not yet. He wondered if Mum was still awake. Probably. He had to see her. Chapter 12. John sat at the big, round, oak table that had been in the family since he was a child. He could still see the scratches he put there with his tricycle, then his model spaceship, and then the tape deck from his car. The silverware Mum placed in front of him, and the cup from which he drank the freshly brewed coffee, were as old as his memory. Can I get you anything else? He couldn't think of anything. He wasn't thinking too well anyway. How about some toast? Yeah. Okay. Peanut butter and jam sandwich. That sounded better. Yeah. Yes, please. She went into the kitchen. It was divided from the dining room by a counter and some stools, and started making the sandwich. It was a special picture, her standing there at the counter, slicing the homemade bread with that same bread knife and dropping it into that same old toaster. How many times in his life had she done that for him? And this old, faithful kitchen. There'd been some changes over the years. New wallpaper 5 years ago, a microwave about that same time, and a light fixture to replace the old white globe that Dad broke with a ladder he was carrying through. But overall it hadn't changed much. The dark walnut cabinets that Dad put up years ago still gave the kitchen its warm atmosphere. And the smell of the place, that smell John associated with home, with love, with growing up, was still there. Mum seemed the same too. Her hair was silver now, and her shape a little rounder, but her glow, her spirit, the depth of her love and convictions were always the same. And just as always, she was there when her son needed her. She finished the sandwich, sliced it in half on a plate, and set it in front of him. Then she sat quietly across the table from him just to be there. She knew he'd speak when he was ready. He took one bite of the sandwich and realized he wasn't hungry. With a sigh he set the sandwich down and attempted conversation. I've been having some real problems, Mum. All right. Now how in the world do I describe what's been happening to me? I think, well, you remember how when I was in college, the things I was doing, the drugs and all that, well, I think. The front door opened and in came Carl. John stopped abruptly, resenting the intrusion. Carl was visibly surprised to see his father there and didn't seem entirely comfortable about it. Oh, hi, John said curtly, I thought you were at a concert. Carl crossed the living room and plopped into a chair at the table. Looking tired, worn, even shaken. I walked out. Who was playing? Bloody Mary. John felt his stomach turn. Bloody Mary. He'd seen them walk by on a t-shirt more than once tonight. His disfavor showed plainly on his face. You've got nothing better to do than put your money in their pockets. Carl was immediately defensive. I left early. I got out of there. That calmed John a little. Well, that was a wise move. Then another thought, brewing in his mind, broke to the surface, and he spoke it. Boy, if I ever catch you using drugs. Carl got mad. I don't do drugs. Well, you better not or there'll be hell to pay. Mum asked quickly, what happened tonight, John? Suddenly he wasn't as willing to talk about it. He looked at Carl. Again. I think I had a flashback. I heard once how, if you took LSD years ago, the effects could still pop up again years later. I don't know, but maybe that's what's happening. I started seeing things, having hallucinations. Mum seemed intensely interested. She leaned forward and asked, what did you see? John wasn't ready. I don't think I can describe it. But it scared me. Spitless. He paused to gather some thoughts. Any thoughts? Maybe what triggered it was seeing all those kids virtually living in that mall. John gave Carl a quick warning glare and kept going while he still had the thought. I saw, it seemed like a huge, well, there was this black hole or something, and the whole mall was sliding into it, and people were being sucked in. But it was like they didn't want to know it, they didn't want to see the black hole. All they wanted to do was keep buying things and keep watching the televisions and listening to the music, and they didn't want to see what was happening, and so, they never got away, they just got sucked in. John looked at him and shook his head. I can't describe it. It was weird, that's all. He couldn't say any more. He took a bite from his sandwich just to fill the gap in the conversation. Carl thought about it for a short moment and then spoke quietly. They're all running. They know the black hole's there, but what can they do about it? John glared at Carl again. What are you talking about? It's death, annihilation, the whole universe going down the tube. And people know they can't do anything about it, so they try not to think about it. They buy stuff. They try to have fun any way they can before they get sucked in. That's what I meant when I said, what else is there? Single quote. John wasn't in the mood for this. Carl, I don't want any big message here. I just think that's what you saw. What I saw was a hallucination. Yeah. Well, I saw something tonight. John said, yeah, I'll bet you did, and took a sip of coffee. Carl looked away in anger. You don't even give a rip, do you? John was ready to grapple. Hey, I know what you saw, Carl. You're looking at an old Hendrix fan, a Doors fan. My money helped get all that crap started. I know what you saw. Then he added, and yeah, maybe you're right, maybe I don't give a rip. Why should I care if you devote your time and money to cheap exhibitionism, contrived thrills, outrageous conduct and antisocial behavior? Hey, now hold on, man. Why should I be upset when I sit in the mall and see a non-stop parade? Carl slammed the table and cursed. Are you going to listen to me or not? Boys. Mum tried to caution them both. Carl held back on the volume but still held his finger in John's face. Don't you talk to me about exhibitionism and contrived thrills and outrageous conduct. Not when you're the one showing us the kook in England shooting everybody and the lady keeling over in the zoo and cops beating up blacks night after night and dead, burnt bodies from the war. John was riled and ready to fight. Carl, that's news. Oh yeah. Then Bloody Mary is art. Carl dropped back into his chair. In a huff. John devoted his attention to his cup of coffee. In that one moment of brooding silence, Mum tried hard to find something to say to build a bridge between her son and grandson. Well, I'm glad you two are in such strong agreement. Carl calmed himself and started over. I saw something at the concert tonight and that's why I left. Well, I didn't see something. I just thought of something. John had put a check on his temper as well. So what did you think of? You really want to know? Yeah, tell me. I'll listen. Carl stared at the table and kept control of his voice. Bloody Mary. They were taking us somewhere. We were all going with them, we were following them, but nobody knew where. He was playing back the memory in his mind. Everything they told us to do, we did. Everything they did, we did. We did it all together. We were like one big organism, one big machine. And I kept asking myself, where's this machine going? Where is it taking us? And I didn't know. I kinda felt trapped. I just had to get out of there. John mused quietly, use enough wattage, lights, volume, showbiz, and brown gets moldy when it rains. Ha, they follow you. Carl thought about it, then nodded. Maybe we're all following something and don't even know it. And we don't know where either. John looked at Mum. So you weren't just being sarcastic, were you? Mum shook her head. I think you're both upset about the same thing. Then she added, but you know what I really think? I think God's talking to you. John loved his mother. He wasn't about to hurt her feelings. Yeah. Well, maybe so. She wasn't bluffed. She repeated, just as sure of herself, I think God is talking to you. He's trying to get through. John smiled at her. Okay, Mum. He wouldn't let himself consider what Dad had said about the cries of lost souls. Carl was more interested. Grandpa was into that, wasn't he? Mum only replied, he was very close to the Lord, yes. John was quick to respond, well, I'm not Grandpa. I'm his son and I'm proud of it. I believe in God, but I don't think God does things like this. Mum smiled, actually amused. Well, Daniel saw 4 great beasts coming up out of the sea, and Ezekiel saw dry bones come together to form a nation, and Peter saw unclean animals lowered from heaven in a big sheet, and the Apostle John saw the glorified Christ and the whole book of Revelation on the island of Patmos. Why wouldn't the Lord want to show my son a shopping mall being gobbled up by a big vacuum cleaner? That sounded so silly John couldn't help laughing. Mum was a good sport. She laughed along, but still gave her head that little tilt that meant she was serious and said, you just wait, John. One of these days. Okay, Mum, okay. Message received and filed. You too, Carl. Thanks for your input. And I'm sorry I climbed on you like I did. Yeah, I'm sorry too. John rested his elbows on the table and relaxed a bit. I've had a lot on my mind lately, that's obvious. Yeah, Carl agreed. We all have. They talked a while longer, not about anything vitally important, they just needed to depressurize. John got a little more into his sandwich and Mum made one for Carl. Finally John returned to a pressing matter. Carl, what do you think about the Brewers situation? Carl brightened a little. Oh yeah. What about the Brewers? Mum asked. Oh. John had to be careful. Mum knew about Annie, of course, but what Max had said about Dad's death, well, that was nothing more than a very thin lead, and nothing to concern her about. Oh, it is just Annie, and how she died. I'm bothered about it. So am I, said Carl. Mum nodded. And so was your father. So let's do something about it, said Carl. We've got to be able to find out something. John looked at Carl, that weird, young man who seemed so lost, so far away. And yet, their vastly different worlds seemed to have common ground in this one situation. You want to go after this? You bet I do, Carl answered. Well, so do I. I still don't know if this is going to be a news story or not, but what the heck, so what if it is or isn't? It was important to Dad, and if it was important to him, it is important to me. And me. Well, okay, let's do it. Carl brightened. All right. Where do we start? John had been thinking about it. He was ready even now with some first steps. Mum, would you happen to know which doctor Dad and Max Brewer took that handwritten autopsy report to? Mum thought the answer was obvious enough. Drive. Meredith. Of course. Drive. Meredith had been the Barrett family doctor for years. Max and Dad went to him, and he explained it. I wasn't there, so you'll have to go ask him about it and get it straight from him. Okay, we'll do that. Now, Carl, I thought of one other thing. I don't know what good it will do, but since we're scraping for anything and everything, we should get Annie's attendance records from Jefferson High School and see if she was absent the Friday before she died. I think Deanne Brewer can go to the school and get those. Okay, I'll call her and get that started. But listen now, this is important. Before Deanne goes to the school herself and asks for the attendance records, see if you can find out from her just which classes Annie was taking in the spring trimester of last year. Then have her contact those teachers and get their attendance records. First, I'm just guessing and hoping that, even if the school office tries to cover up her absence, maybe some of her teachers won't be in on the secret. Okay, so, you call Deanne Brewer and get started on that, and I'll check with Dr. Meredith about that autopsy report. I want to hear what he has to say before I try to track down the pathologist. Denning, I think. Yeah, Denning. Oh, one more thing. Rachel Franklin, the waitress. If she can find anyone who was riding on that van with Annie. I'll call her tomorrow, just say hello, kind of remind her. John took one last bite of his sandwich. It was a little dry by now. Well, let's do it. Carl was excited. He even gave his father's shoulder a light punch, a rare show of enthusiasm. Let's do it. The next morning, John drove to the office of Dr. Irving Meredith, the senior Barrett's general practitioner. Drive. Meredith was a kindly sort, an older fellow who looked a bit like Mark Twain, though his smooth voice and mellow personality broke that image right away. He'd known John and Lillian Barrett for years and was glad enough to see John Barrett Jr. the next morning between appointments. They went into his office, and John showed him a photocopy of the hand-copied report. Drive. Meredith pulled his glasses from his pocket. Ah yes, he said with recollection. You got this from the Brewers. Right. I need to have you explain it to me. Well, you understand, of course, this isn't much of a document. It's only some excerpts copied by hand from a document that should exist, certainly, but I understand can't be found. That's right. So, as I told your father, may he rest in peace. I'm only telling you my conclusions from what I read right here on this paper, and I can't be held to them. The best thing, the only thing understood. But what can you glean from what we do have? Drive. Meredith perused the pages in his hand. Well, it appears they got some of this from the first page of the autopsy report, and maybe some of the last paragraphs. Most of it is summarizing without a lot of the detail you find in an autopsy report. Gross examination of all the organs, then microscopic examination. It can go on for pages. They're very thorough. What does the term, gross examination, mean? Simple, visual examination, how the organs look upon examination by the prosecutor, the pathologist who does the examination. Weight, appearance, any signs of trauma, infection, whatever. Okay. But what's clear to see here are the primary and secondary causes of death, probably a summary your father and Max Brewer found on the first page of the report. Primary causes of death. Generalized septicemia. That's bacterial. Infection in the bloodstream. It was generalized. That means it had spread everywhere. Pneumonitis. That's infection of the lungs. Peritonitis. That's infection of the lining of the abdomen. Then you have the secondary cause, the problem that caused the primary causes that killed her, and that's septic abortion. That means an infection introduced in the process of a termination of pregnancy. Of course, in medical language, abortion could mean a natural termination of pregnancy such as by miscarriage as well as a termination induced from the outside. But be that as it may. He scanned the pages, flipping through them. And they say my handwriting's bad. He found what he was after. Ah, your father's handwriting. He must have been looking for this. It is the gross examination of the uterus. Look here. The uterus was examined, surface smooth and glistening, gravid, or appears to have been gravid, that's pregnant. On its posterior surface there is evidence of a recent perforation. And look here. These findings show there has been a recent pregnancy, products of conception still attached to the endometrial lining of the uterus. Single quote. John asked, "You mean parts of the baby left inside?" "Oh, maybe, maybe not. Could be some of the placenta. Even in a normal birth you have some product that may remain for a short before being expelled naturally. But, yeah, could be baby parts too. You'd have to ask Denning. If it was baby parts, I'm sure he'd remember. Come to think of it, if it was baby parts, that might explain why no one can find the actual autopsy report. Don't quote me on that. But this perforation, that would do it. That would be enough to kill her. Some of the contents of the uterus could have been introduced through that perforation into the peritoneal cavity, the abdomen, okay, and if those contents were not sterile, they would carry the infection in there. Or even if product were left inside the uterus, and the uterus couldn't clamp down and expel it, the infection would fester in there, and because the uterus has such an abundant blood supply, the infection would be introduced into Annie's bloodstream. It would be carried all over her body, into her vital organs, and the toxins would kill her. And yes, it would take as long as it took. What? From Friday to Sunday. Aborted Friday, died Sunday. That makes perfect sense. Drive. Meredith set the pages down on his desk. So, any way you read the findings, the conclusion's the same. Somebody did a lousy job of abortion. But listen, John, you've got to get the real documents, you've got to talk to the pathologist. For one thing, I'm not a pathologist, and obviously I can't commit myself to anything scribbled on pieces of paper. I can share my knowledge with you, but this is strictly on an unprofessional basis, off the record, understand? Certainly. Thanks. Drive. Meredith was showing some anger now. But then again, if the autopsy report does indicate death from abortion, as these notes indicate, then the parents are legally barred from seeing it. His face was grim as he said, "If you're to go any further, I think you'll need a lawyer." As John left Drive, Meredith's office, his eyes were drawn to the poster on the side of a passing bus. Marvelous graphics, wondrous image, eye-catching colors. A red sun rising over the Capitol and the words emblazoned across the sky, "The new dawn lives on." Governor Hiram Slater's face, grim with determination, faced the Capitol dome, and under his chin were the words, "Governor Hiram Slater, for governor." Wow, you wanted to see me, Ben. News director Ben Oliver was rummaging through the papers on his desk and rapidly filling his wastebasket. "Yeah, John, come in and close the door." John closed the door and was about to take a seat, but the only other chair in the room was occupied by a stack of magazines. Should I move these?" Ben didn't look up from his desk. "Put 'em on the floor. They're going into the recycling bin, along with this other stuff." He gathered a stack of letters, phone messages, notes, daily news outlooks, and junk mail and dumped them all in, or rather, on, the wastebasket. It was full by now, and half of the pile slid onto the floor. He didn't seem to notice. "I don't like trouble, John. I'm trying to rid my life of trouble. I'm getting rid of the old trouble so I'll have room for the new trouble, you follow me?" John didn't and felt apprehensive. No, sir, I don't. You realize, of course, that we have the #1 newscast in this market. Yes, sir. That fact was touted time after time on the air, around the newsroom, and in the station's advertising. Of course John realized it. Do you realize that the other stations are currently working at a fever pitch trying to bump us out of that spot? Yes, sir. Do you realize what this station's been able to charge for advertising? Because of where we are. Yes, sir. We are making money for the station, John, and when the station makes money, we make money. We're not cleaning up, we won't retire rich, but we are doing a good business. We are presenting the news to people in a way they seem to like, and they are tuning in. Now, he threw one more pile of old files, papers, magazines, and mail on the floor. 2 things, neither of which you are to discuss with anyone outside this room. Number 1. I just got out of a meeting with the general manager and the board of directors, and they are bound and determined to stay on top. That's why, starting at 5, which means more news coverage, which means more work for you, which means more exposure, and of course more money. John was impressed and pleased, of course. Well, that's very interesting. Don't get too happy yet. They're planning on doing some big image campaigns with you and Allie Downs. Billboards, bus posters, TV promos. They were talking about building a new set for the show too, a new look. Wow. So just hang on now and listen to what I'm about to say. He looked at the shelves behind his desk, considered an old calendar from a videotape company, and chucked it on the floor. John, we do a good job around here, and I think we have one of the best news teams in the business. But you and Allie, you're the ones who are right up front. You're the ones the people associate with the station. You're the ones the people tune in to see. Ben rested his elbows on his desk. He'd found enough bare area to do that now, and looked at John probingly. So, John, I need to know something. Are you losing your marbles? What? Ben waved his own question aside. No, strike that. I withdraw the question. Let me tell you this and we'll let it go. We're betting a lot of money on you, a lot of reputation and viewership and revenue, and that's because you're good. Now I have no doubts whatsoever that you'll carry the ball for us, all the way into the end zone, and we'll all come out winners. When people see you out in public, they'll see a sharp, in-control kind of guy, the same guy they see every evening on the tube, the same guy they've trusted, a guy who's going to make Channel 6 look good. That's who they see now, Ben. John was quite firm on that. Well, sure they do. Sure. But just tell me, John. Tell me I can be sure that's how it is going to be in the future. Of course. I'm troubled that you would even ask the question. Ben leaned forward and eyed John carefully, one eyebrow strangely cocked. So people, those people out there, those viewers, are going to see a man they can trust to bring them the news with sobriety, integrity, and grit, right? Of course. And they're not going to see a man who reads things in the running to rescue people who don't need rescuing. Tina Lewis, John thought. Rush Torrance. Maybe even Benny the cameraman who came to John's apartment that one night. They'd been talking about him. So you've been talking to Tina. Ben, that was nothing. And that mistake with the scripted question, it was just a mix-up. And the voices calling in the night. John was thinking fast. He shrugged it off. Kids, I suppose, pulling a prank. I guess I was wired that night, just too anxious for a breaking story. Hey, you win some, you lose some, but you keep trying. You stay as far ahead as you can. Ben nodded approvingly. Yeah, that's right. He leaned back in his chair and picked up a pen to put in the corner of his mouth. I guess I just want you to be predictable, know what I mean? I'd like to be able to tell myself, yeah, I know what John's going to do now. I know how he's going to handle this. I don't have to worry about it. John had trouble keeping his voice down. Listen, Ben, I don't know what you've been told, but I'm not too happy that someone would try to upset you or try to smear me. Ben held his hand up. John, the real problem, as I see it, is that you and Tina need to cease fire. Listen, I don't find snitches all that impressive either, and I don't need to hear this kind of crap, but when I do, I have to look into it. Ben tried to look like he was relaxed, but his face was still tense. Power goes down the ladder, but responsibility for screw-ups goes back up, so we in management are always looking out below. It's the nature of the beast, you know that. Ben got up and crammed some more paper into the wastebasket. And, now, thanks to those guys upstairs and their big ideas, I've got a whole new batch of trouble coming and I don't need any of the old stuff still hanging around, you know what I mean. So okay, we've talked about it, the matter's settled, it is finished. Just do a good job. Make me glad for every decision we made today, all right. That's all I'm saying. Back at his desk, John hammered away at his computer, whacking out excess words, tightening the rhetoric, rephrasing, clarifying, editing with a vengeance. Was going to write like a pro and report like a pro, and Tina and whoever else had it in for him was going to like it, and that was all there was to it. And if any more of this hallucination stuff tried to force itself on him, he would ignore it, overcome it, do whatever he had to do to stay in control of his life. His life. He banged his desk in anger and even mouthed the words, "It's my life." The phone rang. Hello. Oops. He really sounded angry. Dad, this is Carl. I've got something. John held the receiver against his ear with his shoulder so he could keep working. Yeah. Deanne Brewer got the names of Annie's teachers from last year. She'll call them tonight at their homes to ask for those attendance records, and then I suppose they'll have to check and get back to her. Okay. Good. And I think Rachel Franklin found somebody. John forgot about working. He held the receiver with his hand. She found somebody. Yeah. It's real touchy. The girl won't give her name or anything, and she won't talk to us. She says she might talk to Deanne. John had to be sure. Now, this is a girl who rode on the van with Annie Brewer. That's what Rachel says. Who is she? Rachel doesn't know anything about her. Well, she must know something. Did they go to school together or what? How did Rachel find her? Hey, like I said, it is touchy. Remember Rachel telling us how she went to that other place to have another pregnancy test? Yeah. Well, she went back there and talked to a counselor about all this, and the counselor called her back today. It turns out that one of the girls who's been coming to her for counseling says she was on that van with Annie. John's pulse was quickening. So, all right, what's this girl willing to do? The counselor said. Now I'm getting this from Rachel, I haven't talked. And the counselor has to be there. What about a reporter? I wonder if she'd mind a woman reporter being there. I don't know. Find out. Get on it. Okay. I'll get right back to Rachel and then call Deanne. But I don't know how this thing's going to turn out. Thanks, Carl. Good work. I love it. They hung up, and John looked around the room for Leslie Albright. She'd be perfect for this, if it ever developed. What was it? Chapter 13. That Saturday Leslie Albright picked up Deanne Brewer, and they drove together to a small, storefront location between a laundromat and a used bookstore just off Morris Avenue, an obviously low-budget operation in a low-rent building in a run-down district. If Leslie had not called first and gotten clear directions, they may have had trouble even finding the place. It was Deanne who first spotted the poster board sign in the window. Human Life Services. Free pregnancy tests, counseling, referrals, support services. Abortion alternatives. Leslie parked just across the street, turned off the engine, and then looked at Deanne. Well, are you ready for this? Deanne was uneasy but gave a firm nod. Oh, I'm ready. I know I'm not going to like it, but I'm ready. They got out. Better be sure you lock it, Deanne said. They locked the doors and crossed the street. Leslie was here as a friend, not a reporter. She was on her own time, with no plans as yet to make a news story out of this. She was here just to listen, to get the facts for John since he couldn't participate. Since she felt she owed him some favors, she'd let him talk her into it. Besides, at the very worst it would be a chance to see a side of the issue she'd never really seen before. And she'd never taken a close look at anything like this place before. Either, this humble little enterprise with the pretty curtains in the weathered windows and the simple painted sign to identify the place. While doctors could make over $1,000 per day in large, abortion-providing clinics with paid staffs, here was an organization mostly run by volunteers and operating on donations. She was impressed by how unimpressive it was. Marilyn Westfall, the director, was waiting for them and met them at the door, introducing herself. She was a lady somewhere in her, "Please come in and have a seat. We'll talk for a bit." They stepped inside without speaking, careful not to make any noise, as if a baby was sleeping somewhere. The reception area provided a small table with coffee and cups, 4 padded chairs, and a coffee table with literature, obviously pro-life, arranged on it. Deanne and Leslie sat down on one side of the table, and Marilyn sat across from them. "Mrs. Westfall explained in a quiet voice, "The young lady you'll be talking to is waiting in a counseling room. For our purposes today we'll give her a pseudonym, we'll call her Mary. I told her I would speak with you first so we could all understand and agree on the conditions for this visit. Just to give you some background, I'm a licensed counselor, married, with 2 grown children, and I donate my time here twice a week. Mary came to us about a month and a half ago, post-abortive, psychologically distressed from the abortion experience, and I've been working with her on a regular basis. Now you can call it coincidence. I think God had something to do with it, but just a few weeks ago she told me about a particular struggle she was having." Mrs. Westfall spoke carefully, slowly. "She'd been living with the knowledge that your daughter, Mrs. Brewer, was there at the clinic at the same time she was and possibly could have died from the abortion she received." Deanne only nodded, expecting this. Mrs. Westfall continued, "Well, she told me about this in confidence, so I couldn't take any further steps until Mary was ready to do so herself. But then, right about the same time, Rachel Franklin came to us, and I understand Rachel's already told you about that." Leslie nodded. "That's right. So you recall that while she was here she read some of our literature and pieced together her theory that Annie died from a septic abortion. She later shared that with me. Well, that put me in a bind. 2 girls coming to the same conclusion at practically the same time, and here I was in the middle, unable to tell either about the other, until this week. I understand Rachel had told your friend, Carl. Yes, Carl Barrett, and his father, John Barrett. MMHM. She told Carl and his father about her theory, actually been there and seen Annie getting the abortion." Mrs. Westfall allowed herself a muffled laugh. "Isn't it amazing how God works? I shared all this with Mary, and she said she'd like to tell what happened, but only to you, Mrs. Brewer, and I agreed that she should. So here we are. Now, this might seem a little strange to you, but here is how she wants the interview done. She's going to be inside the counseling room, and I've moved a screen in there for her to sit behind because she doesn't want anyone to see her. She doesn't want anyone to know who she is. I told her you were going to bring a friend along, Mrs. Brewer, someone to give you support, and that's fine with her, because I'll be there giving Mary support, so she'll have someone and you'll have someone. Now, as we discussed over the phone, Mary does not want to be tape recorded, but if you'd like to jot down any notes about times and places, that's fine. She wants you to know what happened. She's just very concerned about protecting her privacy." "We understand," said Leslie. "So what we'll do is go down the hall to the counseling room, and I've arranged 2 chairs in there for you, on this side of the screen. We'll go in, get you seated, and then I'll go behind the screen to be with Mary. All right. They rose, and Mrs. Westfall led the way to the counseling room. Passing a tight little office with a telephone, desk, copy machine, and literature, and then a large room filled with maternity clothes, baby clothes, toys, and folded cribs. The last door on the right was the counseling room. Mrs. Westfall knocked lightly, said hello, we're here, and opened the door. Quietly, as if approaching a timid deer, Leslie and Deanne went into the room and sat in the 2 chairs on the near side of a collapsible screen. Then Mrs. Westfall went behind the screen, out of sight. Mary, she said, I'd like you to meet Deanne Brewer, Annie's mother. There was no response from behind the screen, so Deanne ventured a gentle hello, Mary. Hello, came a young woman's voice. Hello, Mary. Mrs. Westfall said, Mary, why don't you just tell Mrs. Brewer what happened, what you know, and then, if it is all right with you, perhaps Mrs. Brewer or her friend Leslie would like to ask you some questions. You don't have to answer any question you're uncomfortable with, all right. All right. Then there was an awkward pause. They could hear the girl fidgeting, not knowing what to say. Mrs. Westfall helped with, you were a classmate of Annie's, isn't that right? Yes. And, well, why don't you tell them how you found out you were pregnant? Mrs. Hannah told me. And Mrs. Hannah is the nurse at school, at Jefferson. Leslie got out her notepad and started jotting down the details. And when was this? Last year. In May. Yeah, it was on a Tuesday. It sounded like Mrs. Westfall was looking at a calendar somewhere. That would be May 21st, right? Right. Tell us about that. I thought I was pregnant, and so I went to see Mrs. Hannah, and she gave me a pregnancy test, and the test came out positive, and she asked me when my last period was and figured out I was about 7 weeks pregnant. And how did you feel about that? I was scared. I didn't know what to do. But the first thing Mrs. Hannah said was, I didn't have to tell my parents. She said nobody had to know and we could get me an abortion right away and nobody would have to find out about it. And what about the father? Did he know? No, I never told him. I don't even talk to him anymore. I don't know where he is or what he's doing. So, Mrs. That your parents wouldn't have to know. Yeah. And then she asked me if I had some money to pay for it, and I said no, but she said that was okay because she could file for state assistance and the state would pay for it, no questions asked. Mrs. Hannah had the forms right there in the office. So I never had to pay any money, and I think the clinic got paid a few months later, but they're set up for that. Anyway, she set up an appointment for Friday and told me there'd be some other girls going. Deanne's eyes began filling with tears. So, Mrs. Westfall prompted, did you go to school on Friday? For the morning. And then, instead of having lunch, I went to Mrs. Hannah's office, and then me and 2 other girls got on this van that came from the clinic and they took us over there and we got our abortions. Leslie asked, and that was the Women's Medical Center. Aha. Mrs. Westfall prompted, and you knew the other 2 girls? Yeah. One of them was Annie. Deanne tried not to make a sound, but she couldn't keep from crying. Mrs. Westfall asked, are you all right, Mrs. Brewer? Deanne could hardly answer. I'm all right. I want to hear it. We can stop for a moment. No, no, I want to hear it. I have to hear it. Leslie took Deanne's hand, and Deanne received her comfort. Go ahead, please, Deanne said. Mrs. Westfall asked Mary, this is one of the big, important questions. Mary, did you see Annie receive an abortion at the Women's Medical Center? Not the whole thing. Well, tell us what happened. Well, the van took us there, and we went in and they had us fill out Some forms. Stuff about diseases we've had or drugs we were taking or allergies. Well, said Mrs. Westfall, medical history, I suppose. Yeah. And then there was a consent form that said we agreed to have the abortion and we were aware of the risks. Did you read the form before you signed it? I didn't understand it, and I didn't have time. Hurry. A bunch of other women and girls were there, and it just seemed like everybody was in a hurry. But there were some girls in the waiting room before us. They were already there when we got there, and they went first, and then, the other girl. The one who wasn't Annie. Yeah. A counselor came and got her, and she went first. What do you mean when you say a counselor? Well, they had some women there who kind of took you through the whole thing. They answered your questions and tried to make you feel relaxed, things like that. All right. So then my counselor took me into one room, and when I was in there, sitting on the table, I could see Annie through the doorway, out in the hall with another counselor. They were going to put her in the room across the hall, and I remember her saying, well, I don't want to say the other girl's name, but see, the other girl was done, she was on her way to the recovery room, and Annie was talking to her, asking her how she was, and I remember Annie sounded scared. Mrs. Westfall asked, could you hear the other girl's voice at all? No, not from where I was. My counselor and some other lady, maybe it was a nurse, but she didn't look like one, were talking and I couldn't hear. But I heard Annie say to the other girl, are you all right? And then somebody out in the hall with her, one of the counselors, told her, she's all right, just come in here. And then the doctor came into my room, and they closed the door, and he started doing the abortion on me, and they could tell Mary was crying. And Mary struggled to speak. And it just hurt so much, and I told the counselor, what's he doing? You said it wouldn't hurt, and she just held me down, and I started screaming. I couldn't help it, and the doctor yelled at me to hold still and he said, you want your parents to find out. So I tried to keep quiet, but then I heard Annie screaming. Mary broke down completely. Deanne also broke into bitter weeping, and Leslie embraced her. That evening, troubled and torn with emotion, Leslie reported her findings to John, Carl, and Mum Barrett around the Barrett dining table, referring to her notes. From the way Mary described it, the doctors were in a hurry, rushing it, not gentle but cold and insensitive. Apparently Mary got through it without serious physical injury, but Annie wasn't so lucky, said John. No, Leslie agreed. She wasn't so lucky. I guess Friday is a busy day for them. According to Mrs. Westfall, the clinic runs a van to 3 different schools: Jefferson High, Monroe Junior High, and Gronfield Junior High, to handle the girls who can't supply their own transportation. They do all their school referrals on Fridays and Saturdays so the girls can recover over the weekend and not miss school and hopefully get around their parents finding out. Mum asked, you mean the schools send the girls over there? Leslie nodded. The clinic gives a discount if any girl is referred by a school counselor. This is a business we're talking about, involving a lot of money. We're talking about 50 abortions per day for a price of $350 each, many of them paid for by state funds and the others paid for with cash or credit card only, in advance, with virtually no paper trail, no regulation, no accountability. There is room for corruption. But be that as it may. Leslie eyed her notes again. This particular day must have been hectic. Like I said, on a good day the clinic will do up to 50 abortions. And Mary says the abortion was very painful and, she thought, rushed, and she was in a lot of pain afterward. The girls spent about a half hour in the recovery room, and since there didn't seem to be any major problems they were given a sheet of follow-up instructions and a month's worth of birth control pills and taken out to the van. Mary says she was in a lot of pain, with a lot of bleeding, which eventually stopped. As for Annie, she had to be helped, practically carried, back to the van. They were taken out the back door of the clinic, so they wouldn't be seen, according to Mary, and then taken back to the school where they spent the rest of the school day, which would have been an hour or so, in the nurse's office, lying on beds and recovering. Carl added, and the school records just marked them as being in school, not absent. John responded, so it was a good thing we checked with the teachers first. Sly move. Carl looked at his notes. Mr. Pomeroy marked her absent from U.S. government, 5th period, and Mrs. Chase marked her absent from art, 6th period. Deanne heard from 3 of Annie's other teachers who taught morning classes, and they marked her present. So it matches what Mary said. John looked at Carl's notes. Gone for half the day, and her parents none the wiser. How's that for a new interpretation of in loco parentis? Well, said Leslie, it all has to do with privacy. Yeah, said Carl, so Annie died privately when she could have lived publicly. Leslie didn't argue with that. Granted. All that aside, John interjected, this whole thing raises some serious questions. How many women go through that place every week? How many minors? And what do we even know about the doctors, the staff, the hygienic standards? Virtually nothing, and that's my concern, said Leslie. As far as we know, over 4,000 abortions are safely performed in this country every day, and we're simply dealing with an anomaly, one very bad apple. But how do we know that for sure? How many other bad apples are out there? How can we find out? Besides, one is one too many. Listen, whatever Marilyn Westfall knows, she's pieced together by talking to people who've either had abortions at that clinic or who have worked there. But it is in little pieces, none of it is provable, and just try finding something out directly. The clinic can hide behind the reproductive privacy laws and never have to come out. Mum shook her head. Well, don't blame me. I didn't vote for those laws, and I didn't vote for Hiram Slater. Leslie admitted, I voted for both. John ventured, you sound like you regret it. Leslie gave a wry smile. I'm watching and listening. Let's just put it that way. So how's Deanne Brewer taking all this? Carl asked, but who are these doctors? We must be able to find that out. Sure, we can find out, said Leslie. But it is interesting how Mary has no idea who they were. Those doctors go through the whole thing so fast the girls hardly even see their faces. There are no doctor-patient relationships, no introductions, nothing. And along those lines, the clinic tries to minimize the paper trail by paying the doctors in cash, no 1099s, no W-2s. But if you're looking for some way to link the clinic with Annie Brewer, I've thought of 4 things. Number 1, every patient has a chart, a record of the procedure, what was done, what the results were, and so forth, and every chart has a little tear-off coupon at the bottom. After the doctor does the abortion, he signs the chart and the coupon, tears off that coupon, and puts it in his pocket. At the end of the day he then turns in a whole stack of coupons so he can get paid. Now that would be one way to tie a doctor to a patient. So if Annie's chart still exists, that would be evidence, John said, if she used her real name. She didn't, said Leslie. But Mary knew what her code name was. Judy Medford. Judy Medford, John rehearsed as he wrote it down. A lot of the girls use code names. The clinic doesn't mind as long as the same name is always used by the same patient. Incidentally, Mary's code name was Madonna. So there's still hope, said Carl. HM? Asked Leslie. John nodded. He and Carl had talked about this. Carl explained, well, think of it. Here comes Max Brewer into the clinic, asking if they did an abortion on his daughter Annie Brewer and making so much trouble they have to call the cops to get him out of there. If you were running that clinic and found out one of your patients died and her old man was after you, what would you do? Mum had no trouble with the answer. I'd get rid of all the records. I'd get rid of anything that had anything to do with Annie Brewer. Leslie and John didn't dive in to agree. Leslie countered, somewhat reservedly, that would be pretty dishonest. But John just eyebrows. Leslie asked him, do you think they'd do that, John? John pursed his lips, scanned the table for the answer, then replied, if they thought they could get away with it. Carl finished his point. But if they didn't know Annie Brewer's phony name was phony, they wouldn't know which records to purge, said John. So we may still have a chance here. Leslie went back to her notes. Okay then, here's number 2. Every woman, every girl, has to sign a consent form. Whether they understand it or not, whether the form really informs them of the dangers or not, they have to sign it to get an abortion. Number 3, the clinic probably has a daily schedule sheet for each day's abortions. If they've kept that record, then Annie, alias Judy Medford, would be on it. Number 4, there might be a bookkeeping entry or a receipt for Annie's $350. She did pay in cash, isn't that right? John nodded. I called Max about that, and he said Annie's savings account shows a $350 withdrawal the Thursday before the abortion. Okay, so there we have 4 possible documents that could establish Annie being at the clinic. Now if we could only get those records. Leslie shook her head. It's going to take a lawyer, John. John searched the card file in his head for a name. I know a lawyer we can talk to. Aaron Hart. Maybe he can get us a subpoena or something. Then he scanned his notes, saying to no one in particular, but what do we have to show him? We're sure now that Annie was at the Women's Medical Center for an abortion on the 24th of May and that she died 2 days later, on the 26th. Depends on what you mean by, sure. Our witness Mary has vanished. Back into the woodwork. Hoo boy, we've got to hope we can draw her back out somehow. But besides Mary, we have hand-copied excerpts from an autopsy report that suggests Annie died from a botched abortion. Drive, Mary, bank account. And we have the circumstantial stuff, said Leslie. The van running from the 3 schools, and Jefferson High being one of them. And the Friday factor, the coincidence of the day the school-referred abortions are performed on the day of Annie's illness. Well, said Leslie, I know one thing I'm going to do, and that's get together with Deanne and try once again to track down Denning, the hospital pathologist. If he's still on the planet anywhere, we've got to find him and get him to attest to the fact that Annie died from a botched abortion. But by all means let's get an appointment with that lawyer before the trail gets any colder. So, John ventured, you're in. I have my views on all this, said Leslie, and I'm no witch hunter. Choice is still choice, and privacy is still privacy. But an innocent girl is dead. I've seen and heard enough. I'm in. John trudged up the stairs to his apartment at about 8 that night. Fumbled with the key in the lock, and finally got inside, where he flopped on the couch, his forearm over his eyes, tired, troubled, not wanting to move, wanting only to lie there and process. He had to get away from the emotion and the momentum of this thing before he got carried away. Regardless of what the others thought, felt, were doing, or were going to do, what was he going to do? Where did he stand on all this? He had to sort it out before going one step further. All right. First of all, was he convinced Annie Brewer had died at the hands of a sloppy abortionist? Yes, he was. But that wouldn't mean much if he couldn't prove it, and proving it would be troublesome and, if he wasn't careful, hazardous. Here he'd be, the supposedly impartial, reliable newsman, caught in an activity that would brand him a pro-lifer or, worse yet, an anti-choicer. That might be bad for ratings, and Ben Oliver wouldn't like that. But what about the wrongness of it, he wondered. Was what happened to Annie Brewer wrong? He thought so. Okay, how wrong? Certainly a skilled lawyer could demonstrate that the physician, indeed, the whole clinic, had acted within the law, according to their good faith judgment. And if so, the Brewers, and by association John Barrett and Company, would be left high and dry without a bona fide complaint. So okay, it might be legal, but did that make it right? Oh please, let's not get into that, he thought. These days it was all too frequently demonstrated that the law could not settle that argument one way or the other. So why should he even bother himself with this? The answer came to his mind. Because what happened to Annie Brewer was evil, and evil prevails when good men do nothing. Okay, so what is evil? He could be like Dad was, thump a Bible and say what's right and what's wrong, but how well would that fit in a society that looked to majority opinion, legislation, and court precedents for its rules that were constantly changing? Just who had the final say? Maybe the whole notion of evil was a catch-all created for anything the majority didn't like. Well, if he couldn't nail down what evil was, why fight it? Whatever was evil today could be voted, legislated, or judged good tomorrow. Maybe if we just wait long enough, he thought, we'll get comfortable with the way things are. Maybe next year what happened to Annie Brewer won't be such a bad thing, and we'll be looking back, glad we didn't bust our guts for nothing. Or our careers. What if they did pursue this? John tried to imagine the best thing that could happen. Perhaps the Brewers would receive some kind of compensation. But a jury would have to award it to them, and what wrongdoing could anyone prove in court with the laws the way they were? Well then, could this incident be used to stir up a public outcry for tougher laws regulating the abortion industry? Well, it would fuel the debate, of course, but did the debate really need more fuel? Right now it was roaring along just fine on the fuel it had. And what about Dad? John went limp as hope left him. As much as they knew about the Annie caper, nothing pointed in the tiniest way to Dad's death. Such uncertainty. If only he could find just one little guarantee, ruining his image as a, how did Ben Oliver put it, a sharp, in-control kind of guy, a man the public can trust to bring 'em the news with sobriety, integrity, and grit. Well, one answer, one course of action, was becoming obvious. John, he mused, you've got to stay clear of this. No matter how it turns out, you cannot let yourself be associated with it. A news story is one thing, political meddling is another, and it isn't a news story yet anyway, not without something more solid. So now he had decided. He'd made up his mind. No, he hadn't. His heart was almost physically pounding with it. What happened to Annie Brewer was wrong. Yes, wrong. But what about? It was wrong. He knew it was wrong. Felt it was wrong, would go to his grave convinced it was wrong. But the other factors kept plaguing him, his career, his image, the vagueness of the law, of society's present moral code, the elusiveness of the whole concept of evil. It was wrong, he said in his heart, undeniably, emphatically. Unequivocally, categorically wrong. But what can anyone do about it? Why even try? He jumped up from the couch ready to do battle with his doubts, angry at the whole situation, at himself, at that cursed clinic, at the whole red-handed world. Hey, a man had to have some remnant of a conscience, for crying out loud. It's wrong, he told himself, and then went on to tell the world, no. Sorry, your arguments don't wash. I know wrong when I see it, I know when someone's been taken advantage of, I know when someone's made a tragic mistake and tried to get away with it, and it is wrong, and you won't take my conscience from me. He looked out the glass balcony door toward the city, now aglow with its myriad of lights, glimmering, roaring, hurrying about its business, with things to do, deals to make, places to go, appointments to keep. For a moment he felt a strange sensation, a kinship in sin with all those people out there. How'd we ever get ourselves into this mess anyway? He asked. And then, as he stood there quietly before the city, the voices reached him once again. He could hear them clearly but not audibly, heard them. And it was no big shock. He was not surprised or dismayed. He welcomed the knowledge, the awareness of their cries. Perhaps it was because to a certain degree he now understood what they were feeling. They were hurting, yes, and dying, pulled steadily downward by despair, but they were crying out because they knew they would be heard. They were reaching desperately for hope because they knew it was there. They knew. As much as they would argue against it and deny it in the light of day and in the clatter and diversion of their social circles, in their souls they still knew. And John knew. He'd always known. For years he hadn't given it much attention, hardly any conscious thought, but he always knew hope was there, like a life preserver hanging on the wall that he passed every day but never used. And sometimes, just sometimes, he too had cried out just as these voices were doing, and only because he knew he would be heard. You know, he said to the city, there really is an answer. I mean, here. I am talking about evil and right and wrong, and here we all are wailing about how tough life is and what a joke it is and how much it hurts, and you know what? If there weren't anybody to hear us, we wouldn't be whining like this. If I didn't truly believe in some ultimate good, I sure wouldn't be having trouble with evil. I wouldn't try to fight it. No, I'd just let it go, I'd accept it. I wouldn't be looking for answers because there wouldn't be any. He leaned against the wall and peered intently into the night scene. Below him. Could they hear him? No matter. But listen to me. There is an ultimate good. There's a God, and He cares about us. He cares about all this mess we're into. If you're hurting, well, He's hurting too, because He's fed up with the evil, He's fed up with the pain, and I think He wants to fix it, if we're willing to let Him. Behind him, so quietly he didn't hear it, the door to the apartment opened. He was so troubled and distracted when he got home that he'd failed to latch or lock it. God's patient, sure, but He's righteous too. He's laid down the law. And He did it for our good, and what we need to do is quit playing games by our rules and get our acts together and do things His way again. It's our fault we're in this mess. Thoughts and feelings were coming from, and He didn't really care. He just had to express them. He had to spill his guts. He's God, you know. But listen, He's compassionate, and He's gracious, and He's slow to anger and full of love and faithfulness too. He'll stick by us. He loves us, and He'll forgive us if we just turn to Him and trust Him. Sure, we've rebelled against Him, we've gone our own way, and we've sinned. I'll say it. We've sinned, and we're all feeling it tonight, right? Well, let me tell you, God is holy, and He won't leave the guilty unpunished. Just look at us. Our fathers got lazy about God, and now we're away from God altogether, and our kids, they don't know where they are. You don't think we're paying for our sin? He was starting to weep. Though he'd been able to contain himself. When he felt sorrow for Rachel the waitress, he felt no need to contain himself now. Listen, we need to wise up, because God won't help us if we're going to keep pretending with Him, throwing His name around and acting like we're praying, because He won't take it. He'll just hide His eyes from us, and we can pray all we want, but He won't hear us because He could see it so clearly now. Our hands are full of blood. Annie's blood. Dad's blood. How can we claim to be good when there's blood on our hands? We need to do some real cleanup. Someone came in and silently closed the door behind him. John didn't notice. He had to get something off his chest. In the Bible, God says, "Come now, let us reason together. Though your sins are like scarlet, they shall be white as snow. Though they are red as crimson, they shall be like wool." We've sinned against God, but His Son paid the penalty for us. Jesus is the Lamb of God who takes away the sins of the world. He can be our peace and our comfort, and he can wash us clean. Then he noticed. He spun around expecting a demon. It was Carl, standing in the middle of the living room, frozen in place, looking like he'd just seen the burning bush. John just stood there himself, looking at his son's awestruck expression, and unable to come up with the first word of a coherent explanation. Carl spoke first, his voice quiet and quaking. "You, forgot your coat." Carl held it out to him. It was Dad's old overcoat, the coat Dad gave to John the last time they were together. John reached out and took it, and then he held it with tears in his eyes, looking out at the city. Carl came and stood beside him, looking in the same direction, not saying a word. John knew he'd have to say it. He'd have to admit it. "I'm just like Dad." Chapter 14. Carl kept looking at his father, and though for an instant he thought he shouldn't be staring, he rebuffed that notion with the weightier thought that he was entitled to all the staring he wanted. "What did you say?" John had had enough trouble saying it the first time. I said that." John's gaze dropped to the floor. He didn't want to say it again. "I gotta sit down." Carl moved toward the living room. John passed him and sank into the couch, still holding Dad's old overcoat. Carl sat in a chair opposite him and tried to relax a bit. He was staring so much he had to be making his father nervous. "Carl," John said in a near whisper, not looking at his son but at the coffee table, almost forcing the words out one at a time. "I have heard voices. Lots of voices, all crying and wailing in pain and despair and pleading for help. I've heard them all over the city." He paused just long enough to denote a new paragraph. Carl didn't insert a comment or question. "I heard a gal at work screaming for help when she wasn't really screaming for help. I saw, you were there for this one. I saw a question in the TV script that exposed something politically damaging to certain parties, but I asked it anyway, and it turned out that what I said was true. I knew." He had to take a breath and calm himself. "I knew that Rachel Franklin, the waitress, was hurting and grieving over someone named Annie. I felt her pain, and it was all I could do to keep from crying right there in front of you. For some reason I was right about that too, and you know the rest of that story. I saw people, hundreds of them, being sucked down into a black pit at the mall. I already told you and Mum about that one. And tonight." John had to think about how to express it. "Tonight. I didn't hear the voices again, but I knew they were crying anyway, and I knew those voices belonged to real people out there in that city who are hurting and without hope, and somehow I just had to tell that. I haven't been to church, of my own free choice anyway, since I was 19, and here I am, telling them about God, and it was like every sermon I ever heard from my church-going days came back to me, because it all came rushing out as fast as I could think of it, sometimes faster, and I don't know that I've ever carried on like that before." John looked at the overcoat he still held in his lap. "And so I said, I'm just like Dad, because what I was doing when you came in, that's what your grandfather used to do, all the time, so much that it drove me bananas." He looked at Carl. "And now, I'm wondering if I'm going to end up like him, a prophet who can't help but speak, and I don't want to, and I'm scared of what's happening to me. What if it is God?" Carl asked. John gave that some thought, then looked at the coffee table again. Tired, beaten, despondent. "Well, I would almost prefer that to, but didn't Grandma say God was talking to you?" John recalled it. "It would be nice if he was. Maybe we could discuss this whole thing, maybe I could negotiate to get my brain back." Carl pressed it. "But, all the things you've seen, and what you were saying tonight. Dad, it is all true." John gave Carl a testy look. "Son, an entire shopping mall being devoured by a black vacuum cleaner. But maybe it meant something. John nodded with recollection. I believe you were the one who gave the interpretation. People running from annihilation and death or something. And what you said tonight. You believed it, didn't you? You were crying, Dad. You had to believe it. You had to mean it. Now John found himself staring at Carl. You wanted to be God, don't you? Carl considered the question, but could only look away, unable to answer. Hey, come on, John prodded. There's nothing wrong with that. I don't blame you. Carl turned back toward his father and cried, Don't you believe anything? Well, sure I do. I believe in God, so tell me about him. Where is he? Does he care about us? Does he even give a rip? I don't know, Carl. Carl pointed toward the city. That's not what you told them. Oh, come on. What I told them was just. Well, I don't know what it was. Carl's eyes were filling with tears. Well, do you believe what you told them or don't you? Forced to think about it, John knew the answer. Of course he believed. Every word he'd spoken to the city that night was his own. The pain was from his own heart, the thoughts from his own mind, the conviction from his own soul. But all these things had been buried and neglected, so far from his mind, for so long that their sudden resurrection caught him unawares. His answer surprised him even as he spoke it. Yeah, Carl, okay, I believe it. Every word of it. Then he added, I just don't know what stirred it all up. Carl's eyes softened at the answer. Maybe God is talking to you. Hey, easy now, easy. Listen, everything I said tonight is out of the Bible. I learned all that stuff in church, it is in my head, it is buried in there somewhere. So I wouldn't say God sent it straight to me tonight on a lightning bolt. Carl nodded toward the city. So why were you telling it all to them? What was that all about? And what was Grandpa doing? John dug hard and deep for an answer. Carl, I need time to think about it. It's not like a guy can go through something like this and just, wham, have it all figured out. With great hesitance, he continued, what if it really is God? I mean, I can't even fathom that. Can you imagine what it would be like to come around a corner one day and boom, there's God, right there? I mean, let's consider what we're saying. At any other time the notion of actually bumping into the living God would have brought a chuckle and a not-so-serious discussion. But right now, in this place, in this time, it brought a stunned silence. What if? What if? Carl ventured, but haven't the same thing. In church we talked about him, we sang about him, we read about him, we gave testimonies about him, we had emotional fits and shouted hallelujah. But what would we have done if God came right into the room and we all met him face to face? It's one thing to feel the sunshine, but it is another thing to fall into the sun. Carl asked in all seriousness, are you afraid of him? Wouldn't you be? Carl thought it over. I don't know him, and right now I'm feeling pretty small. Yeah, I guess so. John looked down at the overcoat again. But I do believe in him, Carl. And if you really pressed me on it, I'd have to say I believe everything I ever learned in Sunday school and church. It's just that I've had it all tucked away for a long time and I'm not clear on it, except for one thing, and for now it is all I can say to you. Because I believe in God, I believe that good, what's right, is worth fighting for. Sometimes, at least for me, what's right is a little hard to nail down, but I do believe it is worth fighting for, and I think God is pleased when we do. Carl's eyes teared up again. All right. That'll do for now. Thanks. The next day Carl stood before a fresh canvas and found himself actually painting something. Trees. A forest scene. A stream. Mum Barrett's big maple was visible through the windows, just now building to a finale of red, gold, and yellow, and today it struck him. This is beauty. Yesterday he would not have seen it. Beauty had been an elusive concept, a vague, unknowable ideal, a myth conceived out of vain wishes. But today there was beauty. It was really there, in and of itself. Before it slipped away or his eyes closed to it again, he hurried to bring it inside with his brush. Sunday afternoon John called Mum Barrett to arrange a time. Alone with her, a time they could talk without outside interruptions. "Well, how about right now?" she asked. "Is Carl there?" "No, he's gone for the day. He's got some artist friends he wants to meet with, so I don't expect him back until tonight. You ought to come over now." "But what about evening service at the church?" "Son, you're more important. Come on over." He got right over there, and he and Mum sat down at the same round table in the dining room where many a family conference had been held. "How are you feeling?" Mum asked, and John knew it wasn't a mere formality, considering that they were alone, and that neither one of them would live forever, and that one of the family had already passed on without a chance like this one. John figured it was time to be as open as he could be, to take some risks and get some things said and heard. "Well, Mum." John pulled out a crinkled sheet of paper on which he'd scribbled some notes. He wanted to make sure he covered everything before the opportunity was lost, or before he chickened out. "I'm feeling like, well, Mum, I need to talk things out." She nodded. "Okay." John looked at his notes. First thing you ought to know is that the brass at the station are expanding the show. Tomorrow the 5:30 goes to 1 hour, from 5 to 6, with some big TV and print promotion, more exposure for me and Allie Downs, and a raise." Mum was genuinely pleased. "Oh, that's very exciting." "Yeah, exciting is right." Mum took a careful look at him. "You don't seem too excited." "Well, you remember the last time I came in here by myself, after I had that flashback or whatever it was at the mall?" She chuckled. "Oh, I sure do. You said that maybe God was talking to me. I still think that." "Okay. Well then, two things. How do you know it is God, and secondly, did Dad ever have experiences like I've had?" Her eyebrows raised just a little. "You mean there's more?" He nodded. "A lot more." He looked at his notes. It was confession time. "I was alone in my apartment one night, the time he heard Tina Lewis screaming, the weird scripted question that wasn't in the script, the vision in the shopping mall which she already knew about, and then the strange experience of just the other night. I was preaching, Mum. I mean, I just about sounded like Pastor Thompson used to sound." "Pastor Thompson." Mum almost laughed. "Oh, yes. Yes, I remember his preaching. I do too. Yeah, I listened once in a while, and that's what I sounded like. It was unreal. But it hit me, and I told Carl. Carl was standing there, wondering what in the world I was doing. I told him. I remember I said, I'm just like Dad. Single quote. Mum went and gave a slow, thoughtful nod. Mum, I'm getting a raise, I'm getting more exposure, more responsibility, and do you know, Ben Oliver, that's my boss, he's the news director for Channel 6. Ben Oliver called me into his office this week and actually wanted to know if I was losing my marbles. He'd heard about some of this stuff, and Mum, the pressure's on, and I've got to know. John, you're not losing your marbles. Well, that's nice to hear, but how do you know? Mum was already on her feet. Let me get something to show you. While John sat there worrying and wondering what to say next, she went to the back hall closet, rummaged through the photo albums and scrapbooks, and returned with an old spiral notebook. Remember this. He began to recall it as she slid it across the table to him. He recognized his own handwriting, the juvenile version, on the cover. The Private Journal of John Barrett, Jr. He hadn't seen this in years, but Mum, of course, saved all this stuff. You used to guard this thing with your life, she said with a twinkle in her eye. But I forget when it was, maybe when you turned 13 or so, you quit guarding it and left it lying around until I put it away in the closet." John began to page through it. It was like a time capsule. Here were the thoughts, feelings, and scrawlings of John Barrett Jr. during the ages of 9 through 10, along with some doodles, some drawing. John felt he was holding a real treasure, of course. "Incredible. Find July 19, 1959, Mum said. Even as John turned the yellowing pages to the journal entry he'd made. On that date, the memory, some 30 years old, came back to him. It read, "Tonight I heard God speak and I saw a vision of the Lamb of God who takes away our sins. Tonight I gave my life to Jesus. I am a new creation in Christ, and whatever God wants me to do, I will do it, because I told him he could have my life and he could use me. Hallelujah. I can't wait to see what wonderful things God will do in my life." Mum was ready to make her case. "I remember that night, and Dad always remembered it. I remember how you went forward at the Sunday night meeting and prayed at the altar, and Dad prophesied over you." John nodded as the memory slowly reassembled, pieces at a time. "You see, son, we can forget our promises, but God doesn't forget. A 1,000 years is as a day with him, so what's a mere 32 years? How comfortable it would be," John thought, "how nice, to retreat into his usual skepticism, give Mum an indulging smile, and walk away from her theory. Had there been no rude intrusions into his soul and mind by, whatever it was, he could have done that. He was well practiced at it. But now, with the journal entry before his eyes, he remembered that night in the summer of 1959. He remembered his prayer and the intensity of that moment. The little church, the close, sweaty smells, the smooth, lacquered surface of that prayer rail, the praying saints, Sister Ames playing at the piano. He could recall his vision, hallucination, whatever, of that little lamb standing right in front of him, so real he thought he could touch it, its eyes so gentle and lucid. He could hear once again Dad's prophetic words, the cadence of Dad's speech and the timbre of his voice. And it struck him how last night felt so much like that night 32 years ago. "I remember I said, 'Use me, Lord.'" "Well," Mum said, her hands folded on the table, her expression gentle. "You asked me how I know it is God, and this is one reason. You've been fighting it, I know, but I think God is holding you to your promise." John figured he should at least explore Mum's theory. "So, if you're right, am I going to end up like Dad?" Mum was wondering if she should be offended. "Oh, and how, of lost souls. Has he ever had experiences like mine?" "For years." John's mouth dropped open. "For years." Mum nodded. "Well, how come I never knew about it?" She gave a little shrug. "You were never around. You were away at college, and then you took that radio job in Wichita, and then the TV job in Los Angeles. But he never told me. He never said a thing about it." What if he had? The answer was clear, and it was only under Mum's unrelenting gaze. "That," John admitted, "I would have said he was crazy." She nodded. "You have been known to say that." John had to know for sure. "Was he, Mum? What you really want to know is, are you crazy?" "I have no doubt that I got it from him. I just want to know what it is." She shook her head. "John, you didn't get it from him. You don't inherit it like your noses being the same or something. It's more like a legacy. Dad wanted you to have a ministry like he had. Remember when he gave you his coat?" John almost did a double take. His coat. That old overcoat. That was the prophet's mantle. The what? The prophet's mantle. That's what Dad called it. He got the idea from the story of Elijah. You know, when Elijah's time to leave the earth approached, he took his mantle and put it on the shoulders of Elisha, his successor. John remembered. "Come on," Dad had said, "humor your religious old man." John considered the Barrett estate and how everything the bank accounts, the stocks, the house, the business, had been cleared of debt and put in Mum's name before Dad was killed. Do you think Dad knew he was going to die? She thought for a moment. That's one thing he never shared with me. Which I can understand. All I know is, when it did happen his house was in order and he was ready. Then she added, and I'm not finished, John. By the look in her eye John knew he was going to get an old-fashioned talking to. If we're going to talk things out, like you want, I've got a few things to say too. Son, if all you want to believe is that you're crazy like your old man, then, are you listening now? You could be missing your very last chance to get right with God. Now I agree that what's happening to you is extreme, but if I'm right, and if your father's prayers and my prayers are really being answered right now, if God is speaking to you, you would be the greatest of all fools if you harden your heart against him. You hear me? She was going to get an answer out of him if she had to sit there all day. He obliged her. Yeah. Okay, now here's another thing. I'll grant that you're fooling your public. They see you on the TV and they think, well, here's a man who knows what's happening, who's in control of his life. But, John, you aren't fooling me, and I guarantee you, you aren't fooling God. You've cut yourself off from life, John. You're like a branch cut from a tree, and you're going to wither up and die if you don't get reconnected. You know all those voices you heard. How do you know one of them wasn't your own? Are you listening to me? One thing about Mum's lectures, John could never get too old for them. This was Mum at her best, as only she could be. He wouldn't have taken it from anyone else. Oh, I'm listening, Mum. You're doing just fine. Mum paused to let it sink in, then began again. John, I'm sorry I have to be so blunt with you, but, well, maybe that's part of being a prophet, or a prophet's widow. You get used to being direct and saying what needs to be said because no one else will do it. She leaned forward and spoke gently, urgently. And, John, that means you can make enemies. There are people out there who will not appreciate honesty, who will not want to hear the truth. They're the ones Jesus said would flee from the light lest their deeds be exposed. They don't want you exposing what they're doing. But that's what a prophet has to do sometimes. He has to lay bare the secrets of men's hearts so they'll know they're sinners and get right with God, and that can be a miserable job. You can make enemies. John received the warning. But the warning also made case. Did he have enemies? She didn't take her answer lightly. I believe he did. Prophets are never without enemies. Any idea who they might be? She almost laughed. Well, where would you like me to start? I have over 30 years to cover. He smiled back. Then how about recently? Anyone who may have meant him harm recently. You mean, who may have killed him? John wasn't sure he heard that. Then again, he knew he did. Well, yes. She shook her head. John didn't want to disturb Mum with his theories. Well, of course, I'm not saying he was killed. No, John. But that's what you're thinking, and that's what I'm thinking. John had to double-check. You think Dad was killed? She nodded. You mean murdered? Yes. What makes you think that? What makes you think that? John felt they'd skipped a question in here somewhere. Well, I do think he was killed. At least I lean heavily in that direction. Which is something those pipe racks never do. Another surprise. You know about the pipe rack. I know about all of them. I helped your father buy them and set them up when we moved into that warehouse 16 years ago. I know what they'll do. Stand there for years. And what they won't do. Dump over for no reason when no one but Dad is there. And I went down there and had Chuck show me what was left of that pipe rack, and he told me about the forklift theory. He told you about the Now, I asked him directly, and he knew he'd have to tell me. I'm his boss now, remember. But I do appreciate you wanting to spare me some pain. John was stuck for a moment. He still had some things to learn about his mother. So, okay, to kill Dad. I don't know. But I have faith that someday we will. But what about? John hesitated. Mum, I hate to ask a question like this, but. She shook her head. John, all your father ever did was sell pipe. He never sold drugs or laundered money or did anything else that would make him a criminal. Then she chuckled and said, except for blocking abortion clinics. He has done that. What about his friendship with Max Brewer? They spent a lot of time together. Dad was hoping he could find out who killed Annie. You know about that. What about Max Brewer's circle of acquaintances or enemies? I wonder if Dad crossed any of them. She shrugged. Son, I think you and I know basically the same things. And God knows the rest. John gave a wry smile. And I'm supposed to be a prophet. Do you think God will tell me? She could only answer, Son, God will do as he pleases. And then her eyes twinkled as she reveled in the thought. You can count on that. Monday John reported to the station at 9 in the morning, quite early for him. His regular shift began at 1 in the afternoon, but this was the week of the big push, as Ben Oliver called it, and he and Allie Downs were scheduled for some photo and video promotional shoots. The news set was already undergoing some changes. A crew of carpenters, tool belts jingling and saws screaming, were tearing out a whole wall to make room for the camera boom, a giant, mechanical arm supporting a robotic camera that would provide an extreme high-angle shot of the news set and then swoop down on the cast of performers for a dramatic entry into the show. One of the conceptualizers for the project was even pondering how to combine that moving shot with another taken from Chopper 6 as it swooped down on the Channel 6 building, creating the effect of one continuous swoop from the sky, through the roof, and into the news set. The viewer must have no doubts, Ben said, that this other station can top this one. In front of a bank of monitors with still pictures pasted over their screens, Allie Downs was ready for the camera, looking stunning as usual. John looked good, all made up and suited up and ready to sell the news. Marvin the photographer, a chubby, bearded, fretting little man in a purple t-shirt and blue jeans, had several strobes, umbrella reflectors, and floods set up, and now he was peering through the viewfinder of his big camera on a tripod. I want news, I want action, I want intensity, he chattered. He would have made a good acting coach. Okay, now read that copy. Allie and John had some dummy scripts and looked at them. Allie, Marvin said, waving his hand at them, you're checking a story with John. You're concerned about its accuracy, okay. Allie held her script for John to see it. John, what do you think of this? I don't trust the source. And look at that spelling. Flash. Said John, furrowing his brow at the script. Does this reporter work for us? They both cracked up. Flash. Hey, come on, let's get serious, said Marvin. John read from the script, a retarded chicken hatches a billiard ball. That story coming up next. Yeah, that's good. Marvin kept peering down through the viewfinder. All they could see was the top of his head. Now look at me. Make me trust you. I wouldn't lie to you, said Allie in mock seriousness. Flash. They smiled. Flash. They looked at the script again. Flash. They posed with a TV camera. Flash. John in shirt sleeves. Flash. Allie close up, jotting notes. Flash. Flash. Wet your lips and smile. Flash. Lean forward, John. Allie, move in. Flash. Okay, turn this way a little. Closer together. Flash. 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 Then the video shoot. Mounted cameras, handheld working, editing, rushing about, handheld shots racing through the newsroom, quick conversations, zoom-in shots of John, then a blurry pan, then Allie brought into focus and zoomed in some more. Intensity, more intensity. John with sleeves rolled up, banging away at the computer, not just taking but tearing news copy from the printer, nodding in agreement with no one in particular. Ali busy at work, then consulting with a reporter over the shoulder shot, then a wry, "You're not fooling me" smile at someone off camera. Ben dropped in from time to get a taste of what was brewing. His orders were clear and crusty at the start of the day. Sell it. So the strobes kept flashing, and the video cameras kept grinding, and John and Ali kept looking busy, intense, and outstandingly honest. Ben didn't say much, but his narrowed eyes and tight smile indicated he was pleased. That same morning, before Leslie had to report to the station for her shift, she and Deanne Brewer met at the Westland Memorial Hospital, walked down long halls past numbered doorways, workstations, patients in wheelchairs, a green plant or two, and much inscrutable art, turned corners, took elevators, read floor directories, asked directions, and finally found themselves in medical records, a pleasant, glassed-in office with 6 desks neatly arranged and quiet people seated behind them shuffling papers, marking files, answering phones. At the nearest desk a lady named Rose with neon red hair asked if she could help them, and they asked her for Annie Dolores Brewer's autopsy report. "Do you have a release form?" Rose asked. Deanne had it ready. She'd gotten it the day before, and she and Max had filled it out meticulously, answering a volley of questions: who they were, where and when they were born, where they now lived, where they worked, their income, their social security numbers, any run-ins they may have had with the law. Max had had a few. "And I'll need some picture ID," Rose instructed. Deanne produced her driver's license. Rose then typed Max and Deanne's names and numbers into a computer and waited for the results. The results were immediate but not good. "That file is not—" Leslie wasn't surprised. She had to hold her tongue. "What do you mean?" Deanne asked, her temperature rising. "It's protected under the privacy laws." "But I'm Annie's mother." Rose only shook her head. "I'm sorry. The document is not accessible." Deanne was visibly angry. "Now wait a minute. You are talking to Annie's mother, her blood parent." Rose only raised her hands and shrugged. "By law the autopsy report is not accessible to the parents if it contains certain information protected by the privacy laws." Now that was interesting. Leslie asked, "Certain information?" "Yes. And just what kind of information would that be?" Rose played dumb, and very poorly. "Oh, I would have no idea. It could be anything." Deanne knew she was addressing one tiny wheel in a very big machine. But she had to lecture somebody. "Well listen, my husband and I have been through the ringer with this hospital before, and we've been put off and shuffled around and given excuses and told all kinds of things that we can't do and can't know and can't ask and can't find out, and I am getting sick of it, you hear." Rose didn't like being lectured. "Mrs. Brewer, if you wish to see the autopsy report, you'll have to come back here with a court order. Otherwise," and her long fingernail tapped the counter with each word, "the file is not accessible." Deanne's face sank as she began to lose hope. "Wait a minute," said Leslie. "What about the pathologist who performed the autopsy? We'd like to speak with him." Rose shook her head. "He's legally barred from saying anything." Leslie lost no momentum. "His name is Denning. We'd like to speak to him please." Rose sighed. "You're not going to like this either. He's not here anymore." "Then can you tell us where he went? We'd like to contact him." "Well, all we have is his office number here at the hospital, but like I said, he doesn't work here anymore." "What?" Rose was getting impatient. "I don't know, Mrs. Brewer. What about a home phone number?" asked Leslie. Rose smiled apologetically. "I'm sure we wouldn't have it, and even if we did, I couldn't give it out." Deanne waxed sarcastic. "Woo, you have been a world of help today, sugar." Leslie checked her watch. She had to go. "Come on, Deanne, let's get out of here." Deanne was not ready to leave. But there has to be something we can do. Yeah, there is. We're going to get a lawyer. Leslie glared not so much at Rose's at the bureaucracy she represented. Chapter 15. Tuesday morning, John met Max and Deanne Brewer at the law offices of Hart, McLaughlin, Peters, and Sanborn, attorneys at law, located in a remodeled, turn-of-the-century mansion of brick, rough beams, and stucco. "We're here to see Aaron Hart," John told the receptionist. "And then I'm outta here," Max muttered, his eyes exploring the deep carpets, ornate woodwork, heavy oak doors, and fancy fixtures. "How much this gonna cost?" "We can't afford an attorney," Deanne said flatly. She was having second thoughts as well. John urged, "Well, just talk to him first and see what he says." A young man with thinning, neatly parted red hair and a dark blue suit walked briskly into the room and extended his hand toward John. "Hey, John." John shook hands with him. "How you doin', Aaron?" Deanne tried not to gawk at Aaron Hart. Max gawked and didn't care. Who knew it? Who was this wimpy white kid, and what was he doing in a place like this? He was so short his tie hung below his belt. John turned to Max and Deanne and introduced the attorney. "Max and Deanne Brewer, I'd like you to meet Aaron Hart. He's a good attorney, and he's pushed some important papers for me on more than one occasion." The wimpy white kid extended his hand. "Hi. Glad to meet you." Deanne rose and shook his hand, feeling timid despite herself. Max stood boldly and towered over the attorney, giving him a firm handshake and staring him down a bit. "Why don't we step into my office?" "You're a lawyer." Max Aaron didn't mind answering. "That depends on what I do." "Why don't we talk first? That won't cost you anything, and then we'll know what I can do and whether you want me to do it." "Fair enough." Max stole a glance at John, whose face and little shrug answered, "Fair enough. Sure, what the heck." "Okay." John said, "Okay, I've done my part." He touched Max's shoulder. "Hear him out. He'll deal squarely with you." Max nodded. "Keep in touch." And with that, John made his exit. "Right this way," said Aaron Hart. Max and Deanne followed him down the wainscoted hallway to a bedroom-become-office where he offered them 2 comfortable chairs in front of his desk. "Can I get you anything?" They decided on coffee. Aaron called someone named Linda on his intercom and made the request. Then he relaxed in his chair, picked up an NFL paperweight to play with, and said gently, "John told me about your daughter." "I'm very sorry." "Thank you," Deanne answered. Max just nodded. "John's told me a little bit about your case. Why don't you tell me what happened and how I can help?" It took time to establish trust, to find the words, to feel right about this appointment, but as Max and Deanne got into their story and Aaron Hart showed a genuine interest and concern, the images, feelings, and frustrations they'd experienced since May 24 gave them plenty to talk about until they were almost crowding each other to share everything replaying in their minds. With tears of sorrow and sometimes a raised voice of anger, they worked through it until finally arriving at the bottom line, the reason for this meeting: their daughter was wrongfully dead. What could they do? Sometime during their story, Linda had brought the coffee. Now Aaron moved his cup aside and began to scribble on a legal pad, thinking a little out loud, a little on paper. So, the first thing you want to do is make sure Annie died due to negligence." Max and Deanne exchanged a consulting look, and then Max answered, "Yeah, that's one thing," and Deanne added, "I just want to stop that clinic so they don't hurt somebody else." Aaron stopped scribbling and thought for a moment. "Well, initially you have 2 courses of action. The first is to file a lawsuit against the clinic, but—" He smiled whimsically. "Kind of a catch-22 in that. You can't sue the clinic unless you have a case against them, and you can't build a case against them unless you have Annie's medical records to prove she got her abortion there. And you can't get those records without filing a lawsuit, so you can subpoena the medical records as part of the discovery, which you can't do unless you have a case, which you don't have without the medical records. With a waving of his hand he concluded, "Let's forget that idea." He leaned forward and wiggled his pen in his hand as he spoke. "There's a simpler way to do it which would not involve a lawsuit, and that's only because, and please pardon me for saying this, it is only because Annie is now dead. If she was still alive, then her abortion would have been a fundamental right, and any records or chart the clinic might have on her would be protected and confidential, even from her parents. Only Annie herself could request them. But now, since she's dead, you can take steps to stand in her place legally and request her medical records." Aaron got lively and animated, as if telling a story, talking with his hands. "Now, anytime somebody dies they usually leave something behind, something they owned. That's called their estate. If you own a big house and 3 cars and you have a couple million in the bank, that's your estate. That's what's left when you die. If you own the clothes on your back, 1 ballpoint pen, and 2 nickels, that's your estate. So Annie had an estate too, and that's what we'll be working with." Max and Deanne did a quick mental inventory. "She didn't own much," Deanne said. Aaron only smiled, undaunted. "Well, that's what I'm getting to. She did own one thing that's important to us now, and that's a claim for damages she may have suffered at the Women's Medical Center. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Here's what we can do, and didn't own much anyway, but it would still provide a legal way for you to get those records. You could have yourself appointed as the personal representative of Annie's estate, meaning you'd be standing in her place too. We call it marshalling. It would be your duty to marshal the assets of the estate, which means to figure out what the deceased person owned, what monies, property, and claims she owned or had a right to at the instant of her death. And it is the claims part of Annie's estate we're going after here. One of her assets left behind for you to marshal is a potential claim for damages from the doctor, the nurse, the abortion clinic, whoever's responsible, and you, as the personal representative of your daughter's estate, would not only have a right but a duty to determine whether or not Annie had a valid claim. Are you with me so far? I'd be standing in for my dead daughter, Max said. Right. And that means her right to an abortion and privacy, that'd be mine. Those records would be mine. Once you're appointed as personal representative of her estate, yes. You've received enough information to cause you to believe that she has a claim against the clinic as an asset, and in order to marshal that asset, you'd have to have those records, and the clinic would have to produce them. Max liked the sound of this. Gotcha. How do we do that? Deanne asked, a glint of hope in her eyes. Aaron went back to his legal pad and started a list. Okay, first thing would be to get one of you appointed as the personal representative of the estate. We could get those papers prepared and then have you in to sign them and then file them with the court to get you appointed. In the meantime we would draft a letter for you to sign, a request for medical records. The letter would state, Aaron scribbled it down as he said it, that Annie was in the medical clinic for medical treatment, that you've been appointed as the personal representative of her estate, and, in order to settle her estate, you need to obtain her medical records. We would enclose a check for, say, $25 to cover copying costs. So you would send them the letter, and, well, usually a clerk in a hospital or clinic handles that routinely and releases clinic. Aaron hesitated just a little, then mused, with a little luck, the clinic's records custodian would just fill the request and none of the clinic's bigwigs would ever see it. But if things don't go our way the people in charge are going to know about it real quick and then you'll have to deal with them. Well, I'll tell you one thing, said Max. I ain't mailin' them nothin'. I'm takin' that letter in there and puttin' it right in their face. Well, these things are routinely handled through the mail, but I can understand you're going there personally. I don't recommend it, but, sure, I understand. But Deanne had a problem with that. Babe, you can't go in there. Max deflated with a recollection and cursed. Excuse me. I've given that clinic trouble, Mr. Hart. The judge said he would jail me if I didn't stay away from there. I can't go. How about Deanne? Aaron asked. Is she under any judge's order? Max laughed at that. No, no way, she's too good a woman for that. He grabbed her hand when he said it. So we could make Deanne the personal representative. Is that all right? With both of you? So she takes the letter and puts it right in their face, asked Max. Well, I imagine she would be courteous about it, but, yes, she could go. Max and Deanne consulted each other with their eyes, and it was all right. Good enough. Now, Linda's our paralegal, so if you decide you want to go with this, she'll prepare the documents in the next day or so to get you appointed, and then she'll call you. You'll have to sign several papers to have you appointed by the court as the personal representative of your daughter's estate. Now while all that's going on, I'll prepare a letter for you to sign, a request for medical records. Once your appointment goes through and the letter's drafted and signed, you'll be all set to go to the clinic and get the records. Now, do you think that's enough? Max and Deanne started thinking about it, and Aaron further clarified, if there's anything I've left out, or anything you need to have explained, or any other action you want to take. Deanne asked, what if they really did kill Annie? I mean, what if we can prove it? How can we stop them? How can we get asked Max. Aaron scribbled some more. We have another lawyer in our office, Bill McLaughlin, and all Bill does is personal injury claims such as this one. Tell you what, let's get those records first, and then, having proof from which to build a case, I'd like to turn this claim over to Bill for further action. For now I'll run this by him and see if he thinks of anything else we could be doing at this time to get those records. Max held up his hand to call a halt. Well, this all sounds fine, but we gotta talk money here. Aaron smiled. Yes, there is that final detail. Well, we're willing at this point to proceed on this as a contingent fee case. That means that our fee is based on a percentage of the recovery. No recovery, no fee. Our usual percentage is 33 1/3%. You'll have to pay for our out-of-pocket expenses, but we can defer those in most cases until the case is over. Once our investigation is complete and we see what's there, we'll sit down with you and map out the case. Or, if there isn't enough, we'll advise you not to proceed. If you're willing to go ahead on this basis, I'll have Linda prepare an agreement along those lines. Max and Deanne exchanged another consulting look, and then Max answered, let's do it. Thursday afternoon, close to 4 o'clock, Tina Lewis gave Leslie's notes a quick, cursory scan and then tried to hand 'em back. Yeah, Erica's right, you don't have a story here. Leslie wouldn't take the notes back, but left Tina holding them in midair. Now wait a minute, Tina. You hardly even looked at it. They were in Tina's office. Tina was seated behind her desk, busy, now interrupted, and about to become irritated. She dropped the notes on Leslie's side of the desk just to be rid of them. Now she was getting angry. You don't have a story. Who's going to believe a bunch of allegations made by an unknown, anonymous, alleged witness who won't even appear on camera, who can't prove a word of it? This isn't news, it is abortion baiting, it is inflammatory. You don't have a story. I have a family who lost their daughter. Leslie tapped on the notes with her finger as she spoke. So what do you have that's solid? We can't go on the air with severe allegations like this and nothing to back 'em up, no one to appear on camera, no proof. We'll have the pro-choices all over us. Not to mention our peers, anyone out there who still has some respect for fair journalism. Leslie was ready to fight for this one. She picked up her notes and flipped the pages to the last item, holding it toward Tina to show her. Tina, had you given my notes a fair reading, you would have seen that the Brewers have taken legal steps. The mother, Deanne, has been appointed as personal representative of Annie's estate, and she'll be hand-delivering a request for medical records to the Women's Medical Center tomorrow morning. Now if some records do turn up and the Brewers can prove Annie was really there, we'll have some strong pieces to fit together, to build into something. All I'm asking is to be there at the clinic with a camera to get some footage we can use if this thing develops into a story. Hey, how often do we get to be there right when a story is breaking? Tina probed, and of course you're not after an anti-choice piece. Leslie took that like a slap in the face. She recovered, leaned on the desk, and spoke in a controlled voice. Last week we did a story on new home construction rip-offs, and before that we reported on that dental clinic using poisonous amalgam in its fillings. Now, when there could be a case of malpractice so severe that a young woman is dead. We don't know that. Leslie pressed on. But we're close to finding out, and I think it is worth looking into, regardless of our political positions. I'm not talking about a woman's right to an abortion. I'm talking about current abortion industry standards and safeguards, or the lack of them, a subject that would be of great interest to our viewers. Hey, why did we wave all those coat hangers at all those rallies if we can't be sure women are really getting safe abortions? Tina's expression remained hard, but Leslie had prevailed enough to make her pause. She looked at Leslie, then at the notes still lying on the desk, and finally, with a sigh of resignation, picked up the notes and looked them over carefully. Who's this? Judy Medford. Annie Brewer. Judy Medford was her alias. A lot of the girls use false names to protect their privacy. What about the autopsy report? Where's the real one? Deanne Brewer and I went to the hospital on Monday, but they'd misplaced it, couldn't find it. We still haven't heard anything. Tina gave a concessive sigh and rested against the back of her chair. So, Annie Brewer's mother is now the legal personal representative of her daughter's estate. Tina sat and stared. It seemed this was something new to her. Leslie was glad to know something Tina didn't. As such, she now stands in the place of her daughter and has a legal right to her daughter's medical records. The clinic has to release them. They can't hide behind their usual confidentiality. Tina smiled wryly. It was almost a smirk. Well, you'd better hope the Brewers get something for all their trouble or you won't have a story. And then for emphasis, right. Leslie conceded, right. But it is worth a little time in the morning. Let me have it, and then I'll cover another story the rest of the day. Tina studied Leslie for a moment, thinking it over. Okay, I'll authorize that much. You haven't sold me yet, but let's call this a test drive, and that's all it is. That's all I'm asking. Tina turned to her computer console and called up the next day story. Outlook. She typed in Leslie's photographer request, followed by the letters, HP. NFAT, which stood for high priority, not for air today. The entry would clue in the assignment desk the next morning, and a cameraman would be reserved for Leslie's use for this story as well as her regular assignment. All set. Leslie felt giddy as she left Tina's office. Now where was John? He'd want to know. It was 4:30. The 5 o'clock was coming up fast, and people were scrambling around the newsroom to assemble twice the amount of material as before and have it ready half an hour earlier. Hal Rosen sat at the weather desk putting his graphics together in the computer, watching the clouds moving off the blue ocean and over the green with temperatures all around the state, wind velocities, and precipitation. The 5-day forecast wasn't on the screen yet. No sneak previews this time. Hal. Near. He wasn't entirely verbal when he was working on his maps. Have you seen John? Yeah, lots of times. Any idea where he is now? Hal turned and smiled mischievously. Try the set. They're tinkering with the lights or something. Leslie hurried around the big plywood backdrop and into what was beginning to look like a Disneyland ride or a scene out of Star Trek. The set was wide, expansive, awesome. The backdrop had been extended upward as high as the ceiling, but the lighting gave the illusion that it stretched upward forever, far beyond the eye's reach. The news desk was roughly the same shape as the old one, but this one seemed to hover there like a spacecraft, carefully planned shadows and angles hiding the supports underneath. To top it all off, high above the set, poised like a steel Tyrannosaurus, was the camera boom, a new state-of-the-art robotic camera perched precariously upon it, ready for that big swoop-down shot to open the show. John, Allie Downs, and Bing Dingham, the sportscaster, were all sitting at their places, along with Walt Bruchner, the late-night news anchor, sitting in Hal Rosen the weatherman's usual spot. Mardell the floor director was pointing and directing the camera operators as they experimented with different angles, dollying this way, then that, back and forth. Up above, on a narrow catwalk, a lighting technician adjusted some floodlights. Heads up, John, said Mardell, and John looked up at camera 2. Give me more wash from the right. From the right, echoed the lighting tech. Leslie gestured to Mardell and mouthed the words, is it okay if I talk to John? Sure, come in and sit in the weatherman's chair for a minute. Walt. You can take a nap now if you want. Mardell cracked, better make that a long nap. Walt waved at Leslie with the same motion one would use washing a windshield. Hi there, bye there. She ducked under his waving arm, scampered across the floor, stepping over cables and gaffer's tape, and took Hal Rosen's chair on the right end of the news desk. Okay, said Mardell, pretend you're Hal. Leslie sat up straight and smiled at camera 3. She muttered to John, I talked to Tina and she gave me the okay to shoot the request for records tomorrow. John sighed a worried sigh. I don't know if you should have done that. The story isn't ready yet, and you know the policy. We don't have to pitch it to anyone until we have everything. Leslie felt defensive. John, I couldn't wait for a free camera. Deanne's serving the request tomorrow morning, and I've got to have a camera there when she does it. It's your telling Tina that bothers me. Well, that was Erica's doing. She didn't have a camera to spare during the day shift, so the only thing I could do was ask for one extra stop in my schedule, and Erica wouldn't approve that unless Tina approved it. Oh, so I tried, okay. Mardell paced back and forth, eyeing the set's colors, textures, balance. Looks good. Bing's heinies in the dark, though. I beg your pardon, said Bing, and they all laughed. Yeah, said Nate, the light man, let's shine some light on that subject. Be thankful, Bing, it is your best side. Leslie leaned toward John and spoke quietly. Well, Tina isn't sold on the idea yet, but she said I can get the footage, so I've got the assignment for tomorrow morning. John nodded, still looking toward camera 3. Well, we're gambling. Something really solid would be nice. Or we don't have a story. Tina was clear on that. She doesn't like abortion stories. Mardell called, okay, everybody straight ahead. Let's try the boom. The intercom from the control. 15 minutes, everybody, Mardell echoed. Okay, straight ahead. Look busy. They looked straight ahead. They looked busy. Leslie whispered, well, this story's different, and I think I can convince her of that. John touched her hand to caution her. But don't say anything to anyone, okay. Let's roll it, said Mardell. Music. Tum, dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-da. Bring it down. In the monitors they could see the aerial shot of themselves, taken through the camera high above them on the boom as it began to descend. It was a marvelous sight, like a lunar landing. That's good, that's good. Mardell shouted in glee. John whispered to Leslie, I think this is going to be an ambush story, if you know what I mean. We don't want the clinic to know. Leslie's eyebrows went up. Right. Mardell ordered, look this way, you two. They both smiled at camera 2, along with Ali Downs and Bing Dingham. Okay, said Mardell, one more time, with the theme music. The camera boom lifted toward the ceiling for another swoop. Then came the music, busy, big, sounding like news. Dee 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 da, boom boom, dee 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 da. And now came a voice over the music, the city's most up-to-theme-minute, most accurate newscast from the city's premier news team, News 6 at 5. Chapter 16. The Women's Medical Center was housed in a 2-story brick structure in the midst of a quiet neighborhood of older houses and new apartments. The shrubbery lining the front walkway was neatly trimmed, there was an attractive lawn between the building and the sidewalk, and in the center of the lawn the clinic's sign was mounted in a matching, understated brick pedestal. To someone driving by, the clinic could have been a dentist's office, a counseling center, even a law firm. A Mercedes and 2 BMWs were parked in reserved stalls in the blacktop parking area. But as Leslie, Deanne Brewer, and Mel the cameraman stood across the street in the cold, gray morning, knowing what they knew, the building had an imposing, ominous feeling about it. This was Friday, and, as was their custom, 2 women and a clergyman, pro-lifers, were on the sidewalk ready to counsel and, they hoped, dissuade any women or girls who might be approaching the clinic. Right now there were no patients approaching, and the 3 appeared to be praying. Leslie was dressed properly to appear on camera, if not for this story. For the next one, Deanne was dressed to show she couldn't be intimidated. And Mel wore his usual jeans and army jacket. Leslie and Mel had come in one of the News 6 cars, a little white fastback with the show's logo emblazoned on its sides. Deanne had come in her own car. Mel knew the gist of the story and set to work, the camera perched on his shoulder, walking up and down the street to get some establishing shots of the building and the pro-lifers. Oh, and be sure to get some shots of those cars, said Leslie, pointing at the BMWs. She brought out her reporters. Abortion is debated, even fought over, in abstract terms, but here it is felt, it is seen. Here is where words become actions and sentiments become deeds. Too wordy perhaps, but it was how Leslie felt right now. The whole area was tight with tension. She gave her watch a nervous glance. It was 8:25. The clinic had been open since 8. Deanne. MMHM. Deanne was visibly nervous, trying not to crinkle the envelope that held the request for medical records. I think it would be a good idea to get a shot of you going up the front steps of the clinic while no one else is around. By myself. She didn't like that idea. It's an establishing shot, something to give the viewer the idea of you going into the clinic with your letter. But aren't you going in there with me? Sure, I'll go with you, but I'm the news reporter, so I can't be in the picture. Deanne crinkled her face with puzzlement. Leslie tried to explain. Well, you see, it is not you and I who are requesting those records, it is you. I'm the reporter covering the story, I'm not part of the story. So when we shoot this and then show it on TV, we'll probably have me saying something like, Deanne Brewer, legally appointed as personal representative for her daughter Annie's estate, hand-delivered a request for her daughter's medical records, and while the viewer hears me reading that off camera, they see you going up the front steps and through the door. Deanne looked across the street at the clinic and the front walkway. I have to walk through the door all by myself. No, you can stop before you open the door. We just need a shot of you walking down the sidewalk and up the front steps with that letter in your hand. She shook her head. Man, this is like Hollywood. Leslie admitted, well, oops. Hold on. A car pulled into the clinic's parking lot. Mel was a short distance up the sidewalk. Leslie waved to get his attention and then pointed to the two young women getting out of the car. One was dressed in sweatpants and a jacket. She was probably the patient. Clinics often advise their patients to wear loose, comfortable clothing to their abortions. The other young woman was probably the friend who would drive the patient home. The women immediately encountered the three pro-lifers, and Mel caught the scene as a short conversation ensued on the sidewalk in front of the clinic. Good grief, Leslie thought, those people stand out there and do that all day long. She jotted another note in her notepad, where women still come to exercise their right, but not without confrontation. The patient and her friend ended the conversation abruptly and brushed by the pro-lifers. Mel followed them with his camera until they went in the front door. Well, okay, said Leslie, let's shoot it and then let's do it. She advised the pro-lifers of what was coming, and they were happy. Enough to serve as extras on the sidewalk, subtly holding their signs toward the camera and being peaceful. Deanne walked down the block until Leslie said she was far enough. Then turned around and walked back toward the clinic, the letter visible in her hand, not knowing where in the world to look as Mel backpedaled in front of her, the camera on his shoulder, capturing her performance. When she got to the front walk, she turned and approached the clinic's front door, hoping Leslie would say, "Cut," before she had to open it. Mel stayed on the sidewalk, now shooting her walking away from the camera, toward the clinic, while Leslie looked over Mel's shoulder, directing. Deanne felt better with her back to the camera. She went up the steps and almost got to the door when Leslie called. Good. Great. Come on back. Relief. She hurried away from the door, glad it was over. But it wasn't. Suddenly the drama became real. She heard the clinic door open and a curt voice behind her demand, "Can I help you?" Mel kept the camera on the scene as Deanne turned to face a stern-looking woman now peering out the clinic door at her. The lady gave Mel and Leslie a wary eye and said to all of them, "Unless you have business here, you'll have to leave." Deanne thought of Annie and forgot about being nervous. She didn't like this lady's tone. "Are you open for business?" "Yes, we are." "Then we do have business here." Now the lady was looking at the pro-lifers too. "What business?" Deanne held the letter high. "A request for medical records." Mel kept grinding away. Leslie stayed behind the camera. This was great stuff. The lady was still staring icily at the pro-lifers. Deanne demanded her attention again. "I'm not with them. I represent myself and my daughter's estate, and I'm here on my own business." This lady wasn't quick to believe her. "So what about the camera?" "There. If you don't want your picture taken, why don't you invite me in and close the door?" The lady considered that for about 1 second and then said with a jerk of her head, "Come on." Deanne looked over her shoulder at Leslie. "Come on, Leslie, let's go." "Ah, no way," said the lady. Deanne objected, "She's a friend. We go way back. She's press. Don't try to fool me." Leslie had come alongside Deanne by this time. "I would think by now that you were used to the press dropping by from time to time. Besides, have we ever hurt you before?" The lady studied both of them. "Why are you here really?" Deanne answered, "I told you. I have a request for medical records. And I'd like to have it taken care of." She looked at Leslie. "And if I have a friend along, well, that's my choice, isn't it?" The word choice seemed to work. The lady hesitated, then swung the door open. "All right, you can come in, but the camera stays outside." Leslie and Deanne went up the steps. Then the lady blocked their path. "You don't have any hidden microphones on you, do you?" Leslie only laughed. "You watch too much television." The lady let them in. Mel switched off the camera and waited. A dozen patients, if not more. The young woman who was driving for her friend was the only one in the room at the moment. She stole a quick glance at them, then returned to focusing on nothing in particular. Here and there stood a large potted plant, and on the walls were posters of pleasant countrysides, fuzzy animals quoting witticisms, and happy, independent people who'd made the right decisions in planning their families. The lady, her name badge said Laurel, walked across the room and stepped behind a white, formica top counter where a young receptionist busied herself with some patient charts and stayed out of the discussion. "Now," she said coldly, "how can I help you?" As Leslie stood at her side, watching and listening, Deanne opened the envelope and ceremoniously unfolded the letter. "I have here a request for medical records for my daughter, Annie Brewer, also known as..." Annie Brewer's the name, Leslie cut in, catching Deanne's eye. Deanne said no more. Laurel smiled a meaningless business smile and replied, "I'm sorry. That information is confidential. We can't release it." "Can we speak to the person in charge?" asked Leslie. "I can make an appointment for you." Deanne unfolded the letter just enough for the Hart, McLaughlin, Peters, and Sanford letterhead to show, and let Laurel see it. "Laurel, you aren't talking to the Weeping Mother's Sewing Circle. We're talking about legal action here. We want to see the person in charge." Laurel seemed confused. "I'll have to talk to her. Would you like to have a seat, please?" "Thank you." Laurel left the room, going through a big blonde door that latched with a metallic clunk. They took 2 chairs near the counter, not saying a word, and not hearing one from the young woman sitting across the room all by herself. She never looked at them, and they only stole quick glances at her. Without being told, they knew. Leslie whispered back, "I know. I just don't want to let any cats out of the bag until we're eye to eye with the director." The front door opened, and some cool air wafted in. They stole a glance to see 3 teenage girls enter. 2 were hesitant and uncertain, their eyes on the walls, on the floor, on anything but other people. The third seemed more sure of herself. As her 2 friends found chairs and sank into them, she remained standing, looking for a familiar face. One of her friends began to whimper, and she bent down to whisper comfort to her. "It's okay. You'll be okay." Laurel returned through the big blonde door, stepping quietly but quickly into the waiting room. She came just close enough to Leslie and Deanne to say softly, "She'll be right with you," and then went straight to the 3 girls who had just come in. They had a hushed conversation, and then Laurel brought the 2 uncertain girls some forms on clipboards for them to fill out. One girl took time to read the sheet in front of her. The other just signed it. Leslie and Deanne tried to be careful about staring, but they were both thinking the same thing. Forms, paperwork, records, clues. The big blonde door opened again, and a woman entered the room, her appearance immediately catching their attention. Beautiful. Yes, but in a perverse sort of way, with black hair oddly pinstriped with gray, cascading in waved locks over a snow-white silk blouse. Mascara and eyeshadow made her dark eyes even darker, and her polished fingernails were long and curved. "Yes," said the woman, "can I help you?" "Come into my parlor," said the spider to the fly, thought Leslie. Leslie stood to meet the woman, but stood alone. She looked back at Deanne, who remained in her chair. Deanne had lost her strength. She was trembling. "Hello," Leslie said to the woman. "I'm Leslie Albright, and this is my friend." She reached and touched Deanne just to get her moving. "Deanne Brewer." Deanne forced herself to her feet, took a few steps, and faced the woman with Leslie at her side. "Hello." "Hello," said the woman, offering her hand. "It's envelope. I'm Deanne Brewer, and I'm here to get my daughter's medical records. I believe you gave her an abortion back in May." Ms. Spur looked at Deanne with nothing but disdain in her eyes. "Brewer," she said, now recalling the name. "Mrs. Brewer, I already told your husband that we had nothing to do with your daughter's death. I'm sorry it happened, but we were in no way involved. I just don't know how I'm going to get that through to you. You could take us through your records. Ms. Spur smiled the same business smile. I'm sorry, but that information is strictly confidential and protected by law. We can't release it. Deanne hesitated. Leslie was just about to speak for her, but Deanne found some new strength and pressed ahead. You need to look at this letter. She held it up for Ms. Spur to see. You see, since my daughter is dead. Her voice cracked with emotion. She kept going, her voice clearing. I've been appointed as personal representative of her estate. So, she took a breath and spoke firmly. So you're not talking to Annie Brewer's mother. You're talking to Annie Brewer. And Annie Brewer wants her records. Deanne read from the letter, any and all medical and other records in your possession, custody, or control that relate directly or indirectly to medical services or any other services provided or performed for the deceased, Anne Dolores Brewer. Single quote. Ms. Spur's eyes were icy as she looked at Deanne, then the letter in her hand, and then asked, will that satisfy you? It's the only reason we're here today. All we want are Annie's medical records. Very well. I'll tell you what. Just to satisfy you once and for all, I'm going to violate the rules and maybe even the law and let you come back into our office to see for yourself. She went to the big blonde door and swung it open, her posture inviting them to step through it. They found themselves in a large hallway lined with shelves, supplies, some small workstations, more posters, and a weight scale. There were several rooms off this hall, but at the moment every door was closed. There was no sign of a nurse, or a doctor, or a "come this way please," said Ms. Spur, hurrying them along. They followed her lead through a door into an office with voluminous file shelves against one wall. She entered after them and closed the door. Now, you want the charts for Annie Brewer, correct? Deanne looked at Leslie, and Leslie nodded. And for Judy Medford. That was the false name Annie used when she came here. Ms. Spur froze on the spot. Excuse me. Deanne held up the letter again. It's the last item, right here on the second page. You might have Annie's records filed under her false name, Judy Medford. We'd like you to look under both names. Ms. Spur stood perfectly still, digesting this new development. Then, with a slow, deliberate turn she called to a young woman, apparently a secretary, Claire, we need to pull schedule sheets, patient charts, and consent forms for Annie Brewer and Judy Medford. Claire hesitated, looking at Leslie and Deanne with a perplexed expression. This is Annie Brewer's mother, Ms. Spur explained. She has a lawyer's letter requesting her daughter's records. Claire rose from her desk and went to the file shelves to look. Ms. Spur went to help her. Let's just pull out the sections. There had to be hundreds, if not thousands of color-coded folders, and with Claire's help Ms. Spur pulled out an armload of them and brought them to a table in the center of the room. Deanne stepped forward, anxious to find her daughter's name, but Ms. Spur stopped her politely. Excuse me, these files are private. If you'll give me just a moment, I need to cover the names, at least the last names, to protect our patient's privacy, you understand. Deanne looked at Leslie, who nodded and said, it's okay. Deanne stepped back while the two women spread the first group of documents across the table in a neat, overlapping row with just the patient's names showing. Then Ms. Adams covered the last names with some sheets of paper, leaving only the first names exposed. At her signal, Deanne and Leslie approached the table. You are seeing something no one else will ever see. I hope you realize that these are the patient charts. All the information pertaining to each patient and the service they received, filed alphabetically. You'll notice the signed consent form, so Brewer would be in this group. You'll notice I've concealed the last names. I hope you'll scan them now and look only for the name of your daughter. There were at least 50 charts. They scanned down the names. They did not find an Annie, nor a Dolores. Deanne's face sank a little. How about Medford? Leslie asked, hoping. All right, step back please, said Ms. Spur, and then she and Claire repeated the process, laying out the other set of files in the same way as the first, again covering the last names. All right. Leslie and Deanne approached the table and scanned the names. Deanne's heart leaped. There she is. She pointed at a Judy about a third of the way through the stack. Ms. Spur carefully pulled that file from the others, looked it over, and then risked showing it to Leslie and Deanne. Are you sure about your daughter's code name? This Judy's last name is not Medford. She's white, 25, has 2 children already and a husband named Jack, and she was here a year and a half ago. Leslie grabbed at a possibility, perhaps the first name was wrong. There any Medfords in here? Ms. Spur's voice and expression were especially grim. What I'm about to do is unlawful, but just to show you how serious I am about settling this matter. She lifted the paper away from the files just enough for them to scan the last names. I never let people see these records, and Claire is my witness, but here, let me pull these. She pulled out about a dozen files to show them. Here, see the names. Mavis, Meacham, Mead, McCling, Medina, Mika, Melanetti, Melvin, Mendelssohn, Michaels, Mitchell, Montgomery. No Medford. But she's got to be in here somewhere, said Deanne. Now Ms. Spur actually used a comforting tone. Mrs. Brewer, there are 8 different abortion-providing facilities like ours in this town. Your daughter could have gone to any one of them. Leslie had one more card to play. What about the schedule sheet from May 24th? Ms. Spur only sighed impatiently and pulled open a file drawer and thumbed through the tabs. She found the folder for May and withdrew it, then went through the schedule sheets arranged inside. Right, said Deanne. She found the schedule. It was several pages long. She scanned it, saying, I could simply tell you that we show no Annie Brewer or Judy Medford here, but I suppose you'll want to violate all policy and privacy laws and see it yourselves. I want to see it, said Deanne. Ms. Spur held the pages so they could see them. Please, quickly scan the names for your daughter's names, and try to forget the rest. They scanned one page, and then the next. The schedule reflected about 20 to 25 patient names per doctor for that day. Madonna. Leslie saw it but said nothing. The girl Mary, who told her story from behind a screen, had been here on the 24th of May, just like she said. But there was no record of Annie Brewer or Judy Medford receiving any kind of treatment that day. They prevailed upon Ms. Spur to show them the schedules from the 2 days previous and the 2 days afterward, but found nothing. That's it, said Ms. Spur. That's all I have. I hope I've satisfied you. Deanne didn't raise her voice, but did firmly inquire, did you destroy Annie's records? Ms. Spur took the question as an insult. Mrs. Brewer, this is a medical clinic. We do not destroy patient records. Deanne pressed ahead. My husband, Max, was in here, and he gave you so much trouble he got arrested. You knew who he was, and you knew the name of his daughter. You could have cleaned Annie's records out of your files to protect yourselves. Ms. Spur's face turned to stone, and her eyes burned at Deanne. Mrs. Brewer, first of all I deeply resent what you're suggesting. But if I must argue with you, let me tell you this, and I'll tell you only once. I could have cleaned out Annie Brewer's files only if her files bore her real name, which they didn't. You said so yourself. And you can ask your husband. he didn't say anything to us about anyone named Judy Medford. I imagine neither he nor you knew anything about that false name at the time. If you didn't know Annie used a false name, how would I have known it? Ms. Spur. Sorry for the trouble. I'll see you to the door, Ms. Spur replied. As they walked out of the clinic, Mel got him on videotape. How'd it go? He asked when they reached the sidewalk. You can put the camera away, Leslie answered. We came up dry. Nothing. All bets are off. Mel stowed the camera gear in the back of the new 6 car and then watched from behind the steering wheel while Leslie saw Mrs. Brewer back to her car. It would have made a good shot if this were a news story. The clinic in the background, the pro-lifers still out there with their signs, and Mrs. Brewer weeping with her hands to her face, walking slowly up the sidewalk with the reporter holding her arm, trying to cheer her up. What a mess, he thought. Leslie got into this one too deep, getting that lady's hopes up like that, and now we have all this footage we'll never use and a lot of the day gone. Oh well, you win some, you lose some. This wasn't the first story to ever come up dry, no sir. When Leslie got back in the car, she was not too conversational. Well, was all Mel said, not sure what he'd say after that. Leslie cussed the whole thing off and grabbed the cellular phone. Hey, George, we've just finished at the Women's Medical Center. Scratch it. The whole thing came up dry. Yeah. We're heading for the next stop, Avalon Elementary, the self-esteem program. Are they ready for us? Okay, we'll grab that one and see you this afternoon. Car 12 is clear. She slapped the phone back in its rack and went limp with pain and frustration. Let's go. Mel hit the pedal, and they sped away from the Women's Medical Center, passing a brown van carrying some high school girls. Leslie had immersed. Chapter 17. Leslie got back to the station at just about noon, ready to sum up the day in one fabulously fluffy soft feature about Carol James, the second-grade teacher at Avalon Elementary School who dressed up as Mr. Gullywump to teach kids that even though we sometimes feel we're nothing but a gullywump, there's a beautiful prince or princess hiding inside every one of us if we're only willing to see him or her. Charming. Heartwarming. Great video. Mr. Gullywump put his big nose right up to the camera lens for a terrific comic shot. Quite a switch from the story that could have been. She dropped her carrying case and purse on the floor under her desk and slumped into her chair. Please, she thought, nobody talk to me, nobody ask me how my day went. She flicked on her computer terminal, trying to formulate a clever opening for the Gullywump story. Half-heartedly tapping the keys, she came up with, for children who feel rotten about themselves. No, how about, a second-grade teacher has come up with a novel approach to teaching self-esteem. Maybe, but she couldn't get excited about it. Then, of all the stories we could have covered today, we chose this one. Followed by, D, GL, A, Oiwaget, LKAHSD, GH. Leslie sighed and rested her brow on her fingers, her eyes closed. Shutting out the world for a moment. All she could think about, the only thing she could see in her mind's eye, was Deanne Brewer, crushed and disappointed, walking that long, tearful walk back to her car, wondering what she would ever tell Max. In retrospect, Leslie knew she should have stayed with Deanne longer. They should have taken time to talk it out, depressurize, regroup. She never should have left Deanne in such a state. But they didn't talk it out, they didn't regroup, and, assignment to do. She had to call Deanne. That was all there was to it. They had to talk it out. It wasn't over yet. What about Mary, that anonymous girl hiding behind the screen? She'd been there at the clinic that day. Her false name, Madonna, was still in the records. Her story checked out. Everything else checked out. Annie'd been in the clinic that day. Leslie was sure of it. So why was there no record of it? And why was Alina Spur willing to go out on such a long, shaky limb? To show them the records against all established ethics and procedure, unless. The conclusion was as easy as it was disturbing. The clinic destroyed the records, cleaned them out completely. They could have done it after Max first caused them trouble. Okay, so how did they know to clean out Judy Medford's records? Leslie looked up and saw Tina Lewis, beckoning from her office door. Leslie stared, then glared as her mind began to race. She felt she'd been hit with a brick. Careful, Leslie. Don't jump to conclusions. You don't know for sure. Oh, don't I now? Didn't Tina see the name Judy Medford in my notes yesterday? Why that? Careful. Leslie wanted to curse silently, but Tina was familiar with the language and would read her lips. She took a deep breath, composed herself, got up from her desk, weaved through the rows of desks and computer terminals, and followed Tina into her office. How'd it go this morning? Tina asked, circling behind her desk. As if you didn't know. It didn't. We shot footage of the clinic and Mrs. Brewer approaching the clinic, some pro-lifers, some cars parked outside, the whole 9 yards. But when we got inside, the request for medical records came up dry. We didn't find a thing. It's a non-story. Tina sat down. Candidates were talking about it today. On top of that, Channel 12 and Channel 8 got wind of what happened at the Women's Medical Center and sent crews down there. I hear they've interviewed the Brewers and the director of the clinic, and I suspect they're both going to be running a piece on it tonight. Leslie could not help the accusing tone of her question. I would be fascinated to know how they found out about it. Tina shrugged innocently. I guess the clinic called them. Leslie repeated the words, having a very hard time swallowing them. The clinic called them. Would Tina actually spill a story to the competition just to make sure the story would run? Could she do such a thing? Tina was still talking. But, hey, who came up with the idea in the first place? We were right down there, right when it was happening. Mel tells me he got video of Mrs. Brewer walking up to the front door of the place. You've had a relationship with the Brewers for quite some time now. We could outshine the competition on this one. And I'm very curious to know the angle. The abortion issue. Use the material you've gathered and put something together along the lines of, the abortion battle is still with us, and here's another example of it, another skirmish. We'll tie it in with the campaign story. Leslie tried to keep her voice down, but the content of her words imparted her rising fury. Don't you mean something more like, another failed attempt by anti-abortionists to skirt the privacy laws? Well, if that's what happened, we should report it. Leslie was just now beginning to believe she was really hearing this, and her acting ability was giving out. She could not hide her anger. Tina, I told you what the story was about. Malpractice, an innocent girl killed, parents at a loss, unable to do anything about it. That's the story I went after, and that story, as far as I'm concerned, is dead. It's over. Tina gave a little shrug and a tilt of her head. You got something else instead, and we can use it. So your work paid off. Leslie was trying to find a thought she could actually speak. I can't. Tina, the Brewers trusted me. They confided in me. I can't turn this story around and make it say something it wasn't meant. Leslie, I think the crusader in you is showing. We're talking about news here, not causes. A slap in the face. Leslie had had too many of those lately, especially from this executive news producer. She tried to control herself, but knew her hands were shaking. Now her voice quivered as very quietly, very carefully she warned, please don't try that one on me. I've been with this station for 6 years now, and you know me better than that. Tina let the warning go right past her, as if expecting it. Leslie, I gave you the story. It's still yours. All you have to do is finish it for the 5 o'clock. There's still time to get an interview with Mrs. Brewer, and we've rushed a crew to the Women's Medical Center to get their comments. It's nearly in the can. All you have to do is write it, voice it, do the package. Leslie knew, she just knew, that Tina already had another reporter lined up as she said, "Tina, I can't do it. I can't turn the story around like that. I couldn't do that to the Brewers." Tina cocked her head in a carefree way and said, "Well, Marion Gibbons is ready to take the story if you don't want it. Just give her your material and the video from this morning and let her do it. That puts you in the clear, okay?" "Tina, that was my story. It's still yours, unless you know what Marion will do to it." Tina demanded, "I don't have all day. Now do you want the story or don't you?" Leslie rose from her chair and backed toward the door, afraid she might get sick. "I can't do it. I can't have my name on it. Then bring me the video so Marion can get going on it. We've got deadlines here." Tina picked up her telephone. Leslie hadn't moved yet. Tina glared at her. "Well, let's get moving. You've got gullywump to do, and I need to see that video." Leslie got out of Tina's office and hurried across the newsroom. Weaving between the desks, bracing herself against a partition or a desk several times, afraid her legs would buckle under her. Then she dropped into her chair, sickened to the point of nausea. She had to think. What could she do? Did Ben Oliver know about this? Whose decision was it? She had to calm down before the little mailbox icon was blinking in the corner of her computer screen. She hit the keys that called up her messages. Deanne Brewer had called and wanted her to call back. Leslie picked up the telephone and punched in the number. She had a pretty good guess what this would be about. "Hello," came Deanne's voice. "Deanne, this is Leslie. How are you doing?" Deanne sounded hesitant and troubled. "Well, I don't know. I thought we weren't going to have anything on the news, and now it looks like we will, and so I guess I just wanted to talk to you and find out what's going on." Leslie didn't know how to sound or what to say. "Have you talked to any reporters yet?" "I had people from Channel 8 and Channel 12 come by as soon as I got home, and now I just got through talking to somebody from your station." "Marion Gibbons." "Yes. She said she was a friend of yours." Leslie's voice rose in volume despite her best efforts. "She's already been there." "Yes. She left about an hour ago." Leslie needed a moment to let that sink in. "So you did an interview with her?" "Yes, I did. She worked for Channel 6, so I was glad enough to talk to her, but I was wondering why she came here instead of you. Is this going to be on the news tonight?" What else could Leslie say? "Well, I guess it is, Deanne. I guess things have changed." "Well, I was surprised, but I guess it is okay. Marion was very nice. I was glad to meet her." "So what did she ask you? What did you talk about?" "Oh, just about everything. I told her about the request for medical records and how we didn't find anything, and she asked me how I knew Annie died at the Women's Medical Center, and I told her about the autopsy report and what Mary said." No, Deanne. You told her about Mary." Deanne got defensive. "I didn't tell her anything about Mary herself. Saw Annie at the clinic." "And how? Did Marion seem sympathetic? Did she believe you?" "Oh, I thought she was very nice." As if that means diddly squat, thought Leslie. What about the other stations? Did they ask about the same things? "Well, they said they'd heard we had some concerns about the Women's Medical Center and they were doing a story on it, and they wanted to know what we'd been doing and what we knew." "And you talked to them on camera?" "Just standing on the porch. I didn't let anybody inside. My house is such a mess right now, and I didn't have a chance to clean." What about Max? Was he there? He's still at work. I called him, but you know, he's out in the shipyard. And can't come to the phone right away. He'll call me when he gets the chance. What did they ask you? Can you remember? Deanne got flustered. Or, Leslie, this day's just been so crazy, I don't know which end is up. I don't know what I said. Leslie tried to calm her own voice for Deanne's sake. It's okay. Deanne. It's all right. So when's this gonna be on TV? Please, don't watch it, Leslie thought as she answered, 5 o'clock. Channel 6. I don't know about the other stations. Well, guess I'll turn it on and see how I did. Deanne. Leslie stopped. Hello. I'm still here. I was just going to say. Go ahead, Leslie. Tell her not to trust news people. Tell her not to trust Channel 6. Well, we'll see how it turns out. But don't expect too much. I'm working on another story, so I couldn't do anything on this one. I don't know how it is going to turn out. Well, at least people are going to hear about it. Yeah, they'll hear about it. Leslie hung up. So the story was well on its way, out of her hands before she even surrendered it, taking whatever form Marion Gibbons determined it should have. Tina Lewis was never one to wait. Tina would be coming after Leslie's video any moment if Leslie didn't get it to her. Leslie reached into her carrying case and withdrew the cassette Mel had shot that morning, the story that could have been. Shots of the clinic, of Deanne walking up the sidewalk and up to the front door, of the pro-lifers holding their signs. Now Deanne Brewer would see pictures of herself on the 5 o'clock, but Marion Gibbons would be voicing a different story. Leslie held the cassette on her lap, feeling a strong sense of ownership. This was her work, her time, her effort. This was also a token of trust. It carried images of a dear lady only because that lady trusted Leslie. Leslie hesitated. Oh, if only she could. But, no, she was a professional, and this job demanded painful decisions at times. Tina wanted this cassette, and right away. Leslie could envision her patronizing expression and her outstretched hand. And that image persuaded Leslie to at least explore the notion pressing itself upon her heart and mind. She took a pen and poked it into a tiny slot on the side of the cassette, pressing a release button so that the cover flipped open. Now the playing surface of the tape was exposed. Yes, she thought, it would be easy for something bad to happen to this tape. Like what? Well, somebody could put their fingers right on it, and they could even pull it out of the cassette, and there could be an unfortunate accident, and they could pull the tape out, like this, and like this, and like this, and like this. The process started slowly, and she felt like a bad little girl who shouldn't, but after the first 10 feet or so she yanked and pulled with a vengeance, with a blind leap into angry, reckless irresponsibility. This one's for Deanne, and this one's for Max. Oh, this was exhilarating. And this one's for me, and this one's for John, and this one Tina can shove right up her nose. This story will not have my name on it, she said to herself. Right is right, and wrong is wrong, and she lapsed into words of fiery judgment. What are you doing? Came an alarmed voice behind her. She jumped, startled, caught in the act. But it was John Barrett, staring at her, his face full of questions. She didn't wait for him to ask. She just started reporting as she gathered the strewn tape into a brown tangle at her feet. The story's been hijacked. What? We were there at the clinic this morning and gave them the request for medical records, and the files were clean, absolutely clean. No Annie, no Judy, nothing, and I'll tell you why. It's because that woman in that office over there, that Tina Lewis, tipped 'em off. She heard the whole story from me yesterday. I told her all about Annie Brewer, and I told her about Annie's code name Judy Medford, and by the time we got to the clinic this morning they knew we were coming and they had the files picked clean and made us look like dumb pro-life idiots. Just that easy, cut and dry, neat and clean, and guess what? Now we're newsworthy. John pulled a chair over and sat close to listen. Leslie was too upset to slow down. And you know what else I think? I think Tina leaked this story to the other stations, because now they're on it, which is Tina's way of making sure News 6 is on it. But it is not my story, no way. It's not going to have anything to do with malpractice or what happened to Annie. It's going to be about the vicious witch hunt by anti-abortionists that failed, and it is going to rub their noses in it, that's what it is about. And Marion Gibbons is going to write it and voice it and do the package because I won't, and that means the Brewers and Annie get used. Used, that's all, and then dumped. Marion's doing the story. How did she get it? Tina wants it run, but I won't have my name on it. I didn't go after this story to have this done to it. She could see John looking at the pile of tape on the floor and explained, this is the footage from this morning. My footage. This is the story that never was, and it is going to stay that way. She got to her feet, her arms draped with loop upon loop of tape. Excuse me. Tina wants this video right away. John stood just to keep from being run over. Leslie. You can't. Take her a ruined pile of tape. Bump into me, will you please? She didn't wait. She bumped into him. Oof. There, I've had an accident. She'll understand. And with that, she was off for Tina's office, dragging several feet of tape. Behind her, parading through the newsroom, drawing stares, questions, even a few laughs, heading for disaster, maybe the loss of her job. Leslie. He had to stop her. He took 3 steps. And then he stopped. By now the whole newsroom was watching. He looked back at them. What's going on, John? Asked Dave Nicholson, the consumer specialist. John looked toward Leslie, still heading for Tina's office, then back at his colleagues, still waiting for an answer. The roof was falling in on the Annie Brewer story, and if Leslie made it to Tina's office with that pile of videotape, everything and anything was sure to hit the fan. His first instinct was to run, as if fleeing from a leaking gasoline truck before it blew. Back off, get away, stay clean. He went with his first instinct. He was still clean. He faced his colleagues, and shrugged, his arms upraised in befuddlement. He shook his head. He didn't know. He fled, actually, to his desk to await the storm. Meanwhile, Leslie stepped briskly into Tina's office and without introduction, explanation, or invitation let the tape tumble and pour onto Tina's desk. Tina jumped from her chair as if someone had spilled coffee in her lap, her arms upraised, her mouth and eyes at full width. John could hear Tina's expletives from his desk clear across the newsroom. His hand was shaking as he turned on his computer and tried to get to work. A futile notion, of course. There was no way he could concentrate on his tasks, not with this going on. He had to get involved. He had to stand by Leslie and hopefully defuse this explosion. But he still sat there, strangely paralyzed, unable to move. If he went in there now and sided with Leslie, he could just see Ben Oliver bursting in and seeing the lines drawn, hearing the accusations, seeing that pile of ruined videotape. He and Ben had reached an understanding, and if John were to be associated with Leslie's behavior, what to do? Perhaps the best thing, the professional thing, would be to wait, to let the storm subside a bit, and then carefully and calmly step in, if invited, and help all the parties sort it out objectively, professionally. That's what John Barrett, news anchor, would do, and John was sure Ben Oliver, news director, expected no less. So he waited, working on nothing except justifying remaining in his chair, until a wise and rational endeavor occurred to him. He needed information. Yes, information. He couldn't jump into this thing without all the facts, right? Remaining safely in his seat, he scrolled through the story lineup for the 5 o'clock. The gubernatorial campaign, a body found up on Highway 16, an apartment fire on Magnolia Hill. Oh, abortion battle. The story was slotted in the computer. Already. John looked around the newsroom but didn't see Marion anywhere. She might still be on the assignment. She had called in the leaden. As if to underline the debate over parental consent, one family confronted that issue head-on today in an unsuccessful attempt to pierce the veil of privacy at a local clinic. Marion Gibbons is live in front of the Women's Medical Center. You gotta be kidding. No, please, no. So Marion would be live at the clinic, doing a stand-up before and after a videotape package. But it got worse. John was the anchor assigned the lead-in and the scripted question at the end. It would be his face, his voice, his name framing the story. He was in this mess, like it or not. Max Brewer wouldn't like it, that was for sure. Deanne Brewer wouldn't like it. Rachel Franklin wouldn't like it. Carl wouldn't like it. And Mum wouldn't like it. And no, John Barrett wouldn't like it either. Not one bit. The door to Tina's office was closed, but he could still hear some shouting going on in there. He had to get involved. He had to enter the battle. Hopefully he could bring peace, perhaps a little reason. But he had to contain this mess. He had to stop it. He took a deep breath and rose from his chair. Then he marched with the utmost sobriety and self-control across the newsroom toward Tina's office. The shouting became more discernible the closer he got, and by now no one in the newsroom was working. Hal Rosen the weatherman was fascinated and not at all timid about staring toward Tina's door. I wouldn't go in there if I were you, he said, and then clawed the air. Like a scrapping cat, making the appropriate sound. John approached the door anyway, but didn't get there before the door burst open and Tina Lewis came strutting out, her jaw well ahead of her. Move, John, if you don't want to get run over, she ordered with a wave of her hand. John tried to head Tina off, blocking her path as politely as he could. What seems to be the trouble here? Tina stopped but resented having to. Don't you patronize me, you son of a. Another voice. Like subtitles. John could hear it. He could feel the pain in it. The Tina in front of him was saying, I know you and Leslie are in this together, so don't act so innocent. I'm taking you both to Ben. I've had enough of this. But as Tina unloaded on him from her storehouse of epithets and outrage, another voice cried in agony and fury, leave me alone. It's my life. How dare you call me guilty? How dare you remind me? John listened intently. The last time this happened, he was disoriented and confused. This time he was fascinated. Leslie worked her way around Tina so she could face both her and John. She was trying to use a controlled, professional voice, but it still quaked with emotion. I have confronted our executive news producer with several accusations, and she is understandably upset. Tina spit angry words at Leslie along with an expletive. But the accusations were true. John knew it. He could hear it, even see it. He could see Tina sitting at her desk, talking on the telephone, saying Leslie's name, consulting a slip of paper and pronouncing the name Judy Medford. Medford. But what could he say? He didn't get the chance anyway. What the $hash, and is going on out here? Ben Oliver, news director. Hater of waves and wave makers, ultimate decider between life and death, had come out of his office, down the aisle, and right into the discussion, pouring out salty language where no further salt was needed. My job isn't hard enough, now I've got to break up fights in my own newsroom. Tina immediately gathered herself together and got in the first word. Sorry for the intrusion, Ben, but we have something here that needs to be settled. Ben was unsympathetic. What are we paying you to do? She countered skillfully. Ben, I'm too upset, too wrapped up in this problem to be objective and professional. I need your what? We have a story here that's. Leslie cut in. I'd like to start, please, so it can be told from the beginning. Tina was indignant. I believe I was talking. Ben pointed his finger right in Leslie's face. You start. He pointed in Tina's face. You finish. And I'll ask questions. He glared at John. Are you in this too? John shrugged and looked bewildered. I don't think I've heard it all yet. Myself. Then what are you doing here? I might be involved. Ben locked eyes with Leslie. All right, talk, and talk fast. Leslie rose to the challenge. We were pursuing a story on possible malpractice at an abortion clinic. We had good reasons to believe that the clinic was responsible for the death of a 17-year-old girl. What clinic? The Women's Medical Center. What girl? Her name was Annie Brewer. An African American. What reasons? An autopsy report, for one thing. Tina broke in. Hand-copied excerpts from an alleged autopsy report. Incomplete, with the pathologist unavailable to corroborate. Leslie pressed on, fighting for her life. The pathologist's name is Mark Denning, and he was at the Westland Memorial Hospital where Annie Brewer died on May 26. He performed the autopsy and filed the report. Which can't be found, Tina added, and neither can Denning. We also had a witness who was in the clinic at the same time and saw Annie get an abortion there. Unwilling to go on the record or appear on camera. And, Ben, ask her who the parents are. Ben looked at Leslie for the answer. Max and Deanne Brewer. That meant nothing to Ben. So who are they? Tina provided an answer. You might recall the governor's rally and the riot that broke out. Max Brewer was right in the middle of it and we got him on camera, brawling and assaulting people. Prior to that he was jailed for assaulting people at the Women's Medical Center. The man is a pro-life fanatic. John had to clarify that. Now just a minute. Ben's eyebrows went up. Oh, so you are part of this. John explained. Max Brewer and my father were friends, and I don't appreciate. Ben put it together. You're part of it. Hang on, we'll get to you. He looked back at Leslie. Keep going. Leslie was losing steam, knowing she was losing her case. We thought we might have a story of malpractice. All the facts seemed to indicate it. So when the Brewers filed to become legal personal representatives of their daughter's estate and then took a request for medical records to the clinic, we wanted to cover it in case something turned up and the Brewers could prove that the clinic was indeed at fault. Tina countered, and their legal tactic produced nothing. The request for medical records came up dry. Leslie stared daggers at Tina and said, and we both know why, don't we? Tina looked at Ben and said, the request came up dry because the Brewers are unreliable, impulsive, and vindictive over the death of their daughter, and they're simply looking for a scapegoat, which happens to be, in this case, the Women's Medical Center. I tried to tell Leslie that when she first came to me with the idea. Leslie's face opened up as if she'd just heard a horrendous lie. Ben, Mr. Oliver, I have good reason to believe that Tina Lewis. Leslie stopped. Tina was looking toward her office, toward that pile of ruined videotape. Now she was looking back at Leslie. Ben demanded, what about Tina? Leslie withdrew visibly. Nothing. Ben studied both of them for a moment, then asked Leslie, are you finished? Leslie gathered up any remaining momentum and finished with, I started pursuing the story because I was convinced there might be a didn't, I figured the story was dead and I wanted to leave it that way and just let the Brewers be. Now Tina wants to turn it around. I do not want to turn it around. I only want to report what happened, just what happened. We're already running the story on Slater and Wilson and their differences on parental consent, and I thought this would make a good sidebar. The other stations are running it, they've already interviewed the brewers and the people at the clinic, they're all set to go, and I figured since we were there, right there, and had footage and good contact with the brewers, it was our story, it was our idea in the first place. The problem here, as I see it, is that Leslie is interested in running the story only if it is to the advantage of the pro-life position, and I for one can't abide that kind of bias. Bias. Leslie squeaked. You're talking about bias. Tina butted right in. And as for Max Brewer, he's already been in the news because of his behavior at the governor's kickoff rally. Leslie ought to know that. His brawling almost endangered her. He's newsworthy. We have video of him already. John jumped in. Now wait a minute. We've been through this before. Remember, my father's on the tape. Tina jumped right back at him. News is news, John. It happened. Leslie spouted behind them. Tina, you're the one who made me shoot the story that way. And now all three of them were talking at once. Ben heated up quickly and brought the meeting back to order with a nerve-quaking string of cusswords. If you people don't shut up, I'm gonna fire all three of you. They ceased immediately. Now I want to know what happened, and that's all I want to know, and I don't give a rip what your political persuasions are, is that clear? He pointed at Leslie. You were there, weren't you? Yes, sir, she answered, her voice greatly subdued. So tell me what happened. Tina started. Ben's hand went right in front of her face, and she stopped. Tell me what happened, he told Leslie. Leslie recounted the events of that morning as clearly as, that's right. We were hoping something would turn up. See? Asked Tina. They were hoping. She's clearly on the Brewers' side. Leslie tried to remain calm as she countered. Deanne Brewer was hoping to confirm the cause of her daughter's death and the people responsible, and I was hoping to have a story. Neither occurred. Ben digested Leslie's account for a moment, then asked Tina, so what do you have on this? Marion Gibbons went back today to get interviews from the clinic personnel and from Mrs. Brewer. She's doing the package for the 5 and 7 o'clock, and we've slated her to do the story live from in front of the clinic. So did she get reacts from both sides? Both viewpoints will be represented. I emphasized that with her. Ben shifted his weight backward and looked them all over. Then why don't you people just do your job like the reporters I thought I hired and leave your politics out of it? John raised a finger to be recognized and suggested, Ben, why don't we just not run the story, or at least wait until we know more? Tina was right on top of that. Ben, Marion is at the clinic right now. She's on location, and we've got a microwave truck out there. Besides, John is involved with this story personally, we know that. His father was a friend of Max Brewer, and it is obvious that he's been pursuing this with Leslie. The right thing, the professional thing, is to run the story despite personal conflicts. Besides, the other stations are going to run it, and the candidates are talking on the abortion issue. If we don't run the story, the question's going to come up why we didn't. Not running it will be more politically biased than running it. Ben closed his eyes, shook his head, and put his hand to his forehead. Muttering something about the sacredness of manure. Recovering, slightly, he asked Tina, the other stations are running it? Yes sir, both 8 and 12. Leslie demanded, and just how do you know that? Tina actually got cocky then. Hey, that's part of what I get paid for. John tried once more. Ben, it really isn't that big a story. Ben's, isn't that the job we all signed up for? He saw John about to say something and cut him off. And you, Mr. Anchorman, you're on the spot, you follow me. You've cost us a lot of money this week and you'd better be worth it. Got it. John got the message loud and clear. He nodded resignedly. Got it. Now get back to work, all of you. Ben turned and went back into his office. Tina made sure John and Leslie could see her triumphant smile before she went back into hers. Leslie wanted to say something to John and he wanted to say something to her, but neither could think of a word. They returned to their desks in silence. Chapter 18. 4:45. John checked his face in the huge, illuminated dressing room mirror, brushing on his makeup, straightening his tie, making sure he would look good for the cameras. Keep smiling, John, whether you feel like it or not. Smile for all those people out there who trust you. You're the professional, you know, the man people trust to bring 'em the news, to show 'em what's really happening out in that big old world. In the newsroom, Leslie sat at her desk, tapping out a tighter version of the Gullywump story for the 7 o'clock. It wouldn't take long, and then her shift would be over at 5, and she could go home, although she was planning on sticking around for a while. 4:50. John went onto the news set, its floodlights now coming to life and the camera operators rolling silently into place as they got their orders from Susan, the director, up in the control room. Mardell, the floor director, was there, headset in place, ready to take charge, and high atop the boom one technician readied the robotic camera for the big swoop-down shot. 4:52. Allie Downs took her place in the chair to John's left, looking over her script, making circles, underlines, and arrows to clarify late changes. John had gone over the script, first in the computer and in the printout before him. He was ready. The candidates were going to be the top story tonight, followed by the sidebar story about the ongoing abortion battle. After he'd read Marion Gibbons's package, he tried to swap stories with Allie Downs so he could do the candidate's story and she could do the abortion sidebar, but she didn't like last-minute changes, and, not surprisingly, Rush Torrance wasn't tolerant of the idea either. So now it was up to him to do the lead-in and the scripted question. Professionally and objectively. He had no doubts that Ben Oliver would be watching to make sure no one else. But the Brewers would be watching as well, not to mention Carl. He would have some explaining to do, and it was not going to be easy. If they'd only been here, he thought. If they'd only seen all the factors involved, all the forces and interests and circumstances. 4:54. Weatherman Hal Rosen joined them at the right end of the news desk, while sportscaster Bing Dingham took his place at the left end. 4:56. Time for the teaser that played right after the syndicated controversial talk show. Mardell counted down, then pointed. Busy music. Camera 2, 4 shot of John, Allie, Hal, and Bing sitting at the news desk, ready to go. They were on the air. John started. Good evening. Coming up on News 6 at 5. A videocassette began to roll. Governor Hiram Slater in a rather animated speech, followed by challenger Bob Wilson, even more animated. John's voice over the video. The race for governor is heating up over the abortion issue. Video. The Women's Medical Center, followed by a close-up of Deanne Brewer talking on her front porch. Allie read the copy over the pictures. And the abortion battle rages on as parents try to break through the privacy barrier at a local clinic. John introed Hal Rosen. And Hal will have our weather, what there is. It. Camera 3 on Hal, close up. He laughed apologetically. Hey, what can I say? More of the same cool, gray stuff, typical for this time of year, but the weekend does look better, so there is hope. Allie introed Bing Dingham. And Bing Dingham will tell us what in the world happened to Billy Graylark. Camera 1, head on to Bing. Billy's nursing his wounds, and so are his promoters. We'll have highlights of the bout, and reactions from Graylark and Bengal. It sounds like they're still fighting. In and out of the ring, John quipped. Bing answered, most definitely, and John chuckled at camera them in a wide shot. All those stories and more coming up on News 6 at 5. The monitors in the news desk cut to a commercial, and they knew. They were off the air. Up in the control room, Rush Torrance stood at his post, headset in place, nervously paging through his script. "Brother, we're still too tight. Marion's package on the abortion parents is, what? 2 minutes. That leaves." Susan the director leafed through her script. "We're full up to the first break. We can move 199, the Lanford trial, ahead and open up another 30, but that crams the second section." Rush found a solution. "Okay, go to section 3 and we'll pull 399. The Gullywump story. Then move the dead body from section 2 to section 3. Susan found the Gullywump story and pulled the pages. "Okay, 399 is out." She pressed her intercom button and advised the anchors. "John and Allie, pull 399, Gullywump, and move 299, the dead body, up to the first place in section 3, right ahead of 301, car dealer protest." Susan dropped 399, Gullywump, on the floor. Rush pulled out 399, Gullywump, and tossed the pages in a trash can. On the news set, John pulled the pages. "There goes your story, Leslie." He dropped them to the floor. "Ready," said Mardell. "Showtime." They struck a busy pose, checking their scripts, looking serious. In just a few seconds, viewers everywhere would be able to soar out of the sky, crash right through the roof of the News 6 broadcast house, and land in front of John Barrett and Allie Downs, ready to hear the day's news. Carl Barrett was one of the viewing public this night, sitting beside his easel in his grandfather's shop, watching the little portable television on the workbench. He'd set up a new canvas on his easel for his next project, an expression of order in the universe even in the midst of chaos. Sure, it was a lofty goal, but he was excited about it and excited years, but this work he could actually see finished from the beginning, before he'd even started. He knew what he wanted, in a way he'd never known it before, and though he still needed to find which direction, which approach would best get him there, he knew where he was going. But now he paused, set down his brushes, and turned on the television. Feeling uneasy. He hadn't heard from his father all day, and that bothered him. When he finally called Deanne Brewer that afternoon, he got bad news and perhaps good news. The request for medical records had turned up nothing, and yet it seemed the story, or a story of some kind, was going to run anyway. Somehow John and Leslie were going to have something on the air. He'd called Rachel Franklin to make sure she knew about it. But something didn't feel right. Deanne Brewer was too nervous to sit still, which made Max edgy. 2. "Babe, now sit down, you gonna wear out the carpet." Deanne had called Max at the shipyard and told him about her day, so he hurried home to be there, and now he, Deanne, and the 3 kids, Rebecca, Victoria, and George, were all gathered in front of the tube, waiting to see Mum on television. After Rachel Franklin heard from Carl that the story might run on News 6 at 5, she tried to keep an ear tuned to the widescreen TV in the restaurant's lounge, now tuned to Channel 6. Her boss said she could take her break early if that would help, and she was ready to take him up on it. Marilyn Westfall had no idea the story would be running until she'd closed up the Human Life Services Center and gone home. The Women's Medical Center. Oh, goodness. Had the Brewers actually found out something? She clicked on her set before taking her coat off. Music. Big music that sounded like news, rushing along, charging along. Sounding the call. News is happening, happening, happening. Video. Moving, aerial shot of the city, the Adams Tower, downtown. Traffic rushing back and forth, ferries pulling out from the dock. Deep, sandy, booming voice. This is Channel 6, the city's premier news and information station, your #1 source for up to 3-minute news. Pictures, fast pictures, A cameraman runs toward a fast-breaking story. Zooming in, focusing, a female reporter stands in front of more news, hair blowing, microphone ready. A male reporter scrambles from a News 6 car, his eyes locked on an off-screen event. Chopper 6 lands with a bump as technicians bang switches in the control room. New video. The city skyline from high above, the picture rocking. Dipping a bit with the helicopter as it banks over the skyscrapers, catching the glint of the evening sun off the vast panes of glass. Voice still going. And now, from the News 6 newsroom, this is News 6 at 5, with John Barrett. As the camera flies through the air, circling over the I-5 freeway where the traffic flows like blood through an artery, a box appears at the upper left. John Barrett, new, fresh, improved, flashes a knowing smile at the camera, and Allie Downs. Box at lower right. She has a new hairdo and a new look and delivers a shining smile. The boxes disappear as the camera drops toward an imposing tower of glass adorned with a big red 6. Bing Dingham with sports. A box containing Dingham's face leaps out from the tower and slams into the upper right position. Bing Dingham looks at the camera and cracks up as always. And Hal Rosen, weather. His box flies out of the tower and, coming in for a landing, the big red 6 filling the screen, closer, faster, closer, faster. The News 6 news team. News 6 at 5. Crash. We're inside the building, sailing past rafters, cables, floodlights. And then, like a roller coaster going over the top, we nose over, dropping down past rigging, wires, lights, monitors, into the open expanse of the News 6 set, heading for the floor and the news desk where John Barrett and Allie Downs are ready and waiting to inform us, accepting with ease that we have fallen from the sky and through their ceiling to get there. Two-shot. John and Allie at the desk, looking into camera 2. "Good evening," said John, "and welcome to News 6 at 5. Camera 1, head on to Allie. A graphic of Slater and Wilson nose-to-nose appears over her left shoulder. The gloves came off again in the race for governor as Hiram Slater and challenger Bob Wilson exchanged verbal punches over the issue of parental consent and this state's reproductive privacy laws. Todd Baker has that story. Todd Baker's pre-recorded package begins to roll. Video. Governor Hiram Slater addressing a huge luncheon crowd. Todd Baker's voice over the pictures. Addressing the National Freedom League, Governor Hiram Slater minced no words in defending the pro-choice legislation he has championed during his administration. Sound comes up as the governor speaks. Bob Wilson claims he wants to protect families, but what he really wants is to tear away a woman's right to control her own body. I'd like to remind Mr. Wilson that you, the people, spoke when you approved the Reproductive Privacy Act and guaranteed every woman's fundamental right to abortion, free from interference by the state, the church, the family, anyone. And I think you should remind him as well and tell him where you stand when you go to the polls in November. Cheers, cheers, cheers. Video. Bob Wilson addressing another crowd, a huge Bob Wilson for governor banner behind him, framed by red, white, and blue balloons. Todd Baker's voice. But at a rally today at the Pendergrass Hotel, Bob Wilson called for a moratorium on the privacy law, insisting that the law comes between parents and their children. Sound comes up for a Bob Wilson soundbite. A child needs her parents' permission just to receive an aspirin from the school nurse, and yet she can be driven to a clinic by that same nurse to undergo a risky medical procedure without her parents' knowledge or consent. And what if there's a complication? The abortionist can hide behind Hiram Slater's favorite law while the parents are left to bear the pain and expense of repairing the damage. If this is the law of the state, then we need to have another law. If this is what our governor stands for, then we need to have another governor. Cheers, cheers, cheers. Todd Baker, standing in the lobby of the hotel, microphone in hand. And it isn't over yet. With less than 2 months before the election, the candidates are going to get all the mileage they can out of this issue as if emotion meant votes, and right now there is plenty of emotion. At the Pendergrass Hotel, this is Todd Baker for News 6. Camera 2. Head on to John, close up. With a deep, quaking pain in his stomach, John pushed himself objectively onward and read the copy from the teleprompter in front of the camera lens. This was it. Well, as if to underline the debate over parental consent, one family confronted that issue head-on today in an unsuccessful attempt to pierce the veil of privacy at a local clinic. Marion Gibbons is live in front of the Women's Medical Center. Mardell held her hand out to the anchor's right, and they turned their eyes in that direction. On television screens all over the city they appeared to be looking at a large, rectangular screen perched on the end of the news desk. Marion Gibbons was on that screen looking back at them, microphone in hand, the Women's Medical Center behind her. And has the latest on that. Marion went to full screen and began her package. John and Allie, this was another case of anti-abortion sentiment still at work even in the face of strict laws protecting reproductive privacy. A cassette began to roll. Video. Head and Shoulders shot of Deanne Brewer standing on her front porch, the front door just behind her. The Brewer kids knew better than to talk over the TV when Mum was on the screen, but they still jumped, pointed, and squeaked in excitement. Marion's voice over Deanne's talking head. Max and Deanne Brewer lost their daughter to toxic shock syndrome in May of this year, but they are convinced the Women's Medical Center is to blame. Deanne's voice comes up to volume. We saw part of the autopsy report, and it said Annie died from a septic abortion, and we didn't even know she was pregnant. Video. The Women's Medical Center. Marion. The Brewers had themselves appointed as personal representatives of their daughter's estate in order to gain access to confidential records at the Women's Medical Center. Video and sound of Alina Spur, Director, Women's Medical Center. Her office walls in the background. Mrs. Brewer presented us a legal request for her daughter's records, so of course we cooperated, and of course we didn't find anything. Video. Alina Spur going through the files in the back office of the clinic, thumbing through hundreds of folders. A reenactment. Alina's voice over the video. We do keep thorough records, and there is simply no record of Annie Brewer ever being here, ever receiving our services. Video and sound of Deanne Brewer on her front porch. I went and talked with a young lady who was there at the clinic, who saw Annie get an abortion there, and that's how we found out who was responsible. Video and sound of Alina Spur in her office. We have offered our services to hundreds of patients over the years, and not one of them has ever complained of mistreatment. Video. The pro-lifers out on the sidewalk holding their signs and stopping patients to talk with them. Alina's voice over the video. What's really tragic is how these people are being used by the enemies of choice. The anti-abortionists are grabbing at anything they can find now. Video. Shots of the clinic, of patients their faces turned away from the camera approaching the door. Marion. So who is the eyewitness the Brewers claim saw their daughter receive an abortion at the clinic? Video and sound of Deanne Brewer. I can't say who it was. She wanted to remain anonymous. Marion. And what about that autopsy report indicating Annie Brewer died from a septic abortion? Video. Pages of the hand-copied autopsy report being slowly turned for the camera. Marion over the video. All Deanne Brewer could show us were 5 pages supposedly hand-copied from the original autopsy report. But where is the original? Video and sound of Deanne. Well, the hospital can't find it. They've lost it or something. Marion's voice, interviewing Deanne from off-camera. Well, what about the pathologist who performed the autopsy? Couldn't he explain the cause of death? Deanne gets flustered and looks down. Well, we couldn't find him. Either. He doesn't work at the hospital anymore. Cut to Alina Spur in her office. It's harassment, pure and simple. They can't prove one charge they're making, and yet they come in here and harass us, intimidate us, and scare our patients. You know, we have had trouble with the Brewers before. Video. Old footage from the governor's kickoff rally. Max Brewer, scuffling, slugging it out in a near riot as an older man stands above the crowd on a planter and hollers. A circle highlights Max so he can be picked out visually. Marion over the video. Indeed, Max Brewer was arrested and jailed for trespassing on clinic property and later was ejected from Governor Hiram Slater's campaign kickoff rally for assaulting the participants. Back to Marion live, in front of the Women's Medical Center. So, John and Allie, if nothing else, today's incident serves to remind us that the abortion battle is far from over, despite the recent public approval of law protecting the rights of women. John was ready with the scripted question, written for him by Marion Gibbons. So, Marion, are the Brewers now satisfied that the Women's Medical Center was not at fault in the death of their daughter? Marion answered from the screen, well, John, when I asked Mrs. Brewer that question, she said they were not yet satisfied and would keep fighting to find out what happened. So unfortunately the Women's Medical Center is bound to see some more trouble before this is over. Okay, Marion. Thanks. Camera 1 head on to Allie. A semi-truck carrying 2,000 live chickens caused a real flap when it overturned on Interstate 40. John flipped the page of his script. That was that. Funny how so much struggle, pain, emotion, and information could be hyper-simplified, skimmed, and spit out in under 2 minutes. It went by so fast he had no time to think about it. He had no time even now. The next story was coming up, and it would be his turn in front of the camera. He'd have to ponder all this later. Max and Deanne just sat there as Allie talked about the body found near Interstate 40, and John introduced a story about an Army surplus store's 50th anniversary, and then Allie talked about a house fire. They couldn't think of a word to say. Each was afraid of what the other might be thinking. 12-year-old Victoria spoke up first. Mum, did you do a bad thing? No, honey. Max slammed the arm of his chair and then leaped to his feet. Son of a okay, kids. Deanne roused the children. Go on into your rooms and work on your homework. Supper will be ready soon. They went. Daddy was angry, and Mommy was crying. Carl turned away from the television and stared at his canvas, just stared into the white, featureless expanse. He was trying to see his vision again, his goal, his project as he'd imagined it. It was gone. He couldn't recall it. Rachel Franklin went back to work, cursing under her breath. John Barrett had not surprised her, not really. Marilyn Westfall sank back in her chair and shook her head. People just don't know, she thought, and maybe they never will. The story ran again on the 7 o'clock, cut down slightly, but essentially the same. And then the 7 o'clock, like the 5 o'clock, ended in a rush, with hurried goodnights over push-you-along music, with closing credits against shots of the city, and then commercials one upon another. The news of the day went by like a speeding train and then disappeared to return at 11 that night and the same time tomorrow to speed by again to return at 11 and the same time the next day with a few chuckles thrown in along the way. Max, the news business is a very complicated process. There are a lot of factors involved. John Winston held the receiver away from his ear, so very thankful that Max Brewer was on the phone and not in the same room. Max, now listen. Anyone nearby could have heard Max's oaths and threats squawking out of the receiver. Max, I can understand why you're angry, believe me, but I don't pick the news around here. More hollering. Well, yes, I read it. That's my job. Max began to tell John what his job ought to be. Max, you ought to let my boss know how you feel about this. Talk to him, tell him what you're telling me right now. Well, he's not here, he's gone home. But you can him tomorrow. Max didn't seem ready to receive any more suggestions about anything from John Barrett, news anchor. Max, why don't we talk some more about this tomorrow, okay? No way. Click. Max. Dial tone. Or, for crying out loud. John slammed the phone down. The day shift had all gone home, and the newsroom was fairly quiet. No one there but the late-nighters, getting ready for the 11 o'clock. John pushed and pulled. No, he did more than that. He threatened to kill Owen Wessel, the 11 o'clock producer, if Owen so much as thought of putting the abortion story on that night. Owen got the message. Yeah, okay, John, sure thing. You can trust me. John clicked off his computer, his way of clicking off the whole cussed day, the whole miserable mess, the whole circus that made him the clown. He just wanted to get out of there. Leslie pulled up a chair and sank into it, looking very tired. She'd stuck around almost 3 hours longer than she had to, watching the entire outcome. Was that Max? She asked. Who boy, was it ever? Forget the dark alley. I wouldn't want to meet him in broad daylight right now. She nodded. I would guess we've exhausted our friendship with the Brewers. We've blown the whole wad. She added a thought she wasn't too excited about. I could probably call Deanne tomorrow and try to explain this to her. Then she just sighed through her nose and shook her head despondently. But how good an explanation am I going to have? Right now I don't like the explanation myself. She glanced across the newsroom. I had it out with Marion and I talked to Rush too, and I knew what they were going to say. John supplied the answer. It was news. It was happening. Leslie prompted, and everything in the story was true, factual. And they got reacts from both sides. Leslie threw up her hands, rested back in her chair, and said, and I am quitting. John stopped short upon hearing that. He shouldn't have been surprised, but he was. You sure? She wanted to answer right away, but then hesitated. I'm not sure about anything anymore. No, I take that back. I know one thing for sure. I've let down my friends, I've compromised my ideals, I've gone with the flow, but, at least I saved my precious little Rhea. Leslie Albright the reporter is safe. She stopped to brood about that. John suggested, well, really, did you have any choice? She leaned forward and spoke intensely. You better believe I did. Surprised. Well, it dawned on me today. No, actually I've known it all along, but it has been so easy, so handy to forget. I have a choice. I can choose right from wrong. We all can. The problem is, it is this beast, John. We're in the fish's belly and it is swimming away with us, remember. Once you get inside this workplace and you get so used to going with the flow and protecting your rear, you don't even think you have a choice, and you don't even consider choosing the right thing over the wrong thing, you just do what the machine tells you to do. Sure, you gripe about it in the news car or at the lunch table. You talk about the blind producers sitting in the windowless room forcing their reality on you, telling you what they want to see whether it is really there or not, but you do it. Even for the dumbest reasons, you do it. I let Tina walk all over me because I was afraid for my job, and you let Ben Oliver crack the whip over you and make you do your tricks because you're afraid for your job. And when it comes to keeping our jobs, our important, hard to get, major market jobs, we have to be professionals, so right and wrong don't even enter the formula because we think we don't have a choice. John was getting uncomfortable with this. Leslie, come on, you're not being fair. Not to the business, not to yourself. You can't bring morals into it when there's news to report. She didn't raise her voice, but just whispered so hard she hissed. John, don't we get to be people? Who are we anyway? I don't know who I am, or who I'm supposed to be. I don't know who you are. She stole a glance around the room, hoping no one was overhearing them. John, what were we when we talked to the brewers? Who was I, what was I when I spent all that time with Deanne? Was I just a news-gathering machine, or did I really care? Did I really feel for Annie Brewer? What do you do, John? Hang up your humanity when you come into the newsroom. Does John Barrett ever feel anything? She swallowed her emotion and ventured, you introed a story that betrayed people who trusted us, and you did it so well. Well, I can't do that. John, the Brewers have been through the machine. They've had their 2-minute spot on television and now they're gone. They'll probably never come across that assignment desk again. But you know what? The Brewers, the real breathing, feeling Brewers, are still out there, still living in that little house with one less daughter, and I can't just crumple them up, toss them, and go on to the next story. Leslie. John had to make sure she knew. I felt something. Leslie was pained as she grappled with that. Then, John, in God's name, why did we let this happen? John couldn't fight it anymore. His head, his professionalism, told him one thing, but his heart kept listening to Leslie and to what he knew deep inside. He had to give in. He leaned his elbows on his desk and rested his forehead in his hands. For a moment he said nothing, but then, as if confessing, he spoke in a weak, barely audible voice, forcing himself to say it. Tina Lewis called the Women's Medical Center right after you talked to her on Thursday. She told them all about the request for medical records, and she told them about Annie's code name, Judy Medford. She even spelled it for them. She told Alina Spur that you and Deanne were going to be there the next morning, and Alina Spur told Tina about Max Brewer being arrested and his jail time, the whole thing. That's how Tina knew about it this afternoon. Last night Alina Spur went through all the records and purged Judy Medford's name out. She even rewrote the daily schedule by hand so she could omit Annie's code name. Leslie was speechless. Sure, it is what she'd thought, and yet, this sounded so direct, as if John really knew, as if he'd been there. John continued in the same quiet voice, as if he was spilling his guts. Confessing secrets he'd been hiding. Tina is a deeply wounded woman. She's scared, and she's running, and when she fights and pushes like she does, it is because she's trapped, she's trying to defend herself. Leslie leaned close to hear him better, his voice was getting so quiet. John stopped to gather strength and then continued. 3 years ago, September 16th, Tina had an abortion. It was a boy, the only child she ever had. The anniversary was just 2 weeks ago, and I heard her screaming. Screaming, Leslie whispered. John held his hand up. She's still thinking of him, and every time an abortion story comes along, it reminds her, and so she has to fight it off. She has to show herself, show the world, that what she did was all right, that she had the right to do it, that she isn't guilty of anything. Leslie, when you pitched the story idea to her, you came too close to the wounds. For the first time John looked at her. It's not you or me she hates. She's not fighting against us. It's the truth she hates. The truth won't let her alone, and she hates it. He stopped as another thought came to his mind. And, I don't know who they are, but Annie isn't the only one. Some other girls have died there. Leslie believed him. John, how do you know all this? He looked as if he would break into tears and shook his head. I don't know. You mean, what do you mean? I don't follow you. He started gathering things together, preparing to leave. Leslie, all I know is, well, please don't quit. Please stick around and, there's more to this, that's all. The beast doesn't have to win. We don't have to let this fish swim away with us. Something will happen, something will break. She had her doubts. Well, I don't. Well, think about it, will you? Give it some time. I'm giving it time. Do the same. If you don't you might miss something. He got up from his chair. I've got to get out of here. I've got to get to Carl. He seemed so urgent she became concerned. Chapter 19. Paint was everywhere. The canvas was all but invisible under splatterings, smears, globs, and dashes of paint of all colors. The walls were speckled and splattered too, as were the floor, the windows, and several of Carl's other works. And he was still digging it out of jar after jar, clenching it out of tube after tube, throwing the stuff blindly, crazily, his vision blurred with tears. He whimpered, sometimes he growled, lashing at the canvas with his brushes, beating and whipping the paint in merciless, exploding patterns. His universe had exploded into meaningless, detached particles. Carl. John burst into the room and right into the middle of Carl's painted scream. Carl, stop it. Please. I don't hear you. Carl cried. I don't hear anything anymore. I don't see anything. I don't know anything. John tried to grab him, to contain him. Carl, come on now, you're making a mess. Carl thrust him away. What's a mess? What's art? What's love? What's hate? What's truth? I don't know, and neither do you. Carl. Carl spun around, his face spattered with paint, his hands covered with it, his eyes the eyes of a savage. His words were rehearsed. He'd been brooding on them with every splash of paint. I needed answers, and the whole world ignored me. I sought for God, and He gave me you. So I looked to you for truth and you blew up my universe and cut to a commercial. Okay, Carl, okay. I know it is hard to understand. It's a complicated business. John looked at the splattered canvas. And if this is what you think of me, well, what do you mean? I cried at Grandpa's memorial service. Did you know that? John was surprised to hear Carl bring it up. Yes. I wondered about it. I really wanted to know why. Carl looked all around the shop, at all the machinery and tools set in their places, hanging on their hooks, tucked into their slots. Because he knew something. He knew where he was, who he was. If he'd been alive just a little longer, I could have gotten to know him, we could have touched, you know. He took one more look around the room and then cried, I don't belong here, and ran for the door. Carl, don't go. We can talk it out. Carl slammed the door behind him, leaving green, blue, red, and black paint smeared on the knob. And John was alone, standing in the middle of the most intense work Carl had ever created. All around, on every side, could be seen chaos, anger, despair. The little shop that Dad Barrett had built and organized with such purpose, such care and love, was now disrupted, desecrated, by an explosion of placeless, meaningless colors. And in the middle of it all the little television on the workbench was still chattering its non-stop, clamorous message. Buy, have, use, indulge, forget, laugh, laugh at everything, care for nothing. Look at this, look at that, now look at this. It is new, it is now, it is different, it is wild, it is naughty, you've never seen anything like it, don't miss it. Then another nauseating, overdone ad. In these times a man of integrity is needed to keep you informed, a man you can trust. John cursed. As if this stupid tube's chatter isn't bad enough, now I've got to hear another Slater for Governor ad. He reached for the on-off knob, that precious escape route back to sanity. John Barrett, the tube trumpeted. The voice of integrity, bringing you the world as it is. And there was John Barrett's face. Big, bold, honest. The real thing. You couldn't help but be impressed. John stood transfixed for the few seconds his face remained on the screen. He could sense it so clearly. That little box was laughing at him, mocking him. He could hear it cackling. It was slapping him in the face with himself. First he listened and watched. He received the whole message. He let it hit him full force. Then, stunned and heartsick, he silenced that little machine. He switched off its life. It went blank and stared at him without expression. He backed away from it, staring back at it, hating himself. A sight in the rafters made him jump, an apparition, a face lurking overhead. It was cold, lifeless, mechanical. It was perfect, honest, impeccable, professional. His face, ready to bring you the news reliably and accurately, up to the minute. Number 1. Premier. Carl's painting. An image without blemish. It was everything John Barrett, anchorman, was. And it was up high. Lofty, out of reach, untouchable. I can't find it, Carl had said. Nobody can. The little box had mocked him. Now this painting, this image, shamed him. That's me, he wondered. Oh God, he whispered, who am I? Who am I, really? God heard his question. And John knew it. No, I shouldn't have asked that. I don't want to. No. At least let me figure it out myself. Don't tell me. Please don't tell me. But God heard the question. John knew he'd gotten God's attention. He'd disturbed God. He didn't mean to, but he could sense what he'd done. Somewhere in the big wide universe, maybe everywhere, God had heard John's voice. He'd heard the question, stopped, and turned. God, don't look at me. It isn't that important, really. I didn't mean. An answer was on the way. From God. From Almighty God. The little building was dead quiet. Not a sound. The little box sat lifeless on the workbench. John could hear the wind outside, the barking of a dog, a tiny creak in the rafters, the beating of his own heart. He could hear any sound that might come. Any voice. An answer was on the way. God was going to answer. John looked up into the rafters again. What were they? 2x4s. He could imagine them snapping like toothpicks. They could never hide him from God. Could blow it away, a mighty earthquake could topple it, lightning could consume it. It could never hide him from God. God was on his way. God would be here soon. Oh brother, what if God sees that painting? What if he sees this awful mess? What if he talks to Carl? John looked up at his image in the rafters. The news anchor just gazed back at him, same as usual, cool, collected, in charge, paper thin. A lie. Oh God, don't let that be me. I'm not that guy up there. I'm not. But please, don't tell me who I really am. Not yet. I couldn't stand it. John took some deep breaths and tried to clear his head. He had to calm down. He decided to pray. Sure. Why not? He'd grown up in church. He believed in God, and he'd always said so. He was a good man. At least he tried to be. God. Oh man, don't pray, you'll give away your position. He'll home in on you. You want him to see you like this. This is nuts, he thought. I've got to get out of here. He went to the door. Carl's paint was still on the knob when he grabbed it. When he got outside he noticed the slickness of his fingers against his palm. He dropped to one knee and frantically rubbed his hand in the grass. He had to get rid of this paint. No, God, it wasn't me, it wasn't my fault. I didn't know Carl was going to do this. I don't know why he did. His mess isn't on my hands. He got to his feet and walked briskly out to the sidewalk. A change of scene, that's what he needed. Fresh air. A different environment. He hurried through the quiet neighborhood, past all the quaint old homes that had been here for at least half a century. He kept waiting for the fear, the holy dread, to ebb away, but nothing changed. As a matter of fact, being outside under the open sky felt even worse. He felt naked out here, a sitting duck with a big target on top of his head. O Lord, where can I flee from thy presence? The scripture echoed in John's mind. He started running. Nowhere, he thought. God's everywhere. No matter which way you turn, you're looking him in the face. If I flee down this alley, you're there. If I get in my car and get out of town, you'll be right in the car with me. If I duck into the subway, you'll be right there in the tunnel. I could turn on the television and maybe drown you out, but that won't make you go away. Mind, but you'd still be there when I tired of them." He kept running, trying to shake the terror. Either he was crazy or God was really after him, but either reason was reason enough to run wildly down the sidewalk, duck around a massive maple tree, and flee down another street past warmly lit windows and friendly porch lights, then up a narrow alley where two dogs barked and chased him along a cyclone fence until he was past them. What was the matter with them? Couldn't they see he was in trouble, that God was after him? He could see the strangeness of this. God was chasing a man down the street while the poor guy ran for his life, but no one in the neighborhood even noticed. Perhaps they had nothing to fear. God was getting closer, and he wasn't a bit tired. John knew God would run him down eventually, but he kept running. He couldn't stop. He came to Snyder Park, the local play area for generations of kids. It was night, so the place was empty. The swings were motionless, the baseball diamond vacant. He stumbled across the expanse of grass, found a picnic table, and collapsed on the bench, unable to run any further and seeing no use in it anyway. He couldn't get away from God, couldn't outrun or outfox him. There was nothing left to do but surrender. "All right," he gasped. "All right. You've got me. I can't run anymore. I can't run. Here I am. Do what you want with me." That sounded strangely familiar, like words he'd prayed 32 years ago. "Who are you really, John Barrett?" Or, he couldn't hold that cry inside. He looked around, his eyes darting here and there. He saw nothing but the park. "I have laid bare the secrets of men's hearts and you have seen it." No, no, John thought. He's going to rip my heart out, I know he is. Now I will show you the secrets of your heart. John began to realize what he was. He could not turn away from it. The truth poured over his spirit, mind, and soul like a wave, and he had to face it, confess it, know it. He could not deny it any longer. His soul was naked before God. Son, John bled there for hours, stifling his cries of pain in the sleeve of his overcoat, the overcoat he'd received from his father. Carl finally returned to Mum Barrett's at just a little before midnight, carefully opening the screen door to the back porch, painstakingly dragging his feet several times over the doormat, turning the back door knob delicately and slowly until the latch finally released, easing the door open in hope of minimizing its characteristic squeak, and finding himself face to face with Mum, sitting at the kitchen table reading her Bible and waiting up for him. He looked pathetic, cold, shivering, his eyes red from weeping, his face smeared with paint and tears. "So how are you?" she asked. He knew no more appropriate answer than, "I feel like hell." "Have you seen your father?" The question irked him. "I have never seen my father." She raised an eyebrow and directed a finger at his nose. "Oh, you've come close, now be honest." "I have never seen him, and I don't care if I ever do." "There's nothing there to see." She rose from the table and beckoned with her finger. He resisted. "No, come on. You come on. Grandma, I am not going to talk to him. I don't care if you do or don't, but I do care about the mess you made. Now come on." He followed her. He had anything but a right attitude about it, but he followed her out the back door and down the path to his grandfather's shop, getting a quick update on how she felt about this whole thing. "The Word of God says not to let the sun go down on your wrath." "Well, the sun's down, but I'm still up. I'm getting tired and cranky." She stopped right outside the shop door and turned to fire her reply straight into his eyes. "Not tonight, he won't." She opened the door, swinging it quietly aside as if unveiling something. Carl stopped in the doorway. He had no response. He could only stare. There was his father, John Barrett, on his hands and knees in the corner of the shop, hand scrubbing paint off the floor, working slowly, deliberately, rubbing the floor with a rag, wetting the rag from a can of turpentine, then rubbing some more. He had to have heard them open the door. He had to know they were now watching him, and yet he didn't turn, he didn't look up. Mum said softly, "It took both of you to make this mess, so it is going to take both of you to clean it up." Carl was about to offer a reason why it could never work, but she held up her hand and wagged her head. "No, no, now I've got you where I want you. You've defaced my property, so I'm calling the shots. Get started." Carl surveyed the extent of his artistic expression. "It'll take all night." "Oh, longer than that. But tonight you start." And then she stood there, her feet firmly planted, her face providing no option. Carl turned toward the room, took a moment to accept the idea, and then worked his way past the table saw and drill press, along the workbench and past the hanging tools, until he was just behind his father. He looked one more time at Mum Barrett, but all she did was point to the workbench. "You'll find more rags in that third drawer. What about paint thinner or something? Your father has a can of turpentine. I'm sure he'll be happy to share it with you." And then she closed the door on them. Carl looked down at his father's back. John Barrett had changed into some old clothes, probably Grandpa's ragged jeans, an old blue shirt already stained with house paint, and a scuffed pair of work boots. He didn't look one bit like a news anchor. And he still kept working, not saying a word. Carl found another rag and got to his knees on the floor, not too close to his father. He started, "Can I have some of your turpentine?" His father handed him the can, and their eyes met for a moment. John Barrett's eyes were looking at him, really looking at him. There was no machine, no camera, between those eyes and Carl, no script, no cue cards, no teleprompter. Carl's eyes were locked on his father's, and he couldn't break his gaze until his father looked back at the floor. Then Carl realized he was staring and tried to break his stare into quick glances as he poured some turpentine on his rag. There was something different about his father's face. It was hard to pin down what it was, but it looked softer. Vulnerable, warm, human. It was even sweating a bit. Maybe he'd seen this face before, that night in his father's apartment, that time when he heard his father say, "I'm just like Dad." I wonder what the voice would sound like. "You know," Carl ventured, "you don't have to help me. I'm the one who made the mess. I owe it to you, Carl." The voice was soft, broken. John Barrett borrowed back the can of turpentine, wetted his rag, and continued scrubbing. "I made the mess too. This is our mess. We've been working up to this for years." Carl couldn't argue with that, so he just kept scrubbing. The yellow paint came up easily enough. Maybe this wouldn't be an insurmountable task after all. He saw a small circle of water on the floor directly under his father's face. Then another. "Hey, you okay?" His father set down his rag, sat on the floor, and pulled out another rag, this one for his eyes and nose. "Oh, I guess I'm okay. You been hearing from God again?" That brought a new flood of tears to John's eyes. He couldn't speak. He could only nod yes. Carl digested that for a moment, then said, "Then pass the turpentine." John passed it to him and he set to work again, this time on a streak of blue. "We'll get the oil-based stuff up first. The watercolors will come off with soap and water, so they can wait till morning." John put his nose rag back in his pocket and returned to work. "Is this one oil-based?" "Yeah. All the yellows are oil, all the blues, and all the blacks. Don't worry about the reds. We can mop those up." They scrubbed for a while without saying a word, and then John said, "Like eating an elephant, right?" "Yeah," said Carl, familiar with that little saying, "one bite at a time." They finished the job at about 1 in the morning and then tiptoed into the house to take showers and turn in for the night. Carl went to bed in John's old room, while John got some blankets and slept on the couch. He'd be going back to his apartment soon enough, but for now, maybe for a few days, he wanted to be right here, in this house, close to his family. Saturday morning Leslie Albright woke up almost unemployed. Ben wouldn't accept her resignation yesterday, but told her to take the weekend to think about it. He must have noticed that she was angry, indignant, beside herself, ready to spit, and probably unable to make a cool and rational decision she would not later regret. Well, as Leslie sat in her little studio apartment sipping her morning coffee and facing a brand new day, she was able to conclude that Ben had done the wise thing. A good night's sleep and a new day could bring a fresh perspective on things. Maybe this job was worth another chance, another try. This was, after all, her chosen profession, the field she'd schooled and prepared for, and it was a worthy profession, all things considered. Besides that, if she quit now, she would never be able to find drive. Denning, get a bona fide copy of that autopsy report, and shove it up Tina Lewis's nose. That alone was going to make staying at News 6 worth any amount of pain. So, having settled at least that much, she pressed on to the next item on the day's agenda, sliding her half-eaten toast aside, pushing her coffee cup forward, and making space for the phone book. Okay, the request for medical records idea didn't work, thanks to good old Tina, and if the hospital wasn't going to give out Denning's number, fine. But if Dr. Denning still lived anywhere in the area, she was going to find him. Her first course of action was the most obvious. Find his home number and just call him. She flipped through the phone book until she found some Dennings. Albert Denning. She set the phone right next to the table and dialed the number. The phone rang a few times, and then an answering machine cut in. Hello, you've reached the Denning residence. We're unable to come to the phone right now, but if you leave your name and number and your message, we'll get back to you as soon as we can. After the beep, she left a message. Hello, this is Leslie Albright. I'm a friend of Max and Deanne Brewer and also of John Barrett Jr. At any rate, this is regarding the autopsy you performed on Annie Brewer back in May of this year. She left her number, at home and at work. Okay. Done. Now, what else? Well, if she could check a crisscross directory, she might find his address and perhaps leave a note on his front door. She began to seriously consider that. She was playing hardball now. John carefully lifted the canvas cover aside, exposing a pile of planks, ribs, and parts he could no longer identify for certain. Hoo boy, it has been a while. As they stood in Dad's shop, eyeing that forgotten project, Carl found himself just watching, detached, not saying a word, not diving into the idea with any premature enthusiasm. Before yesterday he would have been thrilled at the thought of finishing this rowboat with his father, but that was before yesterday's tumble from Hope. The fall had been long and hard, and the crash at the bottom more than painful. He could still feel the bruises deep in his soul, and healing was going to take time if it happened at all. Sure, he'd seen tears last night, and he even thought he saw his father, his real father, working alongside him. But what was this now? His father's idea of quality time. A kiss to make it better. Carl couldn't help feeling a bit testy. His father was doing the right thing years too late. Grandma says you and Grandpa quit working on it when you left for college. That's right. John began picking through the pile, trying to sort it out. And remember what was what. This was our project, the one we were going to do together. Carl was right. John knew that. But the kid was being a little blunt. And John didn't exactly welcome the pain. Yeah, that's right, Carl. That's how it is. But I'm here now, and so are you, and we've got some choices to make. Carl just looked at the wood pieces. That's what they were, confused. Scattered pieces. Right. John prompted. Carl was ready to walk out again, but he knew that would be cowardly. No, he was going to test this thing. Then he'd know for sure. I know I don't want to build any stupid boat. I was thinking we could finish what Dad and I started. Then John was careful to add, and I thought we could talk. Talk about what? Anything you want. Carl tried to lock onto John's eyes, and John let him. This guy was really leaving himself wide open, if he meant it. Anything, huh? Hey, it isn't going to be fun, but what are the alternatives? The way I see it, we can either deal with things the way they are and start putting the pieces together from here, or just walk away from each other, get out of each other's lives, and keep the mistakes the way they are. Test him, Carl. Throw him a punch and see what he does. Why did you and Mum split up? John grimaced. Oh boy. Carl threw up his hands. Yeah, right, we could talk about anything. He started to walk out. Well, give me a second to think, will you? Carl stopped as his father got riled. You start right out tearing into the big wounds, the really big ones, and you expect me to have some news and commentary all prepared for you or something. You think the reasons are simple. Carl thought for only a moment and then nodded. Yeah, I think so. Oh, give me a break. She was selfish and you were selfish. All you could think about was your career, and all she could think about was not letting